before, and it didn't seem to do so well. Maybe we ought to look through another path for the term limits. Patrick, you were saying there was another way?
Term limits is not we weren't talking about that as a referendum. That has to go to the legislature.
Right. Yeah. The term limits is a legislative fix, but term limits, legislative fix, length of term. You've got the combination of council doing it, vote a referendum with the possibility, as Mr. Driggs mentioned, that the voters could launch a petition to require it to go to the voters.
It seems that we need to have as many people involved in this decision because it's a big decision for Charlotte. So anyway,
are you asking for more comments? For more people to have some comments?
so,
Speak up, people.
can everybody chime in? Are they ready to take a straw poll on this? This is our first charge from Vi.
Well, would the straw poll include a section that would include term limits as a requirement for going to 4 years?
That's what we discussed last time.
Okay.
I think we agree on it. I don't. Is anybody disagreeing on that?
Repeat that: a 4-year term with 2 term limits, a
4-year term with term limits of some sort.
Yes, that's my feeling.
I agree to that.
Okay.
And if Amy, if I could just ask, just again to help you all decide how you're going to vote on this, is the move from 2 years to 4 years as being proposed, is that conditioned upon legislative approval of term limits? And just keep in mind that there's certainly no guarantee that that could happen. So if there weren't, a subsequent term limit given to us by the General Assembly, would you still be interested in going from 2 years to 4 years?
Yes, I would.
So would I.
This is Sam. I would too.
Same here. This is Janice.
So why don't we disconnect these? Why don't we have a vote on 2 to 4 terms, then a recommendation about a potential term limits, yes or no, and then referendum or not referendum?
Yeah.
Sounds great.
So do we want to go ahead and raise our hands around those that are in agreement on 4-year terms?
Amy, you want to do a roll call?
Sure. Well, actually, if everyone can just, because I don't have gallery view, I can't figure out how to do that. So if everyone, Janice, I have Janice and Sam so far who've said aye.
Cindy says aye.
Mimi says aye.
Okay, Mimi.
We're going to take the PowerPoint down, and you can put yourself in gallery view, and then folks can raise their hands.
Okay.
Perfect.
Eleanor says aye.
Kristen?
How do we get to gallery view? Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I'm not completely decided on the 4-year term, but I'm thinking that I think it's a dramatic change for City Council for what it's been. I hear what Sam's saying about we're probably going to be a city of 1 million plus people. I agree with that, and there's been a lot of change in this town since, let's say, we were on 4-year terms. The last time there was an election was 2016. Are we comfortable with someone getting elected tomorrow that will serve through 2024? And how much change is this city going to see in the next 4 years? And that's largely where my concerns kind of lie. So with that being said, I don't know that I support a 4-year term.
So that would be no.
Yes.
And let's see. What else? Pete. Pete.
Yes. I just want to say real quick, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Drake, and to appreciate the work that both of you do and the whole City Council. I definitely appreciate the pros and cons of both sides. And I appreciate what you're saying about the 2-year terms and the difficulty about, 1 year's reelection, just like in the State House, the State Senate, and Congress. But because it's been reviewed before, because of bipartisan opposition, and because the voters have rejected it before, that's why I'm going to recommend staying with 2 years.
Peter, I just want to say that's not, I'm not judging that at all. That's why you guys are doing this. I think I've tried to stay off the call, but I think there was a feeling that maybe it would help to have a little perspective on why questions get asked. So I definitely can see pros and cons as well. And I think Mr. Driggs, if he's still on, probably even feels a little differently than I do. So understandable.
Ed, are you on the call? I don't see you.
Mr. Driggs is not on the call. I think he's watching on YouTube.
Ah, okay. Yeah, and one thing we didn't have is really the staff input on this, but Patrick, what are you thinking? I mean, Brandon.
I'm sorry, was that to me?
Yes. No, it was, at first it was, and it was to
Okay.
Brandon. Brandon Pierce? I don't know if Brandon hears. Here he is.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yes, absolutely. I vote aye.
Okay. Julie, okay, we've got everyone. We're missing someone. Okay. So I have to kind of say that I really, as someone who's was part of the political process when my husband ran for council and served, and also seeing other people serve, I just feel like if you get in for 4 years and you run again and you say it's just not very flexible. And I kind of agree a little bit with Pete that people have been doing this and it can be pulled off. You have to juggle about staff or a bunch of hats, but we've got incredible staff in the city that is supportive. And I would say probably no.
Do we have everybody? Are there other people that haven't spoken yet? Eleanor?
Eleanor,
I'm here. I said that I'm for it. I go back and forth because I do understand that that it's a big commitment, especially for part-time. But I also I've in the past year and a half, I guess, I've just become real uncomfortable with the fact that our leaders and our decision makers are running for office over half the time that they're in office, and making decisions based on. And I guess they're always making decisions in some ways based on reelection, but with that just at the forefront of their mind.
Thank you, Eleanor. Cindy, I think we're ready to take well, we've voted on this. So it looks like straw poll looks like the committee is recommending 4-year versus 2.
Hasn't spoken. I haven't pulled out my list of committee members, but it feels like we don't have everybody.
We are missing, I think, 2 people. Get down.
Did we hear from David Flower?
Yeah, David Flower. Where's David? And Liz said she was going to be late. Weiner. So I don't know if she's on yet either.
And Ceci's not here either. So are we, let's see. Cindy, do you think we can go ahead and take this without them, or should we text them and see if they can give us a proxy?
I don't know. I guess we can just send out what we have, and then next time if somebody has a different opinion, we can add them to it.
Cindy, I'm here, but the host has muted me. I've been here for a little while.
There's a little touch the bottom of your screen, Liz.
Mm-hmm.
And you should be able to. You're not muted right now. I can hear you.
You can? Okay. I'm here. I'm so sorry I'm late. Yeah, I'm here. I've been here for, I don't know, a couple minutes.
Okay. So we were
hear me now.
voting on 4 versus 2-year terms.
Okay.
And whether right now we're voting on if you want to support 4-year terms.
Okay. You want me to vote now?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I would vote on 4-year terms.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Welcome. Please excuse me for being late. I apologize.
Oh, that's okay. Okay.
Hey, Amy and Cindy, could we do a roll call vote?
I wish. Yeah, if somebody's got the list, I was looking. I don't have it right in front of me.
Yeah, I can pull it up real quick. I think we're missing
Ceci,
a Richard, but I haven't seen him on any of the meetings.
Yeah, I have not
Okay.
seen meetings either.
Let's see. And I do see Christy now too.
Oh yeah, I see her too.
Okay, so we have 1 second as this pulls up. I think we have everyone. Brandon, I don't see, is Brandon? Yes, I see.
Yeah, Brandon's here. Yeah. I see that we're just missing Ceci.
Yep. And Rick Pfeiffer, but I haven't seen him on anything. So I'll do a roll call really quickly on who would like to vote for. So terms first. Mimi Davis.
I vote yes for 4.
Okay. Christy Long. Can you unmute? Hold on, I see you sent me an email. You may have. Wendy, could we unmute Christy?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hey, Christy.
Hi. I vote for 4-year term.
Yes. Okay. Kristen Connor.
Kristen Connor, I vote no for 4-year terms.
Okay. Peter Smolowitz.
I'm going to vote no.
Okay. Brandon Pierce.
I vote yes.
Sam Smith.
Yes, I vote yes.
Eleanor Norman.
I vote yes.
This is Brandon Pierce. I'm not sure if my vote got heard, but I vote yes.
Okay, thank you. Liz Weiner.
Yes, I vote yes.
Okay, Ceci's not here. Janice Robinson?
Yes.
Hi, can you guys hear me? It's Liz.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Something's the matter with the way it's showing up, I guess. I don't know.
Janice?
Yeah, I vote yes. Can you hear me?
Okay. And yes, ma'am. Cindy?
Yes.
Amy?
Amy?
No.
Okay, so that's 9, 4, and 3 against.
Thank you, Lauren, for doing that. Okay, so should we vote now on whether you would like term limits? And Lauren, can you do the same thing all over again? And if it's a yes if you like term limits, and it's a no if you don't.
Can I just
I'll go in the same order.
do clarify one thing real quick? Are we voting for term limits based on 2-year terms or 4-year terms?
Sorry, I had to, are we voting no? Yes?
Cindy, you're on mute. Sorry.
Whether term limits only based on if we have 4-year terms. Is that what people expect? Yes? Okay. Makes sense?
So, my feeling is even if we stay to 2-year terms, I think we should consider term limits, even if it's 2-year terms. But what we're voting now, from what I understand, is based on going to 4 years, but then voting for term limits. But doesn't matter.
Well, it does because it's the number of terms, right?
I'm sorry?
It's a number of terms. We had talked last time about if we went to 4-year terms, we'd want two 4-year term limits, 2 terms.
Correct.
If you're going to want term limits on 2-year terms, then is it you want 4?
Well, we can discuss that. I think that personally, I think there should be some term limits, even if it's 4 years, whether it's 4, 5, or 6. I don't think we decided, kind of had much discussion on that. But my personal opinion is that, I would like to see term limits. But so do we need to discuss the 2 options?
Yeah, I think, Jenna, that's a good point. I think that's a separate vote. I think first is probably clear the 4-year options out, get that out the way, and then discuss if we do stick a 2-year term, what would that look like? I think that's a separate conversation, I think.
So we want to start with the first vote being 4-year terms, limit of 2 terms, if you want term limits in that regard. Okay, Lauren, can you take a roll call?
Okay. Mimi Davis?
Yes, for 2-year term. Yes, for 2 term limits.
Christy Long?
No to terms.
Kristen Connor?
Yes.
Peter Smolowitz?
So if there are 4-year terms, we'd be limiting them to 2 terms. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, then I would vote yes to term limits.
Yes. Okay. Brandon Pierce?
Brandon?
Oh, Brandon.
Y'all hear me?
Yep.
Can
So they're voting on if with 4-year terms, would there be 2 term limits?
Okay, can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good.
Yep.
Thank you. All right. Yes, I support term limits on 4-year terms. And just for some background information here, I'm logged in on the phone in the WebEx, but I don't know if during the next meeting there's an option to have just the phone dial-in information.
Okay. All right. Sam Smith. It looks like his connection may be bad. We'll go to Sam. I'll come back to you. Eleanor.
All right, so and I know this has been asked before, but we're waiting on if there are 4-year terms only, right?
Right.
Yes, contingent of 4-year terms.
Okay, then yes.
Okay. Liz Weiner.
Yes, I vote for term limits.
James Robinson.
Yes.
Cindy Patterson.
Yes.
Amy.
Yes.
I can't hear you. Yes. Okay. So that's That's 10 for and 1 against.
Did we ever get Sam's vote?
Can we wave at him somehow or chat with him?
It doesn't seem to be there.
Yeah, I can chat with him.
Okay.
This is Brandon Pierce. Sam gave me his vote, and let me go read it to make sure I got it right. He votes yes to term limit.
Okay.
And
Thank
then
you.
this is still Brandon. My internet keeps dropping on this call, so I can't guarantee that for the next vote it will be working. My vote am I allowed to vote now for the
Yes.
next one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I vote no to term limits on 2-year terms.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're voting on with 2-year terms, do we want term limits?
And do we want
Mimi Davis?
2 limits or 4 limits?
Okay.
This is Janice, since I kind of brought that up. So if it's 4 terms, with the 4-year term at
8 years.
Term limit, so we're looking at 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not opposed to, and I'm open to discussion of having 2-year term for 2 years, a term limit of 4 terms as an open discussion, to open up the discussion.
Well, what we're saying is no matter what we do, it's 4 years. They get 4 years with 2 4-year terms or 4 years with 4 2-year terms. Is that kind of what?
It's yes.
8 years.
They get to be 8 years.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Shall we vote on the 2-year terms with term limits with 4 term limits?
Correct.
Yeah, that's
Okay. Unless anybody else have any
Mimi
other
Davis?
opinion. Does anybody else have an opinion?
Don't we need to clarify this? These would be consecutive, or they could run again.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, and maybe
These are consecutive, so if they sit out and then run again later, I mean, yeah. But I'm just curious if anybody else have any thoughts about a particular number that they're thinking.
Well, I think we're trying to be consistent too. If we're saying we need a city councilman 8 years to be it's a 4-year term, why would that change it to a 3-year term?
Good point. Okay. All right. I'm just curious. Like I said, I put it up as to open the discussion.
Does anybody have any more comments or suggestions on that?
I think the only difference would be if you have 2-year terms, you're facing the voters every other year. To me, there's a bit of a difference. That 4-year terms, you're in office for 4 years, you get reelected in 4 years, and then after 8 years, you're done. But if you're facing voters every other year, I keep making comparisons to Congress and State House and State Senate, but I don't see a need for limits if you're facing voters every other year.
Oh, I see what you're saying. The fact that they're going to be facing the voters every other year, then why put a limit on it? Right? That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Well, I think that's a good point. However, I think from what we saw, there's some people who have been in office for, there's some people who've been in office for several years, several terms, and yes, the voters get to decide that. That's true. But for various reasons, sometimes some folks kind of stay forever. But even sometimes voters are, how can I say this? Sometimes voters may not have all the information at their disposal to make a very good choice for various reasons. But I think that's a good point that Peter makes too.
Do we have to take the vote tonight? Or could we have more time to decide it?
Well, Lauren, in all the data that you saw, and I have to pull it up again, but with cities, city councils with 2 years, who run every 2 years, do they have term limits? I don't remember that jumping out so much, but perhaps that's something we look at, because the voters are the ones, like people said, they're going to keep electing these people or they're not. So that's kind of their terms. But I see what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
I think we have some other areas that we go on. This is Janice Robinson. I think we have some other areas of our mandates that the council want us to look at. I think if we can go ahead and kind of finish this part up, it will be good, so that we can focus on some of the other areas that we need to get to. Because I think we have some kind of a time limit too, when we need to be done with all of our work. I understand too. So.
Can I offer a suggestion as well on this particular point, and kind of to Janice's point? This might be when the mayor had suggested that if you would like a panel, maybe at next month's meeting, if you want a panel of council members, it could be present and former, to answer questions. And you might say to them, what do you think are the pros and cons of term limits? And it might be, even I have found that just talking to colleagues, it's things I wouldn't think of on some of these questions. So that might be, to Janice's point, if you want to put that aside and get onto the things you feel like you can talk about, you might get more input from people if you'd like that from council members.
Yeah, actually, Julie, I was kind of proposing that we go ahead and vote on this one to get this off the table.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
I'm a checklist type person. I have to check off stuff.
Well, guys, we got about 10 minutes here, so let's decide. We can postpone this one and then just talk about whether we want to support a referendum or not, or we can try to vote on this one. So it's up to folks. I think some folks that voted for term limits may vote no for 2 year for limits on the number of 2-year terms. I think Peter had a great argument about why you probably don't need it. So if people are ready to vote, then let's do it. And if not, we can postpone.
Right. I say we vote on the referendum today. And I'm not sure, was that really part of our charge to say if it was 2 years, should we put term limits on it, or does it matter?
Term limits weren't even part of our charge, but somebody brought them up initially. And there was strong agreement that people wanted to talk about it if we went to 4 years. So that's why we're talking about it.
That was me. I was the culprit that brought that up. And I'm fine.
That's fine. Absolutely fine.
Okay. You know,
Citizens Committee, this is what you get.
That's it. And I'm fine either way. If we want to vote on the 2 year or not, I'm fine either way. So whatever the consensus is among the group, I'm good.
This is Christy Long. I am not sure when it would be appropriate to talk about it, but we've talked a lot about salaries, and I'd just like to revisit how we think about how our council members and our mayor are paid. Someone said in an earlier meeting that it's really a full-time job with part-time pay. So I'm wondering, are we excluding some subset of the population who could not afford to be a city council person or mayor, but would be a great advocate for the city of Charlotte, but because of the pay, it kind of rules them out and the time commitment. So I don't know if it's appropriate for us to talk about it in our next meeting or even on this committee, but that's something that
Christy, we are going to talk about that, and we're trying to move step by step through this. So that is probably the step after we decide about our recommendation on the number of years in a term and how long you can serve and whether we want a referendum.
Okay. So probably the next meeting, be next meeting. So should we take a straw poll on the referendum for now?
So the question is, if you vote yes, you want a referendum. If you vote no, you don't want a referendum.
Okay, I'll do the roll call. Amy Davis?
You said Amy?
Yes.
Mimi Davis.
Me.
Okay. Christy Long?
Christy?
Okay. You're unmuted now.
No.
No. Okay. Kristen Connor?
No for the 2 year term limit.
No.
We're doing the referendum now, Kristen. Do you want a referendum on 4 year terms or not?
So just so I understand, referendum means it goes to the vote, the public?
Correct.
Then yes, I want a referendum.
Okay.
Peter Smolitz?
Yes, I would recommend a referendum. It's a big enough change that I think the voters should have their say.
Brandon Pierce?
Yeah, I don't feel strongly one way or the other for this one. I'm going to go with yes for the referendum. It just seems like in years past we've always done that. And so, yes.
Sam Smith?
Yes for the referendum.
Eleanor Norman?
Yes for the referendum.
Eleanor, is your surname Shell or Norman?
It's Shell. So Norman's my maiden name.
Okay, thank you. Got it. Liz Weiner?
I don't think we need a no on a referendum.
Okay. Janice Robinson?
No.
Sydney Patterson?
No.
Amy Peacock? I couldn't hear. Oh, I still can't hear. I don't know why.
Can you hear me?
Thumbs up, thumbs down? Okay. That's 6 for and 4 against.
Lauren, did you get me? I'm for referendum. That was a yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, should we stop here? Because I would hate to start a discussion about compensation with 5 minutes left to go.
I think we should, as much as I want to dive into it now, but I know we are almost out of time. So does anybody have any questions or comments or additional things they would like to have some more explanations before we sign off for tonight?
I'm okay signing off for the night, but I just wanted to just make sure that I understood. So the next steps would be when we meet again, right? It would be to the salary and compensation and the size of the districts. Is that correct?
Yeah, we probably won't get to size of the districts next time. I think compensation will take a while.
Okay.
And I
And
think
then
we still have that issue of whether we want to weigh in on staff support.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I think Amy mentioned something in the last meeting I thought was interesting, the idea of nonpartisan elections. So I didn't know if that was on the table as well.
It is.
Okay. Thank you.
We should probably pick that up first next time, the nonpartisan.
And this is Janice, and we'll add on the discussion about the whether we want term limits on the 2-year as well.
Does anybody know why there's so much background interference? I can barely hear. Does anybody know is there something not on mute?
Yeah, if you're not talking, please put yourself on mute. So the next meeting would be we'd be talking about the compensation. And I think we've got some great data now from Lauren. Thank you so much, Lauren, and the budget team for pulling that together. If we can really look into that before our next meeting, I believe it's September 3rd. Patrick, did we agree on that? And Cindy? That we're going
We had decided that if there wasn't a need to pull more information or data for the group, that we could probably meet every 2 weeks. If we were pulling more information, then it probably made sense to allow us to get the information to you, digest it. So that would be a 4-week. But it doesn't sound like we need to pull any information for the next meeting. It's just a continuation of the data that we've already got. So I would say if folks can meet on September 3rd, that we just go ahead and continue this conversation while it's still fairly fresh.
September 3rd works for me.
Yeah, September 3rd works for me. I just want to clarify, I was on mute. I think I was trying to ask if we were going to also, not necessarily next meeting, but to finish our discussion about the term limits on the 2 year, if it stays 2 years somewhere in our agenda too. And so September 3rd is fine with me, and it just feels good to have voted something, at least gotten through one of our charges.
Yes, for sure. We'll put that on our agenda to make sure we take a straw poll on that, Janice. Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you all for your time and commitment to this. And thank you, Lauren and Patrick, and everybody for their help. So I think we can sign off now.
Team for
Okay.
being Liz Weiner. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome to this week's edition of NCDOT Now. I am your host, Miracle King. Let's get started. This week, drivers began using a new 2.7-mile segment of the Fayetteville Outer Loop, which is Interstate 295, The highway is improving regional access to Fort Bragg, Interstate 95, and the Fayetteville area. Over half of the 39-mile loop has been built so far, and the rest is expected to be completed by 2026. North Carolina has already felt the impacts from Hurricane Isaias, but we're still in the middle of hurricane season, and it is not too late to prepare for other tropical storms. Governor Roy Cooper proclaimed August as North Carolina Preparedness Month and encouraged people to review their emergency plans and update their emergency supplies. Hurricane season lasts through the end of November, so it's vital for communities, families, and businesses to prepare for hurricanes, tornadoes, and other disasters. This year, it's also important to consider COVID-19 as part of your plan. For more information, go to readync.org. Finally, NCDOT is partnering with the State Department of Administration to get the word out about the 2020 census. Filling out a census survey takes less than 10 minutes, but can shape your future for the next 10 years. Census data ensures communities get money for critical needs like housing, schools, roads, and healthcare. People can fill out a census survey online, by phone, or mail without ever leaving home or talking to anyone in person. Federal law requires all information collected to be kept confidential. To take the census online, go to my2020census.gov. That's all for this week's edition of NCDOT Now from all of us at the North Carolina Department of Transportation. Safe travels.
We need your help. Coronavirus is still here,
and we have to stop it.
From devastating our families and our economy.
Please wear a mask.
Please wear a mask.
Please wear a mask.
Wait 6 feet apart.
And wash your hands often.
With these simple actions, you could help save my patients.
Our business.
My job.
And my mom.
We're all counting on you.
My parents passed away, and I was living in the woods. I just got away from everything, and then I met somebody with the county. I don't know what her name is, but she's like, "You interested in the job?" And I was like, "Sure." Here I am.
We were at a meeting with Community Support Services, and they introduced a great program of working with unemployed veterans. And they were training them for code enforcement inspectors, and they were hard to fill positions, and we had a lot of positions that were hard to fill. And we thought, gosh, maybe we can work with Community Support Services, and they connected us with Homeless Support Services, and we started hiring temporary employees to hopefully go to full-time. And we worked with Salvation Army, the Men's Shelter, and others, and Community Support Service on identifying folks that we could hire. We went through an interview process and a hiring process, just like any other county employee would go through. And so Jim selected us, and we selected Jim, and it's been a great partnership since.
It's just been a wonderful experience. Worked with a lot of great people, individuals, and just about every park. Everybody's just like a big family. That's the truth. I mean, everybody just helps each other one way or another. You know, if somebody can't do something, somebody else will come along and give you a hand, you know. Just a lot of things to be thankful for. Right before I interviewed with James and Scott, and I think Mike was in my initial interview also, I had just recently got housing, like a couple months before I started with the county. And you know, having a roof over my head, and it's been a couple years prior to that where I didn't, because I used to just have my poncho liner and my poncho and find a tree somewhere and camp out. And but having a roof over your head is a big blessing.
That's been great. I mean, one of the reasons I took this position was to have opportunity where we could help others, and this has been that perfect opportunity where he was looking for a position and we had a role to fill. We didn't have a HVAC technician on board, and he had extensive background in repairs, and so now he's come on and he's handling all those duties for us.
I have to say, James, I got to give a big shout out to him and to Scott Hyatt, and of course Peter as well, because Peter's been involved with my part-time process and everything else. But there's so many people around I'd like to say, thank you to, but I can't name everybody.
He's a hard worker. He knows his trade very well. He saved a lot of money on contractor costs and does a very efficient job.
I'm just thankful for a lot of stuff. The county provides a lot of ways for support, and of course, having good staff and supervisors and superintendents, means a lot. Of course, all the coworkers that you meet in different parks. Everybody goes through a lot of stuff, and sometimes a lot of people can sense, you don't look like you're feeling too good today. Let's talk about it.
We're really proud to have Jim on our staff. He's an asset to us. We depend on him every day, as we do all of our folks that are offering services to our community.
Some people are like, how'd you do it? Well, God's grace.
Good morning. My name is John Anarella, and I'm the mayor of Huntersville. And I'm here today with Angie Kohler and Jeff Titus of Colonial Pipeline, Tony Bateman of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Emergency Management, and Dan Bowser of the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality. And the reason why we're doing this videotape today is, as many of you know, about a week ago, the Colonial Pipeline that runs through Huntersville began to leak. And since then, there's been a lot of questions from the community, and we're trying to answer those questions as best we can in today's COVID environment. We felt like this would be the best way to get the information out to the most amount of people. So we're going to be, I'll be asking the questions, and we'll get the answers that hopefully many of you are looking for. This will be posted on our website, on Colonial's website, and we'll put it out on social media. So let's begin. Angie, can you share some of the key priorities of your response as of right now?
Sure, and first I want to say thank you for opening up this forum. Obviously, in this time of COVID, we had to be a little bit creative to be able to get the information out, so we appreciate you setting this up for us and hosting us this morning. So yes, our priorities for the response are really clear. We want to make sure that we're protecting our responders, the folks in the community, obviously the public, and then protecting the environment as well. So immediately when we learned about the release last Friday, we responded. We shut down the line immediately within just a few minutes of confirming the leak. And then from there, we set up an incident command structure, and we've had at some points upwards of 250 people out there responding 24/7 to get the release stopped and get the product cleaned up. So we've had a really phenomenal week working with our emergency responders. The Huntersville Fire Department has been phenomenal. I had a chance to meet several of them out on the site, and they've been really good to work with. really collaborative, and we really appreciate that support there. The police department as well has been great. Mecklenburg County EMA, and of course the DEQ who's with us today. So again, we just really appreciate all the collaboration that's gone on over the course of this last week. So we've been monitoring for environmental impacts since last Friday. We'll continue to do so. Again, just making sure that we're protecting not only the responders, but the public in the area as well.
Well, thank you. So Tony, my good friend Tony, you are the local expert on emergency management, and you've worked closely with Colonial on this response. From your perspective, how is the response being handled?
Well, first off, when you say that I've worked closely with Colonial, that's not an understatement. They've been great partners to work with, very open, and answered all our questions as we went through the process. But for everybody's understanding of an emergency, it's really in 3 phases. It's that initial phase, and then the emergency action phase, and then the response phase, the mitigation phase after that. And so we're pretty much into phase 3 now. So let me just talk about phases 1 and 2. The initial response was exactly what you said. It was, as soon as it was detected and verified, product was stopped. And that's the best way to stop was to turn it off, and that was done quickly. The emergency response with the incident command structure took place. That was the next phase of it. Workers were there, up to 250, so you said. I didn't count. It was just a lot of people there. Air monitoring took place. Groundwater, soil monitoring took place. We're very blessed with a lot of response assets in this community, in this county. And we responded with those assets on Friday and into Saturday. But Colonial brought a plethora of air monitoring equipment and groundwater equipment, and that phase went really well. They have been spot on their monitoring, where they chose their spots and how that's worked. And that was overseen by our hazmat coordinator, Chief Tim Hartzell, and he was very pleased, along with our state partners. Everybody felt like that emergency response phase went really well. And now we've kind of moved into that, we have moved into that monitoring phase, or that mitigation phase, where the emergency response is over, if you will. It's never a hard and fast line. There's always that kind of gray area where there's that handoff over into that mitigation. But we're moving into that mitigation phase where state environmental comes in and helps us monitor there. And I fully believe, with all the resources that I've seen Colonial bring to the response phase, those are the same kind of response, those are the same kind of tools that I think Colonial will bring into the mitigation phase as well. So that's where we stand now.
Well, good. Well, that's reassuring. So Angie, what are the steps have been taken to ensure air quality and ground quality as of right now?
So just to build a little bit on what Mr. Bateman said, water testing was started essentially immediately as soon as we could get out to speak with the homeowners in that 2,000-foot radius outside of the release site. That 2,000-foot radius actually exceeds the DEQ requirements, which we can talk about a little bit more later. And then all of that data is shared with Mecklenburg Public Health, and so they're able to analyze that data alongside with us and make sure that there's no impact. And as of right now, they don't believe that there's been any threat to drinking water wells on the scene. So we also have looked at air monitoring, also as mentioned. So we brought in a crew immediately as soon as we could get them on the ground to make sure that the air in the area, not just of the immediate emergency response zone, but outside of that area as well with the public, is making sure that air is safe for the responders as well as the public. We've done soil removal already, bringing out truckloads of soil, again, just getting that out as soon as we can, as soon as it's safe to do so for the responders on site. As we continue our testing data, we'll share that with the DEQ and other environmental agencies. Again, that partnership is critical. We'll share that data with them and we'll analyze that together to make sure that we're coming up with the appropriate response plans. And again, that longer term mitigation plan is a partnership between Colonial and those agencies. By way of water protection, we haven't seen any signs of any sort of contaminants reaching any of the water supplies, and so we'll continue to monitor that. We've put in precautionary measures on creeks just in case we see anything there, but again, as of right now, we've seen no impacts there.
So, Mayor, can I piggyback on that? Just one comment I want to make about that. It's very important in the response phase for hazardous materials workers and technicians to limit, if not altogether stop, inundation of surface waters. That's a really big point that we press, not just at this time, but in other incidents as well. That's a big thing for hazmat techs, not to allow the product to inundate surface waters. And not to get too scientific here, but oil and water don't mix. So, you know, that's a big thing for environmental workers. And Colonial went right to that and placed booms and there's other strategic things that are done on the hazmat side to collect or keep from spreading if product does get to the surface waters. And to my knowledge, there has been no inundation of surface waters. And that's a really big point to make. There has been no inundation of surface waters.
That's right.
So Angie, the data, will you share that with the homeowners in the area?
For the wells that we test for the impacted landowners, yes, we'll share that with those homeowners and landowners.
Okay, great. Well, Dan, North Carolina DEQ is the ultimate authority here, right? So we're glad you could come. How long will water and air testing and monitoring continue in this area?
As the state's environmental agency, our primary concern is public health and the environment. And specifically in this case, that would be the drinking water wells in the area and the surface water to the north of the release. And as Angie stated, the data we've seen so far, there's been no impact to those drinking water wells or to the stream to the north. Right now we have 3 phases as well. Right now we're in the initial phase where Colonial Pipeline has abated the release, as I understand it. In this phase, they're also taking care of any soils that were immediately impacted. We have requested initial abatement action report, and I can give you a copy of that letter this afternoon for that request. In this initial phase, they'll be taking soil and groundwater samples and sending that to our office. Upon review of that assessment, we'll then send out a comprehensive site assessment request, and during that phase, there'll be more groundwater and soil samples taken to define the extents of the groundwater and soil impact. Moving forward from there, phase 3, we will be going to a corrective action plan. We'll ask Carolina Pipeline and their consultants to provide us with a strategy for cleanup of groundwater and soil to our 2L standards. As far as timelines are concerned, it's difficult to say right now how long this whole process will take. We'll better understand that when we receive the comprehensive site assessment moving forward.
Well, Angie, what steps are Colonial taking to communicate all this information to the community, especially the homeowners in the area?
Right. So one of our company's core values is respect. And so along those lines, we want to make sure that we're being as transparent as we can be with folks in the area here. And so immediately, as soon as we could get the team put together to build a website, they built a website and released it, where we've continued to provide updates with factual information as it comes in to the community, and we'll continue to do that going forward. We've obviously provided consistent, transparent information with the regulatory agencies that have been on site, as previously mentioned in the video. Landowner communication has been strong as well. Within the first few hours of the release, we communicated immediately with those owners directly in proximity to the release. And then in that 2,000-foot radius and in the subsequent days, again, one-on-one communication with them, providing direct contact so they could ask questions if they had questions, and then providing flyers as well. And as that update or as that information gets updated, we're continuing to visit homes that are in that vicinity of the release site. Another update will go out today, as a matter of fact, via flyer. So again, we're just continuing to try to get the information out there. On the website that I mentioned, there's a link that people can click on if they have additional questions or would like additional information, and we have those going into our PIO office for a response to those questions. And this video too is another way that we're trying to get out there. You know, as we mentioned when we first kicked off, we had to be a little creative in the COVID environment. So this video is another way that we're communicating with the community, and hope to continue this type of open communication with them as the response proceeds.
And then I assume you'll continue those type of communications until
That's right.
DEQ says we're all good.
That's right. That's right.
So we probably should have started with this, but do you know what caused the leak, and there will be any future repairs needed on this pipeline?
Right. So right now we're still in the analysis phase. You know, as was mentioned earlier, the first step is making sure that we're protecting the responders and the public. And so now that the pipe has been repaired, you know, the next phase is really going in on the analysis side and trying to figure out what happened. And we won't do that alone. We'll partner with our industry regulator as well as other members of the industry through some pipeline research advances to try to figure out exactly what caused this. That whole process is actually part of our pipeline safety management system, making sure that we're going in and identifying what caused the release, learning from it, and then obviously sharing with others across the industry as well what we've learned from this response. That'll take a period of time. There will be people, you know, in and out of this of the site for a while as we try to perform that analysis, both on the cause of the release and, you know, going forward on the environmental piece as well. But, you know, again, we have a tremendous investment in our asset, and we want to make sure that we really learn from this and really identify the cause so we can make sure it doesn't happen again.
Well, good. So Jeff, you live here in the community. What do you feel your role is going to be going forward in our community?
Yeah, that's a really good question. We talked a little bit about this when we met earlier this week, but for me personally, and a lot of my employees, we live here. You know, we're based here. We go to school in the area. So this is personal for us, just as it is for your constituents. But just a backdrop really quick, with Colonial, we've been a member of this community for over 50 years. Our pipeline runs through here, and our assets are largely, they're unseen. We have a tank farm in Charlotte, but it's really sight unseen for what people around the community see. The pipelines are buried below the ground. But we've been here for 50 years as part of this community, supplying fuel to the Charlotte-Mecklenburg region and to the Charlotte-Douglas Airport. We partner a lot with the Catawba Riverkeeper to make sure that the vital resource of the Catawba River Basin is protected. And like Tony mentioned earlier, is we partner with our first responder community to make sure we have and they have the necessary training and equipment to respond to pipeline incidents. So we're very engaged on the outreach and the partnering with the first responder community. But this is, and I mean this with the utmost sincerity, is that this is my personal priority. This is the priority of my team and for Colonial Pipeline to see us through this, through the response and through the restoration.
You know, one of the things when we talked the other day, I thought was intriguing. Can you explain how you try to catch anything that gets into the streams?
One of our first priorities, obviously, life, health, safety of the citizens and the responders. But one of our secondary primary priorities is protecting surface water. So what we did is we deployed several sets of boom, and it's a combination of hard boom that would prevent any product from moving further downstream, And then also at Mount Holly Huntersville Road, we deployed what we call an underflow dam. So it's more of a hardened structure with sandbags and large pipe that will, especially if you have a storm event that may wash out boom upstream, it's another precautionary, just an extra step. Not that we expect it to hit anything to hit water, because we're considerably a good distance away, but it's just an ever level of protection. We're always planning for what if. Plan for the worst, and you put the measures in place to make sure the worst case doesn't happen.
Well, thank you for that. So, Dan, any additional information you think will be coming out, and what really should the public expect going forward from DEQ?
One of the things I know everyone's concerned about is the impact of drinking water wells, and the sampling events that have taken place so far aren't just a one-time thing. They'll be periodic. The stream monitoring will continue, and just to let everyone know that we're going to continue to work with the town of Huntersville, Mecklenburg County, and Colonial Pipeline moving forward on this till everything's cleaned up.
Angie, what about from Colonial?
So we're not going anywhere. We're working with DEQ right alongside as partners to make sure that the response continues, that we're continuing to analyze the pipeline, that we're continuing to respond as needed to any environmental concerns that are out there. We will remain active, as we talked about earlier. You'll see some activity on the site going forward as we continue that analysis going forward. We'll be working again with our regulators and with the other members of the industry to really nail down and try to figure out where the issue is, and again, analysis on that pipeline. And then also, we mentioned earlier the website. We'll continue to provide updates on the website, so you can expect to see updates on facts as they come in going forward on that website.
And on the website, we have the ability for people to ask questions.
That's right. There's a link that's provided that if anybody has any questions, again, that goes into our PIO office, and you'll get a response to the question via the website.
Well, thank you. Anybody else have anything to say before I wrap it up?
Mayor, I just want to piggyback on that again. If the public citizens have any concern, they can contact emergency management. We're the liaison and conduit, and we created a technical working group, as it is, the very first week, just to support Colonial. So we have all of the experts, if you will, locally in the county: water, air, public health, hazmat, stadium. They're all there. They're not going away. So we're here to answer any questions locally.
Yeah.
So, and you know that you can get to us pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing that's impressed me the most is how many agencies, whether it's from the EPA or DEQ or from the county, that are involved, and hopefully that'll give people comfort in knowing that Colonial's doing the best job that they can, but there's also check and balance, that people are here looking over their shoulder, so to speak. And I'm learning a lot about this incident, and I know there's probably some people that maybe you didn't get your answer asked, so please send it into their website, or you can send it to Charlotte-Mecklenburg Emergency Management as well. We will try to continue to do our best in terms of keeping you updated. Please don't be too frustrated. I know that everybody's trying to work with our pandemic situation that we're in right now, and it can be frustrating that we're not meeting in person, but we're all trying to do our best to communicate to everyone. So thank you all for coming. Thank you, Colonial.
Thank you.
Welcome to this week's edition of NCDOT Now. I'm Lauren Haviland. This week, people traveling between Raleigh and Charlotte have an additional option with the return to service of Piedmont trains 73 and 76. The North Carolina Department of Transportation had suspended operations of the state-operated passenger rail service due to the impacts of COVID-19. To ensure passenger and crew safety, Amtrak has enhanced cleaning procedures and is requiring all customers in stations, on trains, and throughway buses to wear facial coverings. The number of riders per train is also limited to make sure passengers can social distance. For the full schedule of the services, go to ncbytrain.org. Last week, the department honored North Carolina communities that developed the state's best multimodal projects. The NCDOT MOBI Awards, which started last year, honored transportation projects that improve the economy and enhance the quality of life in North Carolina communities. Projects had to combine the use of at least 2 transportation modes, such as aviation, bicycle, pedestrian, ferry, public transportation, rail, and roadway. More than 60 projects competed in this year's NCDOT MOBI Awards. To see the full list of this year's winners and honorable mentions, go to ncdot.gov and search MOBI Awards. Finally, a section of Interstate 40 in Duplin County has been dedicated to a former North Carolina state senator. 2 highway signs now proclaim a couple miles of the interstate as Senator Charles W. Albertson Highway. The former senator served 22 years in the state's General Assembly, making him the longest-serving legislator from Duplin County.
That's all for this week's edition of NCDOT Now. From all of us here at the North Carolina Department of Transportation, safe travels.
Hi everyone, my name is Greg Clemmer. I'm the Division Director of Park Operations for Mecklenburg County. We're here today at beautiful Ramblewood Park. Today we're doing a project where we're redeploying staff. What does that mean? That means that we're taking some of our LPP staff that are in our rec centers, nature centers, some of our admin staff, and bringing them out in the field during this pandemic. So today we're going to show you some examples of what we're doing to keep everybody working and also to beautify our parks.
Okay, so as we clear out the woods, in conjunction with communication with our horticulture department and natural resources, we like to promote our native species versus the non-native invasive species that have been taken over these woods. So primarily we're removing those, and again, it will look so much better when you don't have all that underbrush, when you can see all the way through those woods and you can see, get the scope of the park a little bit better. Well, specifically what we're going to do today, we actually started yesterday. I don't know if you can see, but over in that corner, see how you can see all the way through the trees? Well, we're continuing that project. We've cut down a bunch of, like I said, the small non-native trees, stuff maybe this big around, and we're going to be running all the brush through the chipper just to get rid of it, which we're setting up over there as well. And we're going to just continue to clear out the woods. We've got our limited part-time employees that have come out to help us today, and we're grateful for them, because even with just 4 or 5 people out here to help us, it's going to do the work that it would take us weeks to do on our own. Well, I suppose the primary purpose is really to help get our limited part-time employees back to work. Most of them work in the recreation centers, and they have been closed since we've been in the COVID-19 pandemic, and they need to get hours. They need to feed their families. They need to do what they need to do in order to survive and hopefully get back to some semblance of normal. I guess what I want people to primarily know is the parks are open. We haven't really closed this entire time. We closed our parking lots for a little while, but those are back open now, and we're allowed to go outside. We're allowed to enjoy nature. And because we're kind of slowed down on some of our other activities, we have been improving the parks tremendously in terms of their overall aesthetics and accessibility. So please, I would invite the public to come back out and just enjoy nature. I mean, you're the reason that we're out here doing the job that we do.
Did you see a crime happen? Or do you have information that may help solve a criminal case, but you are too afraid to come forward with information? Charlotte Crime Stoppers provides a way for you to provide tips to the police anonymously. You can call the toll-free phone line go online to our website or use the P3 mobile application to report a tip. You don't have to leave any personal information. When you provide a tip, you will be given a unique identification number. For all future correspondence, you will only be identified by that number. It is 100% anonymous, and you can be eligible for a cash reward of up to $5,000. Visit our website and social media channels to find out more information. Download the free P3 Tips app.
Like every city across the country, we've had to shift our focus to address the impacts of civil unrest and COVID-19.
COVID-19 is a respiratory issue, and poor air quality can lead to increased rates of asthma and things of that nature, which is a comorbidity, and therefore it translates into a higher death rate for populations that have higher rates of asthma.
So this reality that we're living in right now, it really requires us to double down on the goals that we've set for our city to address climate change, to become a low carbon city, those goals that were unanimously passed through the Strategic Energy Action Plan in 2018.
We're trying to reduce greenhouse gas emissions at a pace that is aligned with the Paris Climate Accord. And so that's to reduce emissions by a significant amount by 2050 in order to avoid some of the more catastrophic impacts of climate change.
These goals are twofold. We want to ensure that our fleet and our buildings are run by zero carbon sources by 2030. And then we want to become a low carbon city by 2050. So by participating in the American Cities Climate Challenge, this has really enabled us to accelerate our work, to learn from the work of peer cities, and to make sure that we can pivot quickly in this really challenging time that we're in right now.
While other cities in the challenge, quite frankly, were furloughing staff and were making significant budget cuts, I think everyone from the American Cities Climate Challenge certainly wants to applaud the city of Charlotte on sticking to their commitment and their goals around sustainability. It's these investments that folks are going to look back on and say, wow, they're really leading by example.
This year in June, the city manager signed our sustainable and resilient fleet policy. And this policy ensures that when we replace vehicles, we're replacing them with the vehicle where technology is available that has the lowest emissions. So combining that with our investment in 27 new electric vehicles this year, plus $1 million worth of electric vehicle charging, which will result in about 38 new stations, is really going to lay the groundwork not only to support our steps in the near term, but over the next 10 years for full fleet electrification. You may have heard that CATS won a $3.7 million grant from the FTA, and this grant will result in 6 battery electric buses, charging infrastructure, and workforce development training.
CATS is so pleased to receive this low-no grant from the Federal Transit Administration. This grant will allow us to acquire 3 different sets of electric buses, test those in an urban environment, and make the best choice for transitioning our fleet to electric buses in the future.
Initially branded as Project Peace, but now under the name ReNew, which stands for Renewable Energy and Efficiency Workforce, we will be training at least 45 new folks in clean energy jobs. Those jobs include HVAC as well as mechanical. We'll be excited to see those folks not only receive the training, but be placed in permanent positions upon the successful completion of their training. Last year, you passed our large-scale off-site solar project, which is a partnership with Duke Energy called the Green Source Advantage Program. So this year, with the $2 million budget allocation and the approved budget, we're turning our focus to rooftop solar. So we're looking forward to putting rooftop solar on many of our municipal buildings as a result of this allocation. But as we start to look out towards our community and look at residential buildings in particular, one thing that is really clear is that we have residents, like in many cities, that are cost burdened or what we call energy burden. This means that they're paying a large portion of their income on utilities and specifically energy. We'll need to keep that in mind as we look towards some of our next steps to become low carbon. So taking on these goals has been a huge challenge, and we have accomplished a lot over the last year and a half, and especially over the last several months, as you can see.
So I think it's a testament to the type of teamwork and the individual city staff at the City of Charlotte that have all stepped up and, quite frankly, taken Charlotte to another level.
One consistent observation that I've had is that during difficult economic conditions, sustainability programs often are one of the first targets for moving budget dollars away. So it's treated more as an accessory instead of a necessity. And with the FY21 $3 million budget allocation, Charlotte has bucked that trend and really focused in on maintaining that momentum that's so critical for these programs to really get where they need to and accomplish their goals. So Charlotte deserves a lot of praise for that.
It's going to take a continued effort among city departments, collaborating as we've done, as well as the community and our private sector partners to really reach towards the ambitious goals that you've set. So we are not slowing down. We need to keep building momentum, and we look forward to doing that with you.
We know that we're asking Americans to do a lot right now. So we're asking everyone to be selfless for others so that we can protect those who are most susceptible to this virus.
A question I often get asked is, why should young people care about the spread of coronavirus? Well, we know that people with underlying medical conditions over the age of 60 are at highest risk, but they've got to get it from somebody.
Social distancing is really physical separation of people.
It's what we refer to when we ask people to stay at least 6 feet apart.
Not going to bars, not going to restaurants, not going to theaters where there are a lot of people. It all just means physical separation so that you have a space between you and others who might actually be infected or infect you.
We all have a role to play in preventing person-to-person spread of this disease, which can be deadly for vulnerable groups. For more information on how you can social distance, please go to coronavirus.gov.
Hi, my name is Vince. I work for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in Atlanta, Georgia, better known as CDC. CDC helps to stop the spread of diseases and to keep people from getting sick. We're kind of like detectives, but instead of stopping bad guys, we help to stop germs and diseases. Our job is to use clues to figure out how people get sick. Then we use that information to try to prevent people from getting sick. And hand washing is one of the ways you can do that.
And I'm Sarah. I also work at the CDC with Vince.
We're here today to talk to you about Global Hand Washing Day. Global Hand Washing Day is a day to celebrate the importance of clean hands around the world. Global Hand Washing Day has been celebrated since 2008 in more than 100 countries. It's a good reminder of how hand washing helps us stay healthy and why washing our hands with soap and water is one of the best ways we can avoid getting sick.
Countries all over the globe celebrate Global Hand Washing Day in a variety of ways. Hand washing really is important because everyone can get sick from germs.
Has anyone heard of germs? What are they?
Germs are too tiny for you to see, but they can be found everywhere, on your hands, your desk, your pets, and your toys. There are a lot of different types of germs, like bacteria and viruses. Some types of germs help you, like the ones in our intestines that help break down food. But other types of germs can make you sick, like when you get the flu, a cold, or a stomach ache.
How do germs spread? Do they move around like you and me?
Good question, Vince. People can have germs on many different parts of their bodies. The germs can spread quickly when we move around and touch objects or people, sneeze, or cough. If we're not careful, they can make us sick. We wash our hands with soap and water to help get rid of germs. When we wash our hands, why do we use soap and not just water?
Washing your hands with soap and water can help get rid of germs that can make us sick. Soap is important because it helps take dirt and germs off your skin. Water alone can't do that job very well. We also tend to scrub our hands more when we use soap, so that helps get rid of even more germs.
Is there a right way to wash our hands?
Yes. Let's watch this video that shows the hand washing steps.
That'd be great.
First, wet your hands using running water, warm or cold, whatever temperature feels best to you. Then put soap on your hands. Scrub your hands together for 20 seconds, which is long enough to sing the happy birthday song twice. Make sure to get in between your fingers, the backs of your hands, your wrists, and under your fingernails where the germs tend to hide most. Rinse your hands off. Then dry your hands with a paper towel, hand dryer, or air dry them. At home, it's okay to use a clean cloth or towel.
So now that we know how to wash our hands, what about when we should wash our hands?
Great question. You should always wash your hands after you go to the bathroom.
Or if you help change your little brother's diaper, right?
Right. Also, before you touch or eat your food, and before you make food for anyone else, which includes helping your parents set the table in the kitchen, after you play with your pets or any other animal, or touch their food or cages, after you cough, sneeze, or blow your nose, and after you play outside. These are times when it's easy to get germs on your hands or give germs to other people.
But what if there's no soap? What about hand sanitizer?
Washing your hands with soap and water is best because hand sanitizers don't kill some types of germs. Also, they don't work well if your hands are really dirty, like they can be after you've been playing outside. But if there's no soap, you can use hand sanitizer. Using hand sanitizer doesn't replace washing your hands with soap and water, but it may help you stay healthy if soap and water aren't available.
Okay, so how do we use it?
You should use enough to wet both hands completely, about a dime to a quarter size of hand sanitizer. Then rub it all over your hands until your hands feel dry, which usually takes about 20 seconds.
Great information.
Let's talk a little bit more about colds. Sarah, have you ever had a cold?
Oh yes, and it was no fun. My head hurt, my nose was runny and stuffy, and I just felt awful.
Yep, that sounds like a cold. You can catch a cold from a sick person coughing or sneezing near you, or from touching things that have cough germs on them, and then touching your mouth or face.
How can we stay healthy and avoid catching a cold?
Make sure you don't give cold germs to other people. You can do this by washing your hands often with soap and water. Also, remember to sneeze or cough into your elbow or tissues, like you see in these pictures.
Good to know.
Now, what about the flu? Does hand washing get rid of flu germs too?
Good question. Who's heard about the flu? The flu, also called influenza, is caused by a virus. Viruses are a type of germ, like we mentioned before. In general, the flu is worse than the common cold. When you have the flu, you feel bad. You can have a fever, a cough, sore throat. Your whole body feels bad and your head hurts.
That sounds awful. How do we catch the flu?
Flu germs can spread from person to person through the air when people with the flu cough, sneeze, or talk. Flu germs can also spread when you touch something with flu virus on it, like a table or doorknob, and then touch your mouth, eyes, or nose.
So back to my earlier question. What if we don't want to get sick? How can we protect ourselves against the flu?
There are two big things you can do to prevent getting the flu and protect others. First, get the flu shot. The flu shot is the best way to prevent catching the flu. Second, try these steps to avoid germs. Wash your hands often and carefully with soap and water. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth because germs easily spread this way. Like we mentioned with colds, cover your nose and mouth with your elbow or a tissue when you cough or sneeze. Throw the tissue in the trash after you use it and then wash your hands. If you get sick with the flu, stay home from school and try to stay away from friends until you're better. Do you still wonder whether hand washing gets rid of germs? We'll show you how it works through a hand washing contest.
Sounds great. This blue paint represents germs that we can't see. The three of us, myself, Sarah, and our friend Jackie, will put the germs on our hands. I'll wash my hands with water and soap. Sarah will wash hands using only water, and Jackie will try to get the germs off without soap or water. We'll start at the same time, and whoever has the cleanest hands after 20 seconds wins. Ready? Set? Go! Time's up. Can everyone show their hands? Okay. I think we have a winner. I washed with soap and water, and I got all the germs off. Sarah, you washed with water only. Looks like you got a lot of the germs off, but there are still some hanging out. Jackie, wow, you're still a mess. We need to get you some soap and water to get those germs off. Obviously, you can see that washing with soap and water gets more germs off faster. So let's review. Why should we wash our hands?
Because of germs. Germs are tiny bacteria or viruses that live everywhere and spread from person to person by touching, sneezing, and coughing. Germs can make you sick, so to get rid of germs and stay healthy, you should wash your hands with soap and water. When should we wash our hands?
After you use the bathroom, before you eat food, after you touch animals or their food, and after you cough, sneeze, or blow your nose.
How should we wash our hands?
With soap and water for 20 seconds, drying your hands afterwards with paper towels, a hand dryer, or air drying them.
How can we prevent the flu?
Get a flu shot and cough or sneeze into a tissue or into your elbow and wash hands often. Okay, looks like we've come to the end of our presentation today. Thank you so much for joining us. If you want to learn more, visit one of these websites.
There are emergency warning signs you'll want to know about. Anyone who has any of these signs should get medical care right away. Look for these flu emergency warning signs in children. Fast breathing or trouble breathing. Bluish skin color. Not drinking enough fluids. For example, the child is not going to the bathroom as much as normal or having significantly fewer wet diapers. Not waking up or not interacting. The child may be so irritable that he or she doesn't want to be held, Or he or she may have flu-like symptoms that improve, but then return with fever and a worse cough. To review, get emergency help right away if your child has any of these emergency warning signs: fast breathing or trouble breathing, bluish skin color, not drinking enough fluids, or not having as many wet diapers or going to the bathroom as normal, not waking up or not interacting, being so irritable that the child does not want to be held. Flu-like symptoms improve but then return with fever and worse cough. The emergency warning signs are slightly different for adults. Get medical care right away for any adult who has one or more of the following symptoms: difficulty breathing or shortness of breath.
Honey, I think we need to get to the emergency room right now. You're so short of breath.
Another emergency warning sign to look for is pain or pressure in the chest or abdomen, or having sudden dizziness. The person may appear confused, or have severe vomiting or vomiting that is persistent and continues.
John, I'm gonna vomit again. I can't believe I feel this bad.
To review, look for these emergency warning signs in adults: difficulty breathing or shortness of breath, pain or pressure in the chest or abdomen, sudden dizziness, confusion, severe or persistent vomiting.
Yes, my wife, she has the flu, and she keeps vomiting, and she just can't seem to stop.
If you or your loved one has any of the warning signs described in this video, get medical care right away.
When it comes to food and beverages, most of us have an abundance of choices, just down the street at the local grocery store. But sometimes things go wrong due to snowstorms, power outages, and other natural and man-made disasters.
It doesn't take a large catastrophic disaster for any one of us to find ourselves in a situation where we are stuck in our home, maybe for a period of days, without food and water available to us other than what we have there.
If you were stranded at home, what would you want on hand?
Tuna in packets. We have peanut butter.
Dried fruits.
Canned goods.
Some nuts. Some bread and milk.
Chicken in a can.
It's important to have the right things on hand because, as we know, emergencies do happen. Experts stress that it is best to be prepared with at least 3 days of food and water.
You don't need special foods that are around the house, those non-perishable things that you have every day. Canned soup, dried food items.
Stockpile things you like and normally buy. Just buy a little more of them. Stockpile foods that are non-perishable and don't need refrigeration or cooking.
Your freezer. After that, that's when you go to your stockpile of canned goods and non-perishable products. Just make sure you have a manual can opener as well.
In a disaster situation, you need to maintain your strength by eating at least one well-balanced meal a day. And you need to make sure you drink enough liquid for your body to function properly. Having a supply of clean water is a top priority.
You need to have enough water for hydration, food preparation, and daily hygiene. Store at least 1 gallon of water per person per day. You can buy packaged bottled water or store safe tap water in sanitized plastic containers. Place the water in a cool, dark place and change every 6 months. If you run out of your stored water supply during an emergency, you can treat tap water to make it safer.
Contaminated water can cause diseases such as dysentery, typhoid, and hepatitis.
To treat tap water, 2 generally accepted methods are to boil water for at least 1 full minute or by adding 16 drops of regular unscented household bleach to 1 gallon of water.
The things that people can do to prepare for emergencies are very simple, just require common sense, but are so important. Preparing your home for an emergency is something you want to do ahead of time. It's so much better for our well-being should something happen.
Over the last several days, actually dating back to last Friday, several demonstrations that have developed here in town. Although, a couple of flashpoints and some more eventful moments than others, certainly no similarity to what we had witnessed back in June, where things had, gotten flat out violent at times. Just rewind back to June 2nd in particular, there was the situation that had developed over on College Street with our civil emergency unit and the dispersal that took place and developed out there trying to, disperse the demonstrators that were assembled on College Street, and those agents were deployed, and that's been a big part of the news cycle for several weeks for good reason. For those who've been paying particularly close attention, we, the CMPD, had petitioned the courts to release all of the video associated with that June 2nd to the community. We had been granted, that order was granted just last week, I believe it was the 21st, by a judge. Chief Jennings is here this morning to talk through that. Those videos will be released publicly to the community today, and Chief Jennings wanted to get out in front of that and discuss what those videos will involve. Chief Jennings.
Thank you, Rob. So just to reiterate a little bit, this afternoon, the CMPD is going to be releasing over 50 videos that involve the June 2nd dispersal orders that were given on 4th Street between College and Tryon. Just to also reiterate some that it's important to know that CMPD actually petitioned for the release of these videos. We wanted to make sure that we were as transparent as we possibly could be. The court has granted us the opportunity to release that, and we will be doing that here shortly. Just to put it in context, there are over 100 hours of video, audio, and different things that we looked at in the investigation that concluded that the actions that were taken on June 2nd by our officers and by our civil emergency unit at the time were within our policy. Now, I will acknowledge, however, within these videos, there's a human side of this. There's officers, this June 2nd incident was the 5th day that officers had been encountering riotous behavior, where they were being assaulted and verbally and physically. So there's a human side of this, specifically involving one of our sergeants that you will see in the videos that made some inappropriate and insensitive comments. Since then, there's been an internal investigation, and that supervisor has been disciplined within departmental policy as well. So the actions of CMPD on June 2nd may have very well been within the policy at the time. However, we did realize that we have room for improvement. There's some areas that we have been able to look at that we wanted to also hear the community and our citizens on how they would like to be policed. and how we handle certain events, and I think we've done that, and we've been able to make those policy updates. I'll go over a few of those policy updates with you, and then we can have some questions as well after that. So first, if a dispersed crowd reassembles at another location after a lapse in time, additional dispersal orders must be given based on the current circumstances and not previous activities. So this is important when you look at June 2nd, that a lot of the things we hear a lot, that there were peaceful protesters that we deployed riot control agents on, and that they were peaceful at the time. However, what our basis for the deployment and dispersal of the chemical agents or the riot control agents was the fact of what had happened previously that you will also have video evidence of as well. So at this point, we are saying that we have to be able to act on what's currently occurring, not based on what has previously occurred if there's a lapse in time. When a dispersal order is given, the dispersal order and exit routes will be communicated repeatedly, loudly, and clearly to the crowd. This is one thing that was missing on June 2nd, were the dispersal, the locations of egress routes. Although we gave dispersal orders, the crowd was unclear of where they were supposed to go, and there were also some unintentional blockage of their egress point that had occurred when you see they felt they were boxed in based on the riot control agent, the cloud of smoke that they were looking at. Also, designated exit routes will not be intentionally blocked by riot control agents, by police officers, or any physical obstructions. We want to make sure that if we give a dispersal order and we're deploying riot control agents, that we do not block those paths by the riot control agents, by officers, or any other physical obstructions. We want to have clear exit routes for people to be able to get out of the crowd and disperse appropriately. And we do not want to block that in by any means necessary when at all possible. And then also, riot control agents will not be used to intentionally corral or contain crowds. So we will not be using riot control agents and forcing crowds to go into those riot control agents for dispersal. We want to make sure everybody gets an opportunity to leave. Once a dispersal order is given, the best action that can be taken and the success for us would be for everyone to comply with that and to leave appropriately, and that we do not hit anyone, that no one is hit with an irritant that is peacefully protesting and not intended for those individuals. So again, prior to deploying riot control agents, dispersal orders and exit routes must be given. Now, there is an exception to that. We look at exigent circumstances. If officers are being physically assaulted directly and we need to quickly, for the safety of the officers and for the demonstrators or protesters, we need to deploy those agents. So that will be an exception. And then we look at the body-worn camera policy updates. As you know, there were very few Civil Emergency Unit officers equipped with the body-worn cameras that night. However, they're actually assigned to body-worn cameras. They're just not able to mount them on the Civil Emergency Unit protective outfits that they wear. Since then, we've rectified that. We have mounting equipment for their body-worn cameras on all Civil Emergency Unit officers. All those officers are now required to wear a body-worn camera. They are also required to turn those cameras on when they encounter the public during a deployment. We also have that assigned to the bike officers, our dual sports, which are the motorcycle, dirt bike style vehicles you see out there, and our Civil Emergency Unit leadership. And again, they are required to wear them when engaged with the public during an activation. And everything we have done since this incident, and the things that we've looked at to improve our agency, it confirms to me, and it's a testament that we are one of the finer agencies in the country. CMPD is always looking to improve. We're always looking to get better. I think it's important that we hear what the community has to say, and that we take that in consideration when we start making policy updates and policy changes. This is an example of that. I think it's something the community should be proud of, although what you're going to see on the video is not anything you want to see people have to go through, particularly when they're trying to have their freedom of expression and trying to make a point out in our community. However, I think what you should be proud of as a community is that our department has responded and our department has gotten better, and we will continue to get better. We're human. There's always going to be mistakes that's made. I think what we need to be judged by is how do we get better after mistakes are made, and how do we better serve our community. So very proud of the men and women that serve CMPD, some of the work that they've done, the resiliency that they have. You'll see on the video, I hope that it's equally shared to see how the restraint that they withheld for many of those nights. And as you're looking at June 2nd, also understand that this was day five of some very serious protests and riotous activity that CMPD was trying to keep our community safe. So with that, I'll finish with my comments and take any questions.
To be clear then, we're going to see videos from just the June 2nd?
Just the June 2nd was the petition, and that's what will be released, yes.
Can you speak to how much of the videos have been redacted compared to what was submitted to SBI?
Everything that we are releasing is every bit of it, all that we have, and SBI had also access and reviewed all of those videos as well.
Will you have availability to talk with the media after these videos are released?
There'll be some availability, yes. I don't know if I'll do a press conference again, but yeah, we can certainly accommodate if we want to have some one-on-one conversations.
Chief, with these new protocols that you have in place, what is the ramification for officers who don't turn on their body cam or are not following these new protocols?
That's a good question because, again, we're human. We're going to make mistakes. So we look at it as if any other event. It's a policy violation for not turning your body-worn camera on already when you are answering calls for service and dealing with the public. So we would take that approach similarly. Now, the other good thing about it is when you talk about our civil emergency unit, you're talking about hundreds of officers. So you think 50 videos to review now is a lot. If every officer has their camera on and recording video, then that number is going to be astronomical. But however, what it will capture is every angle, every part of that incident that we're wanting to capture.
How was that sergeant disciplined to be a little more transparent about that policy and what those procedures are?
Yeah, so what we looked at was conduct unbecoming, and part of what we look at is does it hold our department in disrepute, and what is the degree of harm? And we felt like comments of this nature that will appear insensitive to the public, that even though they were private conversations as they were captured on video, the degree of harm, I think, is great because the public has a certain expectation of us, and we have high expectations of ourselves, and not just of ourselves, but of our supervisors. So with that, the discipline was significant. That Sergeant has regretted what he has said. It wasn't meant for public consumption, obviously. However, he also has acknowledged that there is consequences that come with those behaviors. So I think CMPD acted appropriately in what we passed down on disciplinary action, and we'll just want to move forward from this point and continue to get better.
Can you elaborate further on what those consequences are?
Yes. The sergeant received 2 weeks of suspension. Also has been relieved of his specialized assignment. Also has been relieved of his privileges to train, and also will not be eligible to participate in promotions for a period of at least 2 years.
We haven't seen the video yet, but is there something that the community, those people who were trapped, in that building, is there something that they could have done differently? What is your message to those people who are there right now?
Yeah, so my message will always be, if you hear the police give a dispersal order if it's not your intent to disobey those orders or not your intent to be a part of that process of the protests or demonstrations. If your intent truly is to have a peaceful demonstration, if you hear dispersal orders, you should realize that the next step will be for us to disperse the crowd, and that will often be through riot control agents, which will give you irritation to your eyes and your breathing, and it's very uncomfortable. So my advice would be that you associate with the peaceful protests. As you know and you saw during this time, we had protests of upwards of 8,000 to 10,000 people. Not one riot control agent deployed, not one civil emergency unit officer deployed. We had bike officers to facilitate the crowd. It was very peaceful, and not one single incident occurred. That's the groups, or those are the groups in the protests and demonstrations that I would want to be involved in, not the ones that are destroying property and setting things on fire and damaging the roadway and throwing items and stuff in the roadway. So that's my message. If you truly intend on being peaceful, then align yourself with those peaceful demonstrations, and we will accommodate that to the best of our ability.
I have a question about some of the more recent protests in the last couple of days.
Yes.
There have been some complaints that the use of pepper spray was overzealous. Is any of those incidents under review?
Yes, all of them are under review. When we use pepper spray, that is a use of force. Internal Affairs has looked into that, and also Chain of Command will be looking at the dispersal of pepper spray. What I can tell you, that pepper spray is used anytime there's active aggression. And we are very clear. I've looked at the videos of that where the people that were sprayed were involved in active aggression, and they were trying to, whether assaulting officers or taking officers' bicycles, the public order bikes. Now, the unfortunate part of that is pepper spray is not, it will have residual effects on people surrounding them. So there were people that unfortunately, may not have been involved in the actual assault or active aggression that might have gotten some residual effects of the pepper spray.
Isn't it true that the clips, the body cam footage that we're going to see this afternoon was only released after the plaintiffs for the NAACP lawsuit against the department petitioned the courts on Friday to see the video after they were hid in the chambers?
No, absolutely not. We had a earlier petition to release. We petitioned the courts very early to release those videos, probably within 48 hours. I'm not exactly sure, but we had the petition first. Now there was if you recall, there was a temporary restraining order that was heard by a judge in reference to the riot control agents and the use of those. Now, after that was over with, which it was denied, the petition then came to release the videos that was watched during that hearing. So the judge decided that he would hear the entire petition that we had previously put out for all of the videos, not just that one section. So I think that was appropriate. Instead of piecing out different sections of the video, I think the appropriate thing is to release it all at one time. So I commend the judge for that decision.
Yeah, one last question, perhaps. Having changed some of these policies that you outlined, does that suggest that the policies weren't sufficient before, and that we didn't handle it well back on June 2nd?
No, it doesn't. I know what you're asking, but to be perfectly out front with this, the actions that we took, although the tactics were not put forth appropriately the way that they should have been put forth, that tactic is actually an acceptable tactic based on the training that people see across the country with civil emergency units and mobile field force. However, we also see the other side of that although the tactic was acceptable, when you look at the aesthetics of it and how how the people within the protests felt they were boxed in because the smoke and the cloud that they could not see on the other side of that. We realized very quickly that is something that we do not want to repeat. And how do we not repeat that is that we change our policy, we change our training, and we did that practically that same, within a couple of days, we began having those conversations, and they continue to this day on how we can continue to improve not just this, but any policies that might relate to protesting and things that we're seeing here lately.
2 questions. Any other officers disciplined besides that one sergeant you already mentioned?
That's the only person that's been disciplined. There has been some training updates that we've done and things like that to again improve on how we respond to these types of incidents. But as far as disciplinary action, that's the only one.
And then we know that the body cam footage was body cameras were only being worn by the bicycle cops in the June 2nd incident, not the ones in the Fuller riot year. For the body cam video that's going to be released this afternoon, so it's just those bike cops. Were they close enough to get close-up shots of what was going on?
You're going to get a good depiction of what was going on. Not only are you going to see body-worn camera footage, you're going to see video footage. You're also going to see surveillance footage from our surveillance cameras uptown. So anything that's on our server that's related to June 2nd will be released to the public, and that's in excess of 50, so hundreds of hours. And I think it's going to take some time to go through it, but you will be receiving everything.
Anybody else?
Thank you, Chief.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I know a number of you have questions concerning the timing of this. The judge issued that order and back on the 21st, and it will be released. We're authorized to release those videos in upwards of 50, I think 51 to be exact, after 12 p.m. today. So we're working with our technology folks. We've got some side issues, technology issues that we're working through right now. And apologies in advance. I know some of you didn't get the emails about today's advisory for the press briefing. Thank you for following us on Twitter. I think City IT is still trying to work through those kinks. Don't have a definitive timeline on when those videos will be released. It won't be before noon, though, I can tell you that. Probably closer to the middle of the afternoon if all the planets align. All right? Appreciate everyone's patience as we work through some of these technical issues, too.
Did you see a crime happen? Or do you have information that may help solve a criminal case, but you are too afraid to come forward with information? Charlotte Crime Stoppers provides a way for you to provide tips to the police anonymously. You can call the toll-free phone line, go online to our website, or use the P3 mobile application to report a tip. You don't have to leave any personal information. When you provide a tip, you will be given a unique identification number. For all future correspondence, you will only be identified by that number. It is 100% anonymous, and you can be eligible for a cash reward of up to $5,000. Visit our website and social media channels to find out more information. Download the free P3 Tips app.
We need your help. Coronavirus is still here.
And we have to stop it.
From devastating our families and our economy.
Please wear a mask.
Please wear a mask. Please wear a mask. Wait 6 feet apart.
And wash your hands often.
With these simple actions, you could help save my patients.
Our business.
My job.
And my mom.
We're all counting on you.
Welcome to this week's edition of NCDOT Now. I'm Lauren Haviland. This week, people traveling between Raleigh and Charlotte have an additional option with the return to service of Piedmont trains 73 and 76. The North Carolina Department of Transportation had suspended operations of the state-operated passenger rail service due to the impacts of COVID-19. To ensure passenger and crew safety, Amtrak has enhanced cleaning procedures and is requiring all customers in stations, on trains, and throughway buses to wear facial coverings. The number of riders per train is also limited to make sure passengers can social distance. For the full schedule of the services, go to ncbytrain.org. Last week, the department honored North Carolina communities that developed the state's best multimodal projects. The NCDOT MOBI Awards, which started last year, honor transportation projects that improve the economy and enhance the quality of life in North Carolina communities. Projects had to combine the use of at least 2 transportation modes, such as aviation, bicycle, pedestrian, ferry, public transportation, rail, and roadway. More than 60 projects competed in this year's NCDOT MOBI Awards. To see the full list of this year's winners and honorable mentions, go to ncdot.gov and search MOBI Awards. Finally, a section of Interstate 40 in Duplin County has been dedicated to a former North Carolina state senator. 2 highway signs now proclaim a couple miles of the interstate as Senator Charles W. Albertson Highway. The former senator served 22 years in the state's General Assembly, making him the longest-serving legislator from Duplin County. That's all for this week's edition of NCDOT Now. From all of us here at the North Carolina Department of Transportation, safe travels.
They said a bottle was just a bottle. That no one would ever notice me. But I knew I could be more. That one day, I would make people smile.
Hi everyone, my name is Greg Clemmer. I'm the Division Director of Park Operations for Mecklenburg County. We're here today at beautiful Ramblewood Park. Today we're doing a project where we're redeploying staff. What does that mean? That means that we're taking some of our LPT staff that are in our rec centers and nature centers, some of our admin staff, and bring them out in the field during this pandemic. So today we're going to show you some examples of what we're doing to keep everybody working and also to beautify our parks.
Okay, so as we clear out the woods, in conjunction with communication with our horticulture department and natural resources, we like to promote our native species versus the non-native invasive species that have been taken over these woods. So primarily we're removing those, and again, it will look so much better when you don't have all that underbrush, when you can see all the way through those woods and you can see, get the scope of the park a little bit better. Well, specifically what we're going to do today, we actually started yesterday. I don't know if you can see, but over in that corner, you see how you can see all the way through the trees? Well, we're continuing that project. We've cut down a bunch of, like I said, the small non-native trees. I know, stuff maybe this big around, and we're going to be running all the brush through the chipper just to get rid of it, which we're setting up over there as well. And we're going to just continue to clear out the woods. We've got our limited part-time employees that have come out to help us today, and we're grateful for them, because even with just 4 or 5 people out here to help us, it's going to do the work that it would take us weeks to do on our own. Well, I suppose the primary purpose is really to help get our limited part-time employees back to work. Most of them work in the recreation centers, and they have been closed since we've been in the COVID-19 pandemic, and they need to get hours. They need to feed their families. They need to do what they need to do in order to survive and hopefully get back to some semblance of normal. I guess what I want people to primarily know is that the parks are open. We haven't really closed this entire time. We closed our parking lots for a little while, but those are back open now, and we're allowed to go outside. We're allowed to enjoy nature. And because we're kind of slowed down on some of our other activities, we have been improving the parks tremendously in terms of their overall aesthetics and accessibility. So please, I would invite the public to come back out and just enjoy nature. I mean, you're the reason that we're out here doing the job that we do.
Fancy pants peanut butter? A big screen television? You haven't even brought a sofa yet. A motorcycle? When your father finds out, he's gonna flip his shoes with 2 buckles? What do you even need 2 buckles for? Mr. Big Shot, buying whiskey shots for everybody in the bar. From the looks of it, I'd say nobody even remembers. Feed the pig.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Progress today. Lauren has worked really, really hard to kind of pull all the data that we've been looking for together in a way that is easier to understand. And so we're going to let her run through the agenda and the little pamphlet she has here. Cindy, do you want to say anything?
No, welcome everybody. Glad you're here.
So Lauren, you want to take it from here?
Sure. I'm going to send Christy the link really quickly. She just emailed me. 1 second. Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and go over the questions that were asked at the last meeting. So July 23rd's meeting. And if you guys have any questions, again, just raise your hand and we can go to the questions as we move along in the presentation. So what questions were asked? Since it's been a month, we'll go over them. So how often do City of Charlotte council members run for re-election? And how often are these incumbents who are running winning re-election? So we'll go over that first. And then we've provided a bit of data on state representatives and those district sizes. Then we did update the City of Charlotte Council and Mayor compensation historical data table. And I have Lauren Ruvalcaba, who is a senior policy analyst with the Department of Strategy and Budget on the call too. She's worked with the Department of Human Resources as their budget liaison. So if you have any questions on compensation or any of the history, she'll be a great resource for us today. Then our next question was, is an annual 3% merit increase really typical for other North Carolina cities and Charlotte peer cities? And then the Department of Human Resources completed a compensation survey on council support staff for North Carolina cities and Charlotte peer cities. We'll look at that information and the averages on the compensation for those support staff. And also lastly, what is the we talked a lot about last time, a 2-term limit. So what is the likelihood of the North Carolina legislature passing 2-term limits? And is there possible local legislation that could get passed? Okay. So looking at incumbents and re-election, I looked through the Board of Elections data since 1999, and conveniently enough, 99 incumbents have run for re-election since that year. Of those 99 incumbents running for re-election, 86 won in primary elections and 13 lost in primary elections. So you have about an 87% rate of incumbents winning in the primary election. And then once they've moved on to the general election, out of those 86, 84 have won. So only 2 have lost in general elections. And 3 have, and it's actually 3 because one of the persons who lost in a general election was running, had ran as a district rep, but was running for mayor. The longest serving mayor since 1999 has served 5 terms or 10 years. The longest serving at-large member has served 3 terms, and the longest serving district representative has served 6 terms for 12 years. The longest serving council member has served 8 terms. That was 6 terms as a district representative, and then 2 as an at-large member. These were not consecutive terms. This council member ran for mayor and was out for 1 term and did not win the mayoral election. Okay. So as we start talking about population estimates and look at North Carolina representatives' district size, I just wanted to review sort of where the city of Charlotte is going as far as population goes. Again, the city of Charlotte has partisan odd-year elections, and we have 2-year terms with no term limits. There are 11 council members, 4 at-large, and 7 district representatives, and a mayor. Us and Mecklenburg County are the only municipalities who have partisan elections that we look at and compare to Carolina cities. And then according to the city's council district tool online, the city's 7 council districts have an average population of around 112,546. This data is off. I'm assuming this matches more with the 2000 census than the recent census estimates. So again, if we look at where the population is now versus where it was in 2010, the census calculated the city of Charlotte population at 731,424. But then in July of 2019, Census.gov reported an estimated city population of 885,708. This is a percent change of approximately 21%. So based on the data from last year, I think it's fair to estimate that in 2020, each of the 7 districts would have an average of 126,530 residents. So you can take that number and compare it to what the state has. And I think mostly we're looking at the House. Okay. And then I looked at North Carolina State Congressional, Senate, and House districts by population. Again, you're probably only wanting to look at the House. North Carolina has 120 state House districts with an average population of 79,462. Compare that with the city of Charlotte's potential average of 126,500. Our next question was based on council compensation historical data. We had given you a table that was created in 2018, but we'd asked the Department of Human Resources to update that table, and you guys have that on your OneDrive. Again, Lauren's on the call, 2 Laurens now. Lauren Rubalcaba is on the call if you guys have any questions in regards to that. But just an overview of that, prior to fiscal year 2009, City Council received half of the broadbanding merit budget as an across-the-board increase. In 2009, you'll see their salary significantly increased, and they voted for the future council increases to be equal to that of the broadbanding merit budget, which became the salaried pay plan in FY 2020. So what that means is So where salaried, while they're part-time, they're still treated as salaried employees. And instead of our departments, the departments can provide a 3% merit increase, but they can sort of fix it. So some people could receive a 1% merit increase where other people receive a 5% merit increase. It just has to average out to 3%. Council, we don't move that percentage. They receive typically across the board 3% annual increases. And then we wanted to look at how does that compare to our peer cities and other North Carolina cities. And from the information that was gathered by Human Resources, the city is actually, their annual increases seem higher than what we're comparing them to. So for North Carolina cities and counties, the average annual increase is 2.23%. From our 20 peer cities, again, this was a low response rate, but from who we got it from, the average annual increase for council and mayor salaries was 1.43%. And then for the top 10 council manager cities, the average annual increase was 1.24%. So we just talked about annual increases, and now we're going into compensation. And we've gotten all this information before, but we wanted to place it on one slide so you guys had it and you could easily compare it. So we're looking at comparing the city of Charlotte to their peer cities in Mecklenburg County on mayor and council total compensation. So you can look there, the mayor total compensation for the city of Charlotte is $45,096. And again, none of this is new information. City council total compensation for the city of Charlotte is $33,915. We compare that to Mecklenburg County. Mecklenburg County's board chair total compensation is $57,720. Mecklenburg County's board commissioner's total compensation is $50,020. And just to reiterate, these total compensations include all allowances received by council or the board. Then we look at North Carolina cities and counties. The average mayor total compensation is $32,756. The average city council total compensation is $25,457. Then we look at our peer cities, and again, this encompasses cities that have manager council forms of government, but also mayor council with a strong mayor form of government. So you'll probably definitely see a higher mayor salary with these cities. The average mayor total compensation for our 20 peer cities is $130,879, and the average city council total compensation is $59,750. Looking at council manager cities only, the average mayor total compensation is $78,717, and the average city council total compensation is $48,336. Now, those are mayor and city council salaries. We were asked to do a survey on support staff and what is typical across North Carolina cities and our peer cities. So when we look at that, most North Carolina cities do not have, they're not as large as Charlotte. They don't have an Office of Constituent Services. Most of the support comes from the municipality's clerk's office. And when we're looking at the clerk salaries, the average salary from our comparable North Carolina cities is typically $72,557. When we look at our peer cities, we didn't have the strongest response rate potentially due to the current pandemic. 6 out of our 20 peer cities responded. These peer cities have positions like administrative assistants. They have executive assistants or an office administrator. And typically for the 6 cities that responded, they have 3 support staff for the mayor and 11 for council. For these 20 peer cities, the average support staff salary for the mayor was $69,975. The average support staff salary for council was $61,395. Then we look at cities that align closely with that are council manager cities, we got a response rate of 7 out of 10. And these positions include analysts, executive assistants, administrative support personnel, and then similar averages for the number of support staff, 3 for the mayor and 9 for council. Again, the city of Charlotte has a total of 8 people in the Office of Constituent Services, but remember they're also supported by the Office of Strategy and Budget, who, for me, example, I do the city council agendas, and the city of Charlotte council is also supported by the city manager's office, and the city manager's office and strategy and budget take requests that council makes. And the city clerk's office provides records management for the council and also supports city boards and commissions. And then for the top 10 council manager cities, the average support staff for the salary for the mayor is $72,232. And then the average support staff salary for council is $61,978. So as far as compensation, that's all we had for you today. Just a few updates. We're working on a public input survey to provide to our residents, and we would post this on the website and distribute to communities. Amy can talk a little bit more about that. We were just wanting to get feedback from residents as you all start thinking about making recommendations to City Council. Our webpage is now live. So if you click this link, it'll take you to the Citizens Advisory Committee on Governance webpage for the city. And then we also have an email now to receive public feedback. On our webpage, there's a green box at the bottom. Citizens or residents can click on this box and submit emails. Those emails will go to a folder that Patrick and I have access to, and we'll consolidate those comments and submit them to you all. Any questions?
So if you'd like to raise your hand to state a question, just click on the participant circle that's at the bottom of your screen. If you open up your participant panel, you can then raise your hand from that panel. It's a little tiny raise hand. So I see one from Ms. Isel.
Thanks, Donata. Lauren, thank you. Can you repeat the email address that people can use to send questions or comments?
Yes, short and sweet.
Yeah.
CACG@charlottenc.gov. And then on the web page, it just has a green box that says provide feedback to the committee, and that takes you directly to a link to the email, and it pops up and they can type in their comments to submit.
Lauren, this is great. Thank you for the summary. I think where we are from our last meeting, where we left, is we were really ready to go on that decision, or at least a straw poll on 4v2, and having the city council have, instead of 2-year terms, which they currently have, to move on to, or considering 4-year terms. And we wanted more information about that. And also, since we've last met, we've talked about doing some kind of survey because of this situation we're in, and we are only able to do Zoom meetings. We want to get this out to the public that we're doing this, and make sure the citizens are involved, and any stakeholders that would like to be involved can be. So we'll talk about that. Cindy, do you have anything you want to say? Cindy? Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't have anything I need to say.
Okay. So where we are is we wanted to find out, I think the majority said they were interested in 4-year terms, but with term limits. So, where are we on that? Lauren, did you get any data? you threw that out as a trial balloon? Or did Patrick?
I think Patrick spoke with our the person who works for the city with the.
Yeah, this is Patrick, and I don't know if Dana Fenton is on the call or not. He did reach out to our lobbyists to just get a sense as to what the mood might be over in Raleigh at the General Assembly. I will admit that I was pessimistic about it, and the feedback came back more positive than that, which is that there may not be, any vested interest one way or the other in a local term limits. That doesn't. I'm not trying to suggest that that could happen or would happen. I just expected to get back dead on arrival. Don't even think about bringing it, and that's not what we got. That does not mean it won't ultimately be dead on arrival, but it may be something to where if you want to think about it, that could be something that we could at least ask for, absent getting additional feedback saying don't ask for it. And Dana, I don't know if you're on the call, if you want to add anything to that. You may not be on the call.
I also talked, this is Cindy, I also talked with Tracy Montrose, who is the Alliance Committee Chair for Public Policy, and she felt the same way, Patrick, that probably we could get that done.
Mm-hmm.
This is Mimi. What would this require? What would we have to do this, and how much time are we talking about to actually do it?
So, and I'll speak with Dana as to more specifics, but you're talking about, I think it would be local legislation, and we have not even begun the process of talking to our local delegation, but that could be a local act specific to the city of Charlotte to allow for term limits. I think that's where we would at least start. I don't want to necessarily, open up the and ultimately somebody other than me will make that determination. But I think the first step would be to consider some local legislation to allow us to do that, if that's the direction that you and ultimately the city council wanted to go.
Would this be a special election, or would this have to be tied into some other election cycle?
Typically, and I've seen it work. In fact, one community went from 13 council members to 7, had a referendum, and then eventually they were able to, in that referendum, some of the terms, some of the offices would close out, and I think over the course of 2 election cycles, you ended up with that community going down to 7, and they continued to be staggered elections as well. So that would be something to where if we went down that road, would be handled in either the legislation in that sense of the terms, or if you went with a voter-approved referendum, that would be handled in that language as we're putting together the referendum.
But would that limit what we can do with this committee because of the time necessary to seek the referendum?
Yeah, so you're talking about anything that you do is going to be in 2021 anyway. At this stage, so if you want to discuss things and make a recommendation, keep in mind that this committee is going to make a recommendation to the city council, who will then have the chance to take a look at it and ultimately either approve or reject your recommendation. But certainly it would be done in time if there was going to be a need for a referendum to be able to put it on the ballot for November of 2021.
And that would give us time to do what we're still supposed to do, because if we could do a 4-year term with a limit, that would be huge. That would go a long way towards solving what we're trying to solve.
And as as you all go to finalizing your recommendations, obviously we will take your recommendations and then start the process of sowing the ground, if you will, in terms of if the council wanted to implement the recommendation, what would need to be done, when it would need to be done, and we would build our timelines around that.
we're going to make a decision about what we'd recommend to City Council, and then we deliver that recommendation to City Council, and they put it on their agenda to discuss it and vote on it. And, will it go to referendum? Maybe we talk about that. Maybe that's something we should talk about, that we would suggest. What do you think?
You can certainly do that, and I the Mayor Pro Tem is on the line as well, because there was that discussion about the 2-year, 4-year terms, I believe, prior to my arrival in Charlotte. And maybe Julie can talk to you a little bit about the pros and cons of going forward with a voter approved referendum versus the City Council doing it itself.
Yeah, thanks, Patrick. That's what I was going to ask, is if you could just lay out for everybody which of those actions could be done without a referendum, if the council wanted to, and which ones would have to have a referendum. Even if the General Assembly said yes, you can. We're not going to stand in your way if you want to do term limits. I guess that is a state legislation issue, but would we then still have to have a referendum? Maybe if you could just clarify that a little bit.
Sure. So I think that the issue of term limits, whether you could get that or not, that's a legislative change, and I think basically you would just need to get that legislation from the General Assembly if it so chose to give that to Charlotte, and that again assumes that the City Council accepts that and moves it on to their legislative program. The issue of 2 years to 4 years, that's an option I believe that the council could do, or you could pass it on to the voters to approve that in a referendum. So the change in the term length, you've got a choice on that. I know that in the past here in Mecklenburg County, that's been put to a referendum and has not gone forward with that. Obviously, there are potential political challenges by doing something that you don't think the voters would do, and that's something that the elected officials would have to take into account. And I don't know, Julie, if you'll. I know that there was at least a discussion about whether or not to do that. Again, a couple of months prior to me getting here to Charlotte, and I don't know if you have any thoughts about that sort of conversation that you all have and that consideration from a political perspective.
Sure. That's kind of how this committee came about, was because we did talk about whether we would make that decision with a referendum, and a lot of council members, some of whom are not on council anymore, felt like in general the public didn't necessarily understand why we were asking. And so we felt like there needed to be a citizen engagement component of it, people that could do exactly what you're doing to understand the issues and then really help make whatever the recommendations are, because certainly it makes a big difference if you don't have to go to a referendum. Just from a timing standpoint.
This is Janice Robinson. So I was looking at the last committee, in 2010, and it looks like it was called the Restructuring Government Committee. And a couple of things on that. So it looked like this committee was made up of, was it just City Council members? If I looked at this correctly, anybody else take a look at this document? Okay, well. Also,
I think it was former mayors, Mayor Vinroot and Mayor Gant, who led it. And I thought it was citizens from what I remember.
I thought it was citizens. Wow. I did too, but it looks like it was a lot of city council members on that. But it was called so here's the question. So it looked like there's the Citizens Advisory Committee, but then there was this Restructuring Government Committee. It looked almost like two different committees, but more importantly, it looked like they made a recommendation. They recommended going to 4-year terms, and then I guess sent it up to the council, and it just says council took no action on it. So, do we know if there's a reason why they did nothing with it at all, or doesn't mean that they voted on it or something?
And as I can find out from Mayor Vinrud or Mayor Gant, I remember, and somebody on council will remember why nothing happened. I think it was kind of split, but again, that was a long time ago, considering how much the city's grown.
Yeah.
It might not be relevant if it's these.
True. Yeah, and they laid out, looked like a pretty good plan, from the way that they recommended that it get done. And so, so it may be something we can, if with our recommendation, they can model it. Yeah, I want me to share what I saw, how they laid out, how they recommended to get done. Do I need to share?
There's a lot of dogs barking, and if people are not, they mute themselves, please.
Okay, you want me to share any of what kind of how they suggested that it gets done?
Julie, are you talking?
It's Janice.
Oh, Janice.
Yeah, that's me, Janice. Well, first, it suggested that they were suggesting that the districts go to 4-year terms, and then it would get voted on. The districts would go to 4-year terms, like in 2000. This is in 2005, and then the at-large and the mayor would go to stay 2-year terms through 2005. And then they will go to 4-year terms in 2007. So it was kind of staggered, so everybody wasn't changing to 4-year terms at the same time. And then after that, the next time everyone would be voted in. It would stay 4-year terms after that. But it was staggered so that the whole council, the mayor, and the at-large all go to 4-year terms at one time, which seemed like a pretty good strategy to me. Anyway, something to consider.
Any more comments or questions about what we're looking at right now?
Sam has a question.
Yeah, this is.
Sam?
Yes, this is Sam Smith. I was wondering, to Janice's point, I don't know if it's Julie or Mayor Pro Tem Julie or Councilor Patrick, if you guys could let us know why didn't they move on that recommendation? Is it because of the referendum issue, or was it just simply City Council just didn't see the need of doing it at the time? Does anyone have an answer? Or it may have been an answer, I just wasn't clear on it.
Find out. I'll ask, because I do remember the discussion, but I don't remember the answer. So I'll find out for you.
Thanks.
That's just to have some historical context, as we're trying to make a decision and so forth. But just a thought.
So I do want to. I'll just add, Mr. Driggs might be watching, Councilmember Driggs, and he reminded me that if the council wants to proceed on term lengths without a referendum, they can do that. But if anyone in the community puts together a petition and they get 5,000 signatures, they can make it go to a referendum.
That is true. Yeah.
So,
has that ever happened? I mean, the council would want to do something, and there actually would be someone getting 5,000 signatures.
I haven't heard of it, Mimi. We can look back at it, but not that I recall.
any more questions, comments, suggestions right now? Okay, so in our last meeting, we were talking about taking a straw poll on this. Do we feel as if we have enough data to say what we would suggest on this issue, on this one charge? What do you think?
I feel like
this is Sam. Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. This is Sam. I think we got enough information at least suggest a recommendation to move on this particular issue.
I agree.
Amy, you're on mute.
Guys, just real quick, if we were talking about were you looking at the bipartisan group that Harvey Gantt and Richard Vinroot put together? Is that what we were discussing earlier?
That's right, Peter.
Because I think from reading it looked like they recommended against the 4-year terms because there hadn't been any public outcry about the 2-year terms, and if it wasn't broke, don't fix it.
That's what I thought, Peter. I thought they decided by like one vote not to change anything.
I'd have to go back and look at the level of support. But I just thought it was interesting that there was the bipartisan group that was both saying it, and there's been bipartisan people who have agreed since then. Everybody from Kenny Smith to Jennifer Roberts.
Pete, can you repeat that last sentence? I've got a little interference back here.
Yeah, I was just saying that there was that bipartisan group that recommended keeping the 2-year terms. And that was Harvey Gantt and Richard Vinroot, and they were saying there was no public outcry to change things, and that if it wasn't broke, don't fix it. And that I know that was 2011, but that the bipartisan recommendations to continue with 2-year terms has continued. And it was everybody from Kenny Smith to Jennifer Roberts in 2018.
So I seem to have a memory that the county commission actually put 4-year terms on a referendum, and it was rejected by the voters. Does anybody remember when that was?
Yeah, the most recent one was 2015.
And it was on the ballot, right?
Yes, and it failed by a 2-to-1 margin.
There you go.
And it also happened in the 90s and 80s, but that was obviously the most recent.
And so that's where, and I'm not lobbying for it, but that's where I think it would be helpful to get input from people that work with council members and council members and staff, is to find out in practice, what's it like to work with new council members, onboard them, get them up and running. Because elections have changed a lot. And Kenny Smith and I used to have this conversation. And in all honesty, I'd say, Kenny, being a District 6 rep is very different than being at large or District 2 rep, for instance. And so that's where I think it would really be helpful to get input from council members, people that the development community, the advocacy community like Sustain Charlotte, the Alliance, people that do work on a regular basis. I just think to see in practice how it really works, rezonings in particular, they just take a lot of time to learn how to do it. And with the city growing as fast as we are, you need to know this stuff. And again, I'm not lobbying for it. I'm just saying that's why this has come up. The other point to be made too is that the cities like Boston, the mayor serves for 4 years and the council is, or no, it's the other way around. Council is 4 years, mayor is 2 years. And so that's a discussion too. Is it worthwhile to talk about the mayor's office? Because the reality is you really are running for office for a third of the time in your 2-year term. And as staff will tell you, everything comes to a halt. If there's major votes coming up, for instance, we've got the comprehensive vision plan vote coming up this spring. And it's going to be during an election cycle. And we're, staff's nervous about that because when you have something like that, if there's difficult decisions, historically they've waited and they've put it off. They did that with the UDO. They waited 8 months until the election was over. So I think it would be great for you guys to talk to staff. I guess.
Have we arranged that we do?
Yeah, this is Sam. I wanna pick it back a little bit on what Mayor Pro Tem Julie said. I have had an opportunity to speak to several council members, and from the sound of things, most of them support the 4-year term. And I also want to just share with this group that I know we trying to compare historical data to what we are trying to do, but we also have to understand where Charlotte was 2 years ago or 4 or 5 years ago when the county commissioner did it, and in 2011 when it was recommended. When the census come out in a couple months, or let's just say next year to make it simple, Charlotte's going to look different. We're going to definitely have over 1 million people in the city, or close to 1 million people. And I just personally don't believe that we should continue to let our council members serve only 2 years. To Mayor Pro Tem's point, they take 1 year just to run. The next year, they're trying to get acclimated. So by the time they're on board, they're already 2 years behind in the process. And for a city that has 1 million people, to me, that could be problematic. So I just wanted to just kind of just think about that. What we are doing here is only making recommendations. If it gets shot down, it gets shot down. But I don't want to just stick on what 10 years ago, it didn't happen, and then we're going to have a whole nother conversation on it. These are just recommendations that we're making. And if council decide to shoot it down, or the voters decide to shoot it down, they shoot it down. But I think we still need to make some recommendation on this 2-year, 4-year term sometime today.
Well, I think part of our recommendation is not just the 2-year, 4-year term. It's whether we think the council should go to a referendum or whether we think they should not go to a referendum.
So let's add one other piece on that too, and then I'll be quiet. The other thing too is that city council, because a lot of it is because of the zoning work that we have to do, we meet every week. County commission and school board meets every other week.
I agree with Sam. I haven't spent a lot of time having conversations with city council members about it, and I'm basically basing my opinions about it just from the whole standpoint of just being able to get stuff done, organizational management and so forth. I mean, if you're spending a year, running, and then the next year, you're starting to just learn the process, and then you got to start all over again. It's just not very practical. And so I think to be able to be effective and make good, wise, effective decisions, that council members will need more time to get acclimated and so forth. So I think it's just it's from a very practical standpoint that I have my opinions about this. And so I wonder, is this need to be done in two different straw votes? Like whether or not we're going to recommend the going to 4-year terms and then a separate vote on the referendum or not? Is that how that needs to be done, Cindy?
I think so. I mean, I think it's two separate things.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm.
So based on our last meeting and the data we have, do you agree we're ready to do a straw poll on the 4v2 and referendum or not? I've got a yes from Sam and Janice.
Now, Amy, just very quickly, it's just Sam again. Are we also, and we may already probably cover this, but the part about the term limits, because I think that was one of the holdup last meeting is that we said 4 years, but I think I was saying 4 years with term limits, and someone else was saying 4 years without term limits. So, are we good on 4 years? Because it sounds like we can't really make the decision on term limits. It sounds like the people in Raleigh has to make that decision, right?
But I think we can make a recommendation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think last time the majority agreed that they would like to suggest 4 years with term limits. So I think we would vote on that or take a straw poll, and then again the extra one of the referendum. Would we suggest this goes to the voters to decide or not?
Well, if we've had a referendum before and it didn't seem to do so well, maybe we ought to look through another path for the term limits. Patrick, you were saying there was another way?
The term limits is not we weren't talking about that as the referendum. That has to go to the legislature.
Right. Yeah. The term limits is a legislative fix, but term limits, legislative fix, length of term. You've got the combination of council doing it, voter referendum, with the possibility, as Mr. Driggs mentioned, that the voters could launch a petition to require it to go to the voters.
It seems that we need to have as many people involved in this decision because it's a big decision for Charlotte. So anyway,
are you asking for more comments? For more people to have some comments?
So,
Can I speak up, people?
Can everybody chime in? Are they ready to take a straw poll on this? This is our first charge from Vi.
Well, would the straw poll include a section that would include term limits as a requirement for going to 4 years?
That's what we discussed last time. Okay. I think we agree on it. I don't. Is anybody disagreeing on that?
Repeat that: a 4-year term with 2 term limits, a
4-year term with term limits of some sort.
Yes, that's my feeling. Yeah.
I agree to that.
And if Amy, if I could just ask, just again to help you all decide how you're going to vote on this, is the move from 2 years to 4 years as being proposed, is that conditioned upon legislative approval of term limits? And just keep in mind that there's certainly no guarantee that could happen. So if there weren't, a subsequent term limit given to us by the General Assembly, would you still be interested in going from 2 years to 4 years?
Yes, I would.
So would I.
This is Sam. I would too.
Same here. This is Janice.
So why don't we disconnect these? Why don't we have a vote on 2 to 4 terms, then a recommendation about potential term limits, yes or no, and then referendum or not referendum.
Sounds great.
So do we want to go ahead and raise our hands around those that are in agreement on 4-year terms?
Amy, you want to do a roll call?
Sure. Well, actually, if everyone can just, because I don't have gallery view, I can't figure out how to do that. So if everyone, Janice, I have Janice and Sam so far who've said aye.
Cindy says aye.
Mimi says aye.
Okay, Mimi.
We're gonna take the PowerPoint down, and you can put yourself in gallery view, and then folks can raise their hands.
Okay.
Perfect.
Eleanor says aye.
Kristen?
How do we get to gallery view? Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I'm not completely decided on the 4-year term, but I'm thinking that I think it's a dramatic change for city council for what it's been. I hear what Sam's saying about we're probably going to be a city of 1 million plus people. I agree with that, and there's been a lot of change in this town since, let's say, we were on 4-year terms. The last time there was an election was 2016. Are we comfortable with someone getting elected tomorrow that will serve through 2024? And how much change is this city going to see in the next 4 years? And that's largely where my concerns kind of lie. So with that being said, I don't know that I support a 4-year term.
That would be no.
Yeah.
And let's see. No. Pete. Pete.
Yes. I just want to say real quick, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Drake, I appreciate the work that both of you do and the whole city council. I definitely appreciate the pros and cons of both sides. And I appreciate what you're saying about the 2-year terms and the difficulty about, 1 year's reelection, just like in the State House, the State Senate, and Congress. But because it's been reviewed before, because bipartisan opposition, and because the voters have rejected it before, that's why I'm going to recommend staying with 2 years.
Peter, I just want to say that's not, I'm not judging that at all. That's why you guys are doing this. I think I've tried to stay off the call, but I think there was a feeling that maybe it would help to have a little perspective on why questions get asked. So I definitely can see pros and cons as well. And I think Mr. Driggs, if he's still on, probably even feels a little differently than I do. So it's understandable.
Ed, are you on the call? I don't see you.
Mr. Driggs is not on the call. I think he's watching on YouTube.
Ah, okay. Yeah, and one thing we didn't have is really the staff input on this, but Patrick, what are you thinking? I mean, Brandon.
I'm sorry, was that to me?
Yes. No, it was, at first it was, and it was
Okay.
Brandon Pierce? I don't know if Brandon hears. Here he is.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yes, absolutely. I vote aye.
Okay. Okay, we've got everyone. We're missing someone. Okay. So I have to kind of say that I I really, as someone who's was part of the political process when my husband ran for council and served, and also seeing other people serve, I just feel like if you get in for 4 years and you run again and you say it's just not very flexible. And I kind of agree a little bit with Pete that people have been doing this and it can be pulled off. You have to juggle about staff or a bunch of hats, but we've got incredible staff in the city that is supportive, and I would say probably no.
Do we have everybody? Are there other people that haven't spoken yet? Eleanor?
Eleanor?
I'm here. I said that I am that I'm for it. I go back and forth because I do understand that that it's a big commitment, especially for part-time. But I also I've in the past year and a half, I guess, I've just become real uncomfortable with the fact that our leaders and our decision makers are running for office over half the time that they're in office, and making decisions based on. And I guess they're always making decisions in some ways based on reelection, but with that just at the forefront of their mind.
Thank you, Eleanor. Cindy, I think we're ready to we've voted on this. So it looks like straw poll looks like the committee is recommending 4-year versus 2.
Hasn't spoken. I haven't pulled out my list of committee members, but it feels like we don't have everybody.
We are missing, I think, 2 people. Get down.
They were here from David Flower.
Yeah, David Flower. Where's David? And Liz said she was going to be late. Weiner. I don't know if she's on yet either.
And Ceci's not here either. So are we? Let's see. Cindy, do you think we can go ahead and take this without them, or should we text them and see if they can give us a proxy?
I don't know. I guess we can just send out what we have, and then next time if somebody has a different opinion, we can add them to it.
Cindy, I'm here, but the host has muted me. I've been here for a little while.
There's a little touch the bottom of your screen, Liz.
Mm-hmm.
And you should be able to. You're not muted right now. I can hear you.
You can? Okay. I'm here. I'm so sorry I'm late. Yeah, I'm here. I've been here for, I don't know, a couple minutes.
Okay. So we were voting on 4 versus 2-year terms.
Okay.
And whether right now we're voting on if you want to support 4-year terms.
Okay. You want me to vote now?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I would vote on 4-year terms.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Please excuse me for being late. I apologize.
Oh, that's okay. Okay.
Hey, Amy and Cindy, could we do a roll call vote?
I wish. Yeah, if somebody's got the list, I was looking. I don't have it right in front of me.
Yeah, I can pull it up real quick. I think we're missing
Bessie,
a Richard, but I haven't seen him on any of the meetings.
Yeah, I have not
Okay.
seen meetings either.
Let's see. And I do see Christy now too.
Oh, yeah, I see her too.
Okay, so we have 1 second as this pulls up. I think we have everyone. Brandon, I don't see, is Brandon? Yes, I see.
Yeah, Brandon's here. I see that we're just missing Ceci.
Yep. And Rick Pfeiffer, but again, I haven't seen him on anything. So I'll do a roll call really quickly on who would like to vote for. So terms first. Mimi Davis.
I vote yes for 4.
Okay. Christy Long, can you unmute? Hold on, let me, I see you sent me an email. You may have, Wendy, could we unmute Christy?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hey, Christy.
Hi, I vote for 4-year term.
Yes. Okay. Kristen Connor.
Kristen Connor, I vote no for 4-year terms.
Okay. Peter Smolowitz.
I'm going to vote no.
Okay. Brandon Pierce.
I vote yes.
Sam Smith.
Yes, I vote yes.
Eleanor Norman.
I vote yes.
This is Brandon Pierce. I'm not sure if my vote got heard, but I vote yes.
Okay, thank you. Liz Weiner.
Yes, I vote yes.
Okay, Ceci's not here. Janice Robinson.
Yes. Hi, can you guys hear me? It's Liz.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Something's the matter with the way it's showing up, I guess. I don't know.
Janice.
Yeah, I vote yes. Can you hear me?
Okay. And, yes, ma'am. Cindy.
Yes.
Amy.
Amy?
No.
Okay, so that's 9, 4, and 3 against.
Thank you, Lauren, for doing that. Okay, so should we vote now on whether you would like term limits? And Lauren, can you do the same thing all over again? And if it's a yes if you like term limits, and it's a no if you don't.
Can I just
I'll go in the same order.
do clarify one thing real quick? Are we voting for term limits based on 2-year terms or 4-year terms?
Sorry, I had to, are we voting no? Yes?
Cindy, you're on mute. Sorry.
Whether term limits only based on if we have 4-year terms. Is that what people expect? Yes? Okay. Makes sense?
So, my feeling is even if we stay to 2-year terms, I think we should consider term limits, even if it's 2-year terms. But what we're voting now, from what I understand, is based on going to 4 years, but then voting for term limits. But does it matter?
Well, it does because it's the number of terms, right?
I'm sorry?
It's a number of terms. We had talked last time about if we went to 4-year terms, we'd want two 4-year term limits, 2 terms.
Correct.
If you're
Correct.
going to want term limits on 2-year terms, then is it you want 4?
Well, we can discuss that. I think that personally, I think there should be some term limits, even if it's 4 years, whether it's 4, 5, or 6. I don't think we decided, kind of had much discussion on that. But my personal opinion is that, you know, I would like to see term limits. But so is that, do we need to discuss the 2 options?
Yeah, I think, Jenna, that's a good point. I think that's a separate vote. I think first we should probably clear the 4-year options out, get that out the way, and then discuss if we do stick a 2-year term, you know, what would that look like? I think that's a separate conversation, I think.
So we want to start with the first vote being 4-year terms, limit of 2 terms, if you want term limits in that regard. Okay, Lauren, can you take a roll call?
Okay. Mimi Davis?
Yes, for 2-year term. Yes, for 2 term limits.
Christy Long?
No to terms.
Kristen Connor?
Yes.
Peter Smolowitz?
So if there are 4-year terms, we'd be limiting them to 2 terms. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, then I would vote yes to term limits.
Yes. Okay. Brandon Pierce?
Brandon?
Oh, Brandon.
Y'all hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
So they're voting on if with 4-year terms, would there be 2 term limits?
Okay, can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good.
Yep.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, so yes, I support term limits on 4-year terms. And just for some background information here, I'm logged in on the phone in the WebEx, but I don't know if during the next meeting there's an option to have just the phone dial-in information.
Okay. All right. Sam Smith? It looks like his connection may be bad. We'll go to Sam. I'll come back to you. Eleanor?
All right, so we're, and I know this has been asked before, but we're waiting on if there are 4-year terms only, right?
Right.
Yes, contingent of 4-year terms.
Okay, then yes.
Okay. Liz Weiner?
Yes, I vote for term limits.
James Robinson?
Yes.
Cindy Patterson?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
I can't hear you. Yes, okay. So that's That's 10 for and 1 against.
Did we ever get Sam's vote?
Can we wave at him somehow or chat with him?
It doesn't seem to be there.
Yeah, I can chat with him.
Okay.
This is Brandon Pierce. Sam gave me his vote, and let me go read it to make sure I got it right. He votes yes to term limit.
Okay.
And then
Thank you.
this is also still Brandon. My internet keeps dropping on this call, so I can't guarantee that for the next vote it will be working. I might vote. Am I allowed to vote now for the
Yes.
next one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I vote no to term limits on 2-year terms.
Okay, so now we're voting on, with 2-year terms, do we want term limits?
And do we want
Mimi Davis?
2 limits or 4 limits?
Okay.
This is Janice, since I kind of brought that up. So if it's 4 terms with the 4-year term at
8 years.
Term limit, so we're looking at 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not opposed to, and I'm open to discussion of having 2-year term for 2 years, a term limit of 4 terms as an open discussion, to open up the discussion.
Well, what we're saying is no matter what we do, it's 4 years. They get 4 years with 2 4-year terms or 4 years with 4 2-year terms. Is that kind of what?
It's,
yes. 8 years.
They get to be 8 years.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Shall we vote on the 2-year terms with term limits with 4 term limits?
Correct.
Okay.
Unless anybody else have any
Mimi
another
Davis?
opinion. Does anybody else have an opinion?
Don't we need to clarify this? These would be consecutive, or they could run again.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, and maybe
It's not consecutive, so if they sit out and then run again later, I mean, but yeah. But I'm just curious if anybody else have any thoughts about a particular number that they're thinking.
Well, I think we're trying to be consistent too. If we're saying a city councilman, 8 years, it's a 4-year term, why would that change it to a 3-year term?
Mm-hmm. Good point. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. I'm just curious. Like I said, I put it up as to open the discussion.
Does anybody have any more comments or suggestions on that?
I think the only difference would be if you have 2-year terms, you're facing the voters every other year. To me, there's a bit of a difference. That 4-year terms, you're in office for 4 years, you get reelected, you're in 4 years, and then after 8 years, you're done. But if you're facing voters every other year, I keep making comparisons to Congress and State House and State Senate, but I don't see a need for limits if you're facing voters every other year.
Oh, I see what you're saying. The fact that they're going to be facing the voters every other year, then why put a limit on it? Right? That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Well, I think that's a good point. However, I think from what we saw, there's some people who have been in office for, several years, several terms, and yes, the voters get to decide that. That's true. But for various reasons, sometimes some folks kind of stay forever. But even sometimes voters are, how can I say this? Sometimes voters may not have all the information at their disposal to make a very good choice for various reasons. But I think that's a good point that Peter makes too.
Do we have to take the vote tonight? Or could we have more time to think about it?
Well, Lauren, in all the data that you saw, and I have to pull it up again, but with cities city councils with 2 years, who run every 2 years, do they have term limits? I don't remember that jumping out so much, but perhaps that's something we look at, because the voters are the ones, like Pete said, they're going to keep electing these people or they're not. So that's kind of their terms. But I see what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
I would like. I think we have some other areas that we go on. This is Janice Robinson. I think we have some other areas of our mandates that the council want us to look at. I think if we can go ahead and kind of finish this part up, it will be good so that we can focus on some of the other areas that we need to get to. Because I think we have some kind of a time limit too when we need to be done with all of our work. I understand too. So.
Can I offer a suggestion as well on this particular point, and kind of to Janice's point? This might be when the mayor had suggested that if you would like a panel, maybe at next month's meeting, if you want a panel of council members, it could be present and former, to answer questions, and you might say to them, what do you think are the pros and cons of term limits? And it might be, even I have found that just talking to colleagues, it's things I wouldn't think of on some of these questions. So that might be, to Janice's point, if you want to put that aside and get onto the things you feel like you can talk about, you might get more input from people if you'd like that from council members.
Yeah, actually, Julie, I was kind of proposing that we go ahead and vote on this one to get this off the table.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
I'm a checklist type person. I have to check off stuff.
Well, guys, we got about 10 minutes here, so let's decide. We can postpone this one and then just talk about whether we want to support a referendum or not, or we can try to vote on this one. So it's up to folks. I think some folks that voted for term limits may vote no for 2 year for limits on the number of 2 year terms. I think Peter had a great argument about why you probably don't need it. So if people are ready to vote, then let's do it. And if not, we can postpone.
Right. I say we vote on the referendum today. And I'm not sure, was that really part of our charge to say if it was 2 years, should we put term limits on it, or does it matter?
Term limits weren't even part of our charge, but somebody brought them up initially. And there was strong agreement that people wanted to talk about it if we went to 4 years. So that's why we're talking about it.
That was me. I was the culprit that brought that up. And I'm fine.
That's fine. Absolutely fine.
Okay.
I'm committee. This is what you get.
That's it. And I'm fine either way. If we want to vote on the 2 year or not, I'm fine either way. So whatever the consensus is among the group, I'm good.
This is Christy Long. I am not sure when it would be appropriate to talk about it, but we've talked a lot about salaries, and I'd just like to revisit how we think about how our council members and our mayor are paid. Someone said in an earlier meeting that it's really a full-time job with part-time pay. So I'm wondering, are we excluding some subset of the population who could not afford to be a city council person or mayor, but would be a great advocate for the city of Charlotte, but because of the pay, it kind of rules them out and the time commitment. So I don't know if it's appropriate for us to talk about it in our next meeting or even on this committee, but that's something that
Christy, we are going to talk about that, and we're trying to move step by step through this. So that is probably the step after we decide about our recommendation on the number of years in a term and how long you can serve and whether we want a referendum.
Okay. So probably the next meeting, that would be next meeting. So should we take a straw poll on the referendum for now?
So the question is, if you vote yes, you want a referendum. If you vote no, you don't want a referendum.
Okay, I'll do the roll call. Mimi Davis?
You said Amy?
Yes. Mimi Davis. Okay. Christy Long?
Christy?
Okay. You're unmuted now.
No.
No. Okay. Kristen Connor?
No for the 2-year term limit.
We're,
No. We're doing the referendum now, Kristen. Do you want a referendum on 4-year terms or not?
So does, just so I understand, referendum means it goes to the vote, the public?
Correct.
Then yes, I want a referendum.
Okay.
Peter Smolitz?
Yes, I would recommend a referendum. It's a big enough change that I think the voters should have their say.
Brandon Pierce?
Yeah, I don't feel strongly one way or the other for this one. I'm going to go with yes for the referendum. It just seems like in years past we've always done that. And so, yes.
Sam Smith?
Yes for the referendum.
Eleanor Norman?
Yes for the referendum.
Eleanor, is your surname Shell or Norman?
It's Shell. So Norman's my maiden name.
Okay, thank you. Got it. Liz Weiner?
I don't think we need a no on a referendum.
Okay. Janice Robinson?
No.
Cindy Patterson?
No.
Amy Peacock? I couldn't hear. No, I still can't hear. I don't know why.
Can you hear me?
Thumbs up, thumbs down? Okay. That's 6 for and 4 against.
Lauren, did you get me? I'm for referendum. That was a yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, should we stop here? Because I would hate to start a discussion about compensation with 5 minutes left to go.
I think we should, as much as I want to dive into it now, but I know we are almost out of time. So does anybody have any questions or comments or additional things they would like to have some more explanations before we sign off for tonight?
I'm okay signing off for the night, but I just wanted to just make sure that I understood. So the next steps would be when we meet again, right? It would be to the salary and compensation and the size of the districts. Is that correct?
Yeah, we probably won't get to size of the districts next time. I think compensation will take a while.
Okay.
And I
And
think
then
we still have that issue of whether we want to weigh in on staff support.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I think Amy had mentioned something in the last meeting that I thought was interesting, the idea of nonpartisan elections. So I didn't know if that was on the table as well.
It is.
Okay. Thank you.
We should probably pick that up first next time, the nonpartisan.
And this is Janice, and we'll add on the discussion about the whether or not we want term limits on the 2-year as well.
Does anybody know why there's so much background interference? I can barely hear. Does anybody know is there somebody not on mute?
Yeah, if you're not talking, please put yourself on mute. So the next meeting would be, we'd be talking about the compensation. And I think we've got some great data now from Lauren. Thank you so much, Lauren, and the budget team for pulling that together. If we can really look into that before our next meeting, I believe it's September 3rd. Patrick, did we agree on that? And Cindy? That we're going
We had decided that if there wasn't a need to pull more information or data for the group, that we could probably meet every 2 weeks. If we were pulling more information, then it probably made sense to allow us to get the information to you, digest it. So that would be a 4-week. But it doesn't sound like we need to pull any information for the next meeting. It's just a continuation of the data that we've already got. So I would say if folks can meet on September 3rd, that we just go ahead and continue this conversation while it's still fairly fresh.
September 3rd works for me.
Yeah, September 3rd works for me. I just want to clarify, I was on mute. I think I was trying to ask if we were going to also, not necessarily next meeting, but to finish our discussion about the term limits on the 2 year, if it stays 2 years somewhere in our agenda too. And so September 3rd is fine with me, and it just feels good to have voted something, at least gotten through one of our charges.
Yes, for sure. We'll put that on our agenda to make sure we take a straw poll on that, Janice. Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you all for your time and commitment to this. And thank you, Lauren and Patrick, and everybody for their help. So I think we can sign off now.
Team for
Okay.
being a Liz Weiner. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Who's most at risk for coronavirus? People over 65, people with underlying medical conditions like heart disease, chronic lung disease, asthma, diabetes, people undergoing cancer treatment, and people with weakened immune systems. What should you do if you or a loved one is at higher risk? Avoid close contact with people. Avoid crowds. Stay home if you can. Wash your hands frequently. Learn more ways to protect yourself and others at coronavirus.gov.
CDC has resources posted at cdc.gov/COVID-19 to help you determine if medical care is needed. A guide to help you make decisions and seek appropriate medical care, and a coronavirus self-checker. If you develop emergency warning signs for COVID-19, get medical attention immediately. Emergency warning signs include difficulty breathing or shortness of breath, persistent pain or pressure in the chest, new confusion or inability to wake, blue. This list is not all inclusive. Please consult your medical other symptoms that are severe or concerning. Learn more at cdc.gov/COVID-19 and coronavirus.
Over the last several days, actually dating back to last Friday, several demonstrations that have developed here in town. Although, a couple of flashpoints and some more eventful moments than others, certainly no similarity to what we had witnessed back in June, where things had, gotten flat out violent at times. Just rewind back to June 2nd in particular, there was the situation that had developed over on College Street with our civil emergency unit and the dispersal that took place and developed out there trying to, disperse the demonstrators that were assembled on College Street, and those agents were deployed, and that's been a big part of the news cycle for several weeks for good reason. For those who've been paying particularly close attention, we, the CMPD, had petitioned the courts to release all of the video associated with that June 2nd to the community. We had been granted, that order was granted just last week, I believe it was the 21st, by a judge. Chief Jennings is here this morning to talk through that. Those videos will be released publicly to the community today, and Chief Jennings wanted to get out in front of that and discuss what those videos will involve. Chief Jennings.
Thank you, Rob. So just to reiterate a little bit, this afternoon, that CMPD is going to be releasing over 50 videos that involve the June 2nd dispersal orders that were given on 4th Street between College and Tryon. Just to also reiterate some that it's important to know that CMPD actually petitioned for the release of these videos. We wanted to make sure that we were as transparent as we possibly could be. The court has granted us the opportunity to release that, and we will be doing that here shortly. Just to put it in context, there are over 100 hours of video, audio, and different things that we looked at in the investigation that concluded that the actions that were taken on June 2nd by our officers and by our civil emergency unit at the time were within our policy. Now, I will acknowledge, however, within these videos, there's a human side of this. There's officers, this June 2nd incident was the 5th day that officers had been encountering riotous behavior where they were being assaulted and verbally and physically. So there's a human side of this, specifically involving one of our sergeants that you will see in the videos that made some inappropriate and insensitive comments. Since then, there's been an internal investigation, and that supervisor has been disciplined within departmental policy as well. So the actions of CMPD on June 2nd may have very well been within the policy at the time. However, we did realize that we have room for improvement. There's some areas that we have been able to look at that we wanted to also hear the community and our citizens on how they would like to be policed. and how we handle certain events. And I think we've done that, and we've been able to make those policy updates. I'll go over a few of those policy updates with you, and then we can have some questions as well after that. So first, if a dispersed crowd reassembles at another location after a lapse in time, additional dispersal orders must be given based on the current circumstances and not previous activities. So this is important when you look at June 2nd, that a lot of the things we hear a lot, that there were peaceful protesters that we deployed riot control agents on, and that they were peaceful at the time. However, what our basis for the deployment and dispersal of the chemical agents or the riot control agents was the fact of what had happened previously that you will also have video evidence of as well. So at this point, we are saying that we have to be able to act on what's currently occurring, not based on what has previously occurred if there's a lapse in time. When a dispersal order is given, the dispersal order and exit routes will be communicated repeatedly, loudly, and clearly to the crowd. This is one thing that was missing on June 2nd, were the dispersal, the locations of egress routes. Although we gave dispersal orders, the crowd was unclear of where they were supposed to go, and there were also some unintentional blockage of their egress point that had occurred when you see they felt they were boxed in based on the riot control agent, the cloud of smoke that they were looking at. Also, designated exit routes will not be intentionally blocked by riot control agents, by police officers, or any physical obstructions. We want to make sure that if we give a dispersal order and we're deploying riot control agents, that we do not block those paths by the riot control agents, by officers, or any other physical obstructions. We want to have clear exit routes for people to be able to get out of the crowd and disperse appropriately. And we do not want to block that in by any means necessary when at all possible. And then also, riot control agents will not be used to intentionally corral or contain crowds. So we will not be using riot control agents and forcing crowds to go into those riot control agents for dispersal. We want to make sure everybody gets an opportunity to leave. Once a dispersal order is given, the best action that can be taken and the success for us would be for everyone to comply with that and to leave appropriately, and that we do not hit anyone, that no one is hit with an irritant that is peacefully protesting and not intended for those individuals. So again, prior to deploying riot control agents, dispersal orders and exit routes must be given. Now, there is an exception to that. We look at exigent circumstances. If officers are being physically assaulted directly and we need to quickly, for the safety of the officers and for the demonstrators or protesters, we need to deploy those agents. So that will be an exception. And then we look at the body-worn camera policy updates. As you know, there were very few Civil Emergency Unit officers equipped with the body-worn cameras that night. However, they're actually assigned the body-worn cameras. They're just not able to mount them on the Civil Emergency Unit protective outfits that they wear. Since then, we've rectified that. We have mounting equipment for their body-worn cameras on all Civil Emergency Unit officers. All those officers are now required to wear a body-worn camera. They're also required to turn those cameras on when they encounter the public during a deployment. We also have that assigned to the bike officers, our dual sports, which are the motorcycle, dirt bike style vehicles you see out there, and our Civil Emergency Unit leadership. And again, they are required to wear them when engaged with the public during an activation. And everything we have done since this incident, and the things that we've looked at to improve our agency, it confirms to me, and to me it's a testament that we are one of the finer agencies in the country. CMPD is always looking to improve. We're always looking to get better. I think it's important that we hear what the community has to say, and that we take that in consideration when we start making policy updates and policy changes. This is an example of that. I think it's something the community should be proud of, although what you're going to see on the video is not anything you want to see people have to go through, particularly when they're trying to have their freedom of expression and trying to make a point out in our community. However, I think what you should be proud of as a community is that our department has responded and our department has gotten better, and we will continue to get better. We're human. There's always going to be mistakes that's made. I think what we need to be judged by is how do we get better after mistakes are made, and how do we better serve our community. So very proud of the men and women that serve CMPD, some of the work that they've done, the resiliency that they have. You'll see on the video, I hope that it's equally shared to see how the restraint that they withheld for many of those nights. And as you're looking at June 2nd, also understand that this was day five of some very serious protests and riotous activity that CMPD was trying to keep our community safe. So with that, I'll finish with my comments and take any questions.
To be clear then, we're going to see videos from just the June 2nd?
Just the June 2nd was the petition, and that's what will be released, yes.
Can you speak to how much of the videos have been redacted compared to what was submitted to SBI?
Everything that we are releasing is every bit of it, all that we have, and SBI had also access and reviewed all of those videos as well.
Will you have availability to talk with the media after these videos are released?
There'll be some availability, yes. I don't know if I'll do a press conference again, but yeah, we can certainly accommodate if we want to have some one-on-one conversations.
Chief, with these new protocols that you have in place, what is the ramification for officers who don't turn on their body cam or are not following these protocols?
That's a good question because again, we're human. We're going to make mistakes. So we look at it as if any other event. It's a policy violation for not turning your body-worn camera on already when you are answering calls for service and dealing with the public. So we would take that approach similarly. Now, the other good thing about it is when you talk about our civil emergency unit, you're talking about hundreds of officers. So you think 50 videos to review now is a lot. If every officer has their camera on and recording video, then that number is going to be astronomical. But however, what it will capture is every angle, every part of that incident that we're wanting to capture.
How was that sergeant disciplined to be a little more transparent about that policy and what those procedures are?
Yeah, so what we looked at was conduct unbecoming, and part of what we look at is does it hold our department in disrepute, and what is the degree of harm? And we felt like comments of this nature that will appear insensitive to the public, that even though they were private conversations as they were captured on video, the degree of harm, I think, is great because the public has a certain expectation of us, and we have high expectations of ourselves, and not just of ourselves, but of our supervisors. So with that, the discipline was significant. That sergeant has regretted what he has said. It wasn't meant for public consumption, obviously. However, he also has acknowledged that there is consequences that come with those behaviors. So I think CMPD acted appropriately in what we passed down on disciplinary action, and we'll just want to move forward from this point and continue to get better.
Can you elaborate further on what those consequences are?
Yes. The sergeant received 2 weeks of suspension. Also has been relieved of his specialized assignment. Also has been relieved of his privileges to train, and also will not be eligible to participate in promotions for a period of at least 2 years.
We haven't seen the video yet, but is there something that the community, those people who were trapped, in that building, is there something that they could do differently? What is your message to those people who are there right now?
Yeah, so my message will always be, if you hear the police give a dispersal order if it's not your intent to disobey those orders, or not your intent to be a part of that process of the protests or demonstrations. If your intent truly is to have a peaceful demonstration, if you hear dispersal orders, you should realize that the next step will be for us to disperse the crowd, and that will often be through riot control agents, which will give you irritation to your eyes and your breathing, and it's very uncomfortable. So my advice would be that you associate with the peaceful protest. As you know and you saw during this time, we had protests of upwards of 8,000 to 10,000 people. Not one riot control agent deployed, not one civil emergency unit officer deployed. We had bike officers to facilitate the crowd. It was very peaceful, and not one single incident occurred. That's the groups, or those are the groups in the protests and demonstrations that I would want to be involved in, not the ones that are destroying property and setting things on fire and damaging the roadway and throwing items and stuff in the roadway. So that's my message. If you truly intend on being peaceful, then align yourself with those peaceful demonstrations, and we will accommodate that to the best of our ability.
I have a question about some of the more recent protests in the last couple of days.
Yes.
There have been some complaints that the use of pepper spray was overzealous. Is any of those incidents under review?
Yes, all of them are under review. When we use pepper spray, that is a use of force. Internal Affairs has looked into that, and also Chain of Command will be looking at the dispersal of pepper spray. What I can tell you, that pepper spray is used anytime there's active aggression. And we are very clear. I've looked at the videos of that, where the people that were sprayed were involved in active aggression, and they were trying to, whether assaulting officers or taking officers' bicycles, the public order bikes. Now, the unfortunate part of that is pepper spray is not, it will have residual effects on people surrounding them. So there were people that, unfortunately, that may not have been involved in the actual assault or active aggression, that might have gotten some residual effects of the pepper spray.
Isn't it true that the clips, the body cam footage that we're going to see this afternoon was only released after the plaintiffs for the NAACP lawsuit against the department petitioned the courts on Friday to see the video after they were hid in the chambers?
No, absolutely not. We had a earlier petition to release. We petitioned the courts very early to release those videos, probably within 48 hours. I'm not exactly sure, but we had the petition first. Now, there was if you recall, there was a temporary restraining order that was heard by a judge in reference to the riot control agents and the use of those. Now, after that was over with, which it was denied, the petition then came to release the videos that was watched during that hearing. So the judge decided that he would hear the entire petition that we had previously put out for all of the videos, not just that one section. So I think that was appropriate. Instead of piecing out different sections of the video, I think the appropriate thing is to release it all at one time. So I commend the judge for that decision.
Yeah, one last question, perhaps. Having changed some of these policies that you outlined, does that suggest that the policies weren't sufficient before, and that we didn't handle it well back on June 2nd?
No, it doesn't. I know what you're asking, but to be perfectly out front with this, the actions that we took, although the tactics were not put forth appropriately the way that they should have been put forth, that tactic is actually an acceptable tactic based on the training that people see across the country with civil emergency units and mobile field force. However, we also see the other side of that although the tactic was acceptable, when you look at the aesthetics of it and how how the people within the protests felt they were boxed in because the smoke and the cloud that they could not see on the other side of that. We realized very quickly that is something that we do not want to repeat. And how do we not repeat that is that we change our policy, we change our training, and we did that practically that same, within a couple of days, we began having those conversations, and they continue to this day on how we can continue to improve not just this, but any policies that might relate to protesting and things that we're seeing here lately.
2 questions. Any other officers disciplined besides that one sergeant you already mentioned?
That's the only person that's been disciplined. There has been some training updates that we've done and things like that to again improve on how we respond to these types of incidents. But as far as disciplinary action, that's the only one.
And then we know that the body cam footage was body cameras were only being worn by the bicycle cops in the June 2nd incident, not the ones in the Fuller riot year. For the body cam video that's going to be released this afternoon, so it's just those bike cops. Were they close enough to get close-up shots of what was going on?
You're going to get a good depiction of what was going on. Not only are you going to see body-worn camera footage, you're going to see video footage. You're also going to see surveillance footage from our surveillance cameras uptown. So anything that's on our server that's related to June 2nd will be released to the public, and that's in excess of 50, so hundreds of hours. And I think it's going to take some time to go through it, but you will be receiving everything.
Anybody else?
Thank you, Chief.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I know a number of you have questions concerning the timing of this. The judge issued that order and back on the 21st, and it will be released. We're authorized to release those videos in upwards of 50, I think 51 to be exact, after 12 p.m. today. So we're working with our technology folks. We've got some side issues, technology issues that we're working through right now, and apologies in advance. I know some of you didn't get the emails about today's advisory for the press briefing. Thank you for following us on Twitter. I think City IT is still trying to work through those kinks. Don't have a definitive timeline on when those videos will be released. It won't be before noon, though, I can tell you that. Probably closer to the middle of the afternoon if all the planets align. All right? Appreciate everyone's patience as we work through some of these technical issues, too.
Did you see a crime happen? Or do you have information that may help solve a criminal case, but you are too afraid to come forward with information? Charlotte Crime Stoppers provides a way for you to provide tips to the police anonymously. You can call the toll-free phone line, go online to our website, or use the P3 mobile application to report a tip. You don't have to leave any personal information. When you provide a tip, you will be given a unique identification number. For all future correspondence, you will only be identified by that number. It is 100% anonymous, and you can be eligible for a cash reward of up to $5,000. Visit our website and social media channels to find out more information. Download the free P3 Tips app.
We need your help. Coronavirus is still here,
and we have to stop it.
From devastating our families and our economy.
Please wear a mask.
Please wear a mask.
Please wear a mask.
Wait 6 feet apart.
And wash your hands often.
With these simple actions, you could help save my patients.
Our business.
My job.
And my mom.
We're all counting on you.
Welcome to this week's edition of NCDOT Now. I'm Lauren Haviland.
This week, people traveling between Raleigh and Charlotte have an additional option with the return to service of Piedmont trains 73 and 76. The North Carolina Department of Transportation had suspended operations of the state-operated passenger rail service due to the impacts of COVID-19. To ensure passenger and crew safety, Amtrak has enhanced cleaning procedures and is requiring all customers in stations, on trains, and throughway buses to wear facial coverings. The number of riders per train is also limited to make sure passengers can social distance. For the full schedule of the services, go to ncbytrain.org. Last week, the department honored North Carolina communities that developed the state's best multimodal projects. The NCDOT MOBI Awards, which started last year, honored transportation projects that improve the economy and enhance the quality of life in North Carolina communities. Projects had to combine the use of at least 2 transportation modes, such as aviation, bicycle, pedestrian, ferry, public transportation, rail, and roadway. More than 60 projects competed in this year's NCDOT MOBI Awards. To see the full list of this year's winners and honorable mentions, go to ncdot.gov and search MOBI Awards. Finally, a section of Interstate 40 in Duplin County has been dedicated to a former North Carolina state senator. 2 highway signs now proclaim a couple miles of the interstate as Senator Charles W. Albertson Highway. The former senator served 22 years in the state's General Assembly, making him the longest-serving legislator from Duplin County. That's all for this week's edition of NCDOT Now. From all of us here at the North Carolina Department of Transportation, safe travels.
They said a bottle was just a bottle. That no one would ever notice me. But I knew I could be more. That one day, I would make people smile.
Hi everyone, my name is Greg Clemmer. I'm the Division Director of Park Operations for Mecklenburg County. We're here today at beautiful Ramblewood Park. Today we're doing a project where we're redeploying staff. What does that mean? That means that we're taking some of our LPP staff that are in our rec centers, nature centers, some of our admin staff, and bring them out in the field during this pandemic. So today we're going to show you some examples of what we're doing to keep everybody working and also to beautify our parks.
Okay, so as we clear out the woods, in conjunction with communication with our horticulture department and natural resources, we like to promote our native species versus the non-native invasive species that have been taken over these woods. So primarily we're removing those, and again, it will look so much better when you don't have all that underbrush, when you can see all the way through those woods and you can see, get the scope of the park a little bit better. Well, specifically what we're going to do today, we actually started yesterday. I don't know if you can see, but over in that corner, you see how you can see all the way through the trees? Well, we're continuing that project. We've cut down a bunch of, like I said, the small non-native trees, stuff maybe this big around, and we're going to be running all the brush through the chipper just to get rid of it, which we're setting up over there as well. And we're going to just continue to clear out the woods. We've got our limited part-time employees that have come out to help us today, and we're grateful for them, because even with just 4 or 5 people out here to help us, it's going to do the work that it would take us weeks to do on our own. Well, I suppose the primary purpose is really to help get our limited part-time employees back to work. Most of them work in the recreation centers, and they have been closed since we've been in the COVID-19 pandemic, and they need to get hours. They need to feed their families. They need to do what they need to do in order to survive and hopefully get back to some semblance of normal. I guess what I want people to primarily know is the parks are open. We haven't really closed this entire time. We closed our parking lots for a little while, but those are back open now, and we're allowed to go outside. We're allowed to enjoy nature. And because we're kind of slowed down on some of our other activities, we have been improving the parks tremendously in terms of their overall aesthetics and accessibility. So please, I would invite the public to come back out and just enjoy nature. I mean, you're the reason that we're out here doing the job that we do.
Fancy pants peanut butter? A big screen television? You haven't even bought a sofa yet. A motorcycle? When your father finds out, he's gonna flip his shoes with 2 buckles? What do you even need 2 buckles for? Mr. Big Shot, buying whiskey shots for everybody in the bar. From the looks of it, I'd say nobody even remembers. Feed the pig.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
All right, unfiltered, unbuttoned, and no less unapologetic. We continue to see just a surge in violent crime across the country, in major cities all across the country, and sadly, we're not immune to it right here in our backyard. Things have been awfully busy here in town for us as well. It was just not too long ago up on Beatties Ford Road when you had a 14-year-old kid gunned down just outside of an arcade in broad daylight. Rewind just a couple of weeks earlier, back on June 22nd, we remember the other situation that developed out there on Beatties Ford Road during that street celebration. Hundreds of people in the street, at least 200 shots or close to 200 shots fired, 9 people shot, 5 people mowed down with cars. When the smoke clears, you have 4 people that died during that incident, just a flat-out massacre. You know, couple that with the incident over on Beatties Ford Road, 5 deaths just in a small stretch of our community. More than 53 homicides as we broadcast, as we tape this today. 40, at least 40 of those 53 homicide victims, all African American. Every single last one of them black. And we're not going to talk about black on black crime. What we're going to talk about today is black victimization, because it's happening far too frequently, not just this year. Last year, of the more than 100 homicides, at least 80 of the victims in those homicides were black. Let's get back on Beatties Ford Road again. Let's talk about that incident that developed out during that street celebration. Had a press conference not too long ago with 2 of the surviving fathers of 2 of the young men who were shot and killed out there during that street celebration, and they didn't hold a thing back.
Black Lives Matter, show me. When is it going to stop? Until we stop and we start helping each other, it's not going to never stop. To me, it's like a new slavery to black people, killing each other over a bunch of bull. Why? I don't know. And the only way it's going to stop is we turn around and help each other and get these guys off the street.
Well, it just rips your heart out to hear grown men like that just fall apart at the seams after losing their sons in such a senseless way. And, you know, I'm an optimistic kind of guy, but when you see the kind of despair and the kind of violence that we've experienced so far in the city this year, you know, you really have to squint hard to find any optimism. The guy that I got sitting with me to my right, this guy, knows a little something about something. His name's Arkevious Armstrong. One hell of a backstory. I mean, and we're going to get into a lot of it, but I don't think there's anyone more familiar with the impact of violence in a community than Arkevious. Incarcerated for more than 2 decades. His life of crime began when he was a young guy. Faced 2 stints for attempted murder back in the day. So you'd think, all right, man, this guy's working from such a deficit. You know, his life is just kaputs, dunzo. Yeah. No, he flips it. He makes his own breaks, his own opportunities. Here he is now, far removed from incarceration, He's written 2 books. I think you're on your way to writing. You're
writing a 3rd book.
Writing his 3rd book.
Small film. We finished a small film, small documentary.
Started a nonprofit.
Yeah.
Step up to leadership, and that's really propelled you, especially in the community, because the people that you're working with right now, these young men that you're working with right now, mentoring and trying to develop, these are young men that look awfully like what you look like back in the day when you were tearing it up.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I mean, nobody's as real as this guy, and I can't tell you how hard it is to get his time. More importantly, how important it is to get in that head of his.
Oh, man.
Appreciate you being here. You hear about this. You hear about the Beatties Ford Road. You get 9 people shot out there, 5 people hit by cars, 4 people dead, 200 shots that are fired during a celebration. You hear about a 14-year-old kid outside of an arcade that's dead, another one. 50 some odd homicides this year, 40 of whom members of our black community. What are you thinking?
I think what bothers me the most from it, Rod, is that our community is suffering and we're not stepping up to the forefront. It bothers me so much that, is that we're going to continue to close our eyes and shut our ears to reality. And, we losing our babies and we losing so many of our people to this violence. And we're trying to have this code of silence of no snitching, I don't know anything, where people see things, and we talked about my background and how I grew up. I committed all type of crimes, and a lot of the crimes that I committed was sometimes in broad daylight where people was around and they saw it. And there was a lot of people who knew me and knew what I'd done, but didn't come up to the forefront because they're saying, I'm not going to tell it. That's not my job. That's the police job. And I get it, but at the same time, when people's lives are at stake, when people are losing their babies, like you was talking about the gentleman who was crying out for people to step up. When we're going to really open up our eyes and understand that we as African American people in the community are held accountable for the actions that's happening. And we have to do something about it. And so we have to start making sure we police our own community.
And that's not always everyone's cup of tea in the community. What's the pushback there? Is it, that to your point, that, it's not our job to police our own community? That's what we pay the police to do? Is it, you throw out that term that's thrown out quite frequently, snitches get stitches, or you're a sellout if you speak up and push back and try to hold someone accountable? What's the mindset in the community?
I feel like the pushback is really those who are not in a position to really know that you have to change as a person. And so when you're coming to people about cleaning up their community that could be potentially content with how things are, they're not going to be too receiving of it.
I'll give you a couple of the incidents that we referenced early in the broadcast, involve young people. Young people, and those are the very people that you're working with are the young people. Are you finding, is there some kind of common thread where you find that some of these young people are going off track? Is it, we talked about the funding and resources. How about, some argue the nuclear family, that they don't have a mom and a dad together, or a dad in the picture that's looking out for the young man or woman, and they're trying to fill this void of love and a role model, and they're looking for it obviously in dangerous places.
Fathers that are absent play a major role. It's the key component. It's very essential that fathers be in their sons' lives. And so when you don't have that, it's very important, because when you don't have a father figure, a male dominant role model, a young man seeks that, and he takes on that role. And he takes on that role of responsibility and never been taught how to be a man. And so when you take that equation out, and a lot of the fathers who are, we got to also look at the justice system that's giving out a lot of time that's keeping these fathers away. And, and when you take that man out of the family, you take that man out of the community, or you take that man out of that child's life, that young man is seeking and searching in places that may probably put him in a situation that can cost him his life or his freedom. But it's very important. I get a lot of single mothers. I want to say 90% of the kids that is in my program don't have father figures in their life. Majority of them, their fathers are either ran out their life or incarcerated. I've had some fathers who are dead and deceased, but as a 90% of women, kids that enroll their kids in my program are single parent mothers.
Wow.
That's the issue.
And what kind of ripple effect does that have? And we could both speak to this personally.
Yeah.
I know you can. You didn't have your dad growing up.
Right.
I grew up with a single mom. My dad bailed when I was 2, and I can't speak for you. Look, that wasn't an easy road.
Right.
You know, and I can't imagine your road was easy, nor was it any easier when you were trying to get on track. You can't tell me that not having a dad in your life didn't lead to some of the trouble that you got into.
Even when I had my father in my life, I had too many memories of the things that he done to me. I can honestly say that the fact that when I didn't have him, I did seek. So I went to a lot of older guys for influence, and sometimes the influence they gave me was either putting a pack in my hand.
What's a pack?
Dope. You know what I mean? You want to flip this dope, you want to make some money, you want to go eat, you want to go to the store, get some candy and stuff. All right, go do this for me. Go take this run over here for me, or go do this, that, and the third. But, you know what I mean? And I accepted that, and I really adapted to that because I'm like, they cared. We misconstrue what true love is. A real father gives guidance. And a real father it shows structure. And when you take structure from something, it don't have foundation. And so a lot of these young people, they don't have a foundation. And their parents don't have foundation because they was raised the same way they raising their kids.
Yeah, and it is cyclical, right?
Yes,
you know, and it's generational, sadly.
Yes,
you know, not just in the African American community, even in the white
Every
community.
household.
This is, you know, transcends race for sure. When you talk about the young men that you see that are coming from these homes that, you know, have no fathers in them, and they're seeking that kind of attention and affirmation, they're getting it on the street. Right. That's what they're looking for, right? They're looking for influence. They're looking for direction. At the end of the day, they're looking for love, right?
And when you look for something, you're going to find something that you think is what you want it to be, but it really don't. And so that's where you see a lot of young individuals get involved in gangs. Because they're looking for that support, they're looking for that protection, they're looking for that love, that validation. Somebody, you got my back, you believe and you show that, and you think is real love, and you tie yourself to these individuals and these type of actions, and not realizing that you just sold your soul to something that's not promising. And so you just sold, like, majority of the kids that you see in the streets maybe possibly are getting killed or getting locked up. They have some type of ties to some type of gang affiliation. And a lot of them really are just seeking and not understanding that's not love.
To be involved, to belong to something,
right?
To have someone
just
feel
that.
Like they're part.
I want to be involved. I want to belong to something. And so when you look at a lot of the people that don't have structure, a father figure or a supportive mother or a supportive family, those who do have it, you have those that's outsiders that's looking in, and they have that, I wish I had what that person had. You know, and sometimes you wish so much that you'll take whatever. Anything that can give me some type of substance of that, I take it.
So when you hear about and see, you know, and it's been everywhere, it's hard to ignore it, you know, the demonstrations, all the outrage, you know, of the Minneapolis situation, close to 1,100 miles away, egregious is probably of a thing that I could ever recall in my lifetime, you know, sickening. You see things like that, and you see all that outrage in the African American community. You see 9 people that are shot up on Beatties Ford Road, and you see a 14-year-old kid just outside of an arcade. You don't see that kind of outrage come in the African American community. Your thoughts there?
That bothered me. That said a lot. It spoke to me louder than the actual actions that took place on that very street. That if the community is not upset, if the community is not in an uproar, then what do you expect to change? Nothing is going to change in the community until the community make a stand. And we can't expect nothing to get better when we as a community or we as a culture, however we want to put it, ain't willing to fix our own. If we ain't willing to sweep off our own front porch. You know, there's a lot of things going on in the community, and I'll be the first one to say, when I was selling drugs in the community know who sold drugs. I'm not saying you need to be calling the police on everybody. Listen, I understand that, but at the same time, you know what you want your community to be. You know what you want out of your community, and if you're not happy or satisfied with that, then you who lives there either do something about it or leave.
So when you hear like the Beatties Ford Road, let's go harken back there. You know, 300 plus people out there when you had 200 shots rang out.
Yeah.
Not one single witness came forward to say one damn thing. I mean,
That's the issue. You know, again, we're going to talk about it. Let's address the elephant in the room. Over 300-400 people out there celebrating such a amazing day, Juneteenth. There's too many cameras out. There's too many people out, too many eyes out. Even whatever direction that those shots rung out to, how close whoever was nearby.
So what's the mindset? Why won't somebody speak up?
Fear.
Retaliation?
I think it's the fact of people being afraid to really be labeled. We are afraid to be labeled as such. People, and I said this, people might, they might blast me, but I always say, we hate the police until we need them. We hate the police until we need them. And I feel like what people must understand in the community, that the police have a job. And I didn't like the police when I was running the streets. I despised the police officers because I was doing something illegal. And in anything that you try to stop me from doing my job, which was illegal, you taking food and you taking money out my pocket and food out my mouth. And that was a problem. But we have to get past that, because what used to be okay is not okay no more. And we have to get away from it being okay, because we're going to continue losing our babies. But when people is not stepping up saying, like, listen, you out here crying. I'm sure you was out here that same night. The community needs to start demanding answers from the community. Stop. We need to listen. The police are going to do their job, but with little leads, as little they can do. But until people can police their community, somebody knows something. And I urge people to step forward. Well, you're going to sit here and watch more people lose their lives to gun violence, and we're going to put our hands over our mouths. We're going to put our hands over our ears. We're going to put our hands over our eyes. And we got to stop acting like we don't see, hear, or know something.
I had a really striking conversation with the mother of one of the victims out there, a young guy. You know, it's big dreams. And, you know, we were on the phone for a while, and she couldn't help but express her disappointment and just flat out anger. She said, look, if my son would have been out there demonstrating and breaking a window and got locked up for throwing a brick at a cop, there would have been a line of activists outside of the jail with money to bond him out.
Yeah.
This woman didn't have enough money, 2 nickels to rub together, to pay for a funeral for this kid. Not one damn telephone call from an activist, much less anyone in the community.
I think you can't help but have that same energy and be pissed off and have that same rage as those who raised all the hell with the protesting. You know what I mean? Those who stand in the forefront day in and day out, day in and day out. If you was that excited about standing on the front line for that, you need to be just excited and angry and frustrated to stand on the front line for the killings that's happening in the community.
Now, that ain't going to land well with everybody when you say things like that.
They not, because guess what? The reason why it's not going to land well, because I'm speaking the truth.
You've been called everything, right? From a sellout, right, pandering. You know, how do you know, you seem impervious to it. How do you push back and just put all that behind you and just get after it and continue with the mission?
Like my shirt said, I've been a black sheep for all my life.
I don't know.
You know,
you're not even going to take them. So we talked a lot before we even got rolling today.
You know, I've been a black sheep all my life. I've been told things. I've been called things. Things been said to me all my life. And so what people think of me, I don't even care. You know what I mean? Because I know where my heart is. My heart is pure when it comes to saving our young men and just saving in lives general. It don't even have to necessarily be African American men. I'm in the job. I'm in the business of saving lives. And so my program is diverse. If majority of the kids that's in my program are African American men, I'm going to pour into them just like though I had 90% of Caucasian boys. And so that's the thing with me. If they say what they say about me, I can care less. You know what I mean? Because until you put the shoes on that I'm wearing, until you put the pants on that I'm wearing, I don't want to hear about it.
Well, and I mean, look, I think you'd be the last person that anyone would expect to be sitting here and telling these stories, working from the deficit that you were working from. Right. 2 decades incarcerated. Yeah. You know, I mean, a laundry list of charges through the years. Your rap sheet was as long as my arm. You got a brother, right? He's in for 30 years.
So he got 30 years, been in for 20. Like I said, I grew up through it. I grew up in the violence. My mom was a user. I saw she was very violent. My father was violent. I was in foster care. I was in the group homes. I was in the detention centers. I've been molested 4 times before I was 11. I had people turn their back on me. No one wanted to take me in. I mean, I've been to detention centers, training school, state prison, federal prison before I was 25. So I lived it. The attitude that we see, the mentality that we see, the mindset that we see, the way people act, that was me. Yeah. And so I'm getting people to understand this other side. You know, I had to make a decision.
Well, that's a really good point. How do you get to the other side? I mean, you just rattled off a bunch of stuff that would just pretty much crush any other person.
Right.
You know, but you come up and you flourish. Not only you flourish, it propels you to the extent that now you can help other people prevent themselves from winding up going down that path that you end up going down.
People.
So what makes you different from others? Because that's a hell of a lot of baggage.
It's a lot of baggage, but people must understand it doesn't happen overnight. And so when you look at me talking about the things that I experienced and went through, if you want to change, you have to be in a position of having patience. If you're not patient, then you're not going to make that change, because it didn't take you overnight to be where you at. Right. It's going to take you just as longer, if not, to get in a position to where you start seeing some type of leverage.
It's the long game.
It's the long game. And so I never gave up, because I made a commitment and a vow to myself that I will never go back to prison, that I am done with the streets. I am done hanging around the wrong type of people. People have to remove themselves from people. The people that you're comfortable and content and you love being around is the very people you have to remove yourself from. Now, your homeboys is not your homeboys because they want you to stay where they're at. I can't hang around the same people who I used to hang around back in the days, because guess what? We on two different wavelengths, and you don't understand this, even though you wish you was here, but you don't understand that. Where you at, I lived that. I've done that. I already know what to expect from that. And so to me, I tell people all the time, like, if you want to change, it has to be within you. You can't want to change for other people to see it.
Does it break your heart? How heartbreaking is it to see what's going on?
It hurts. You know what I mean? Because as much as I put in trying to save, sometimes you feel like you're spinning your wheel. You know what I mean? Is it really working? You know, I lost one of my students to gun violence just a month and a half ago, and I lost another student. He's going to spend the rest of his life in prison. I get a call all the time. I just got a message from a parent who's saying, listen, my 16-year-old just ran away. Can you just talk to him? I got a 13, 14-year-old. Can I sign him up in your program? I get inboxed. I get messaged all the time. And I'm only one person. I'm not Jesus. You know what I mean? As much as I want to help, but if they want the help, they will receive it. But sometimes I always find myself getting frustrated, because I'm like, as much as I can see these young men want to help, they go back to what they're comfortable with in their reality. So it's almost if you clean a pig and it returns back in the slop. You take the pig out, you clean it again, it returns back in the slop. And after you keep doing that, you just get frustrated. So you know what? If you're comfortable in that, I'm gonna let you stay right there.
That's tough. That's got to be tough.
It is tough. But I've learned a long time ago, Rod, is that you can't save everybody. Some people are gonna have to learn the hard way.
What's this gonna take to turn this around in the community?
The community definitely have to step up, and we have to have organizations. We have to have structure. We have to have organizations that's organized. We have to have resources that can help. But again, if it's not in the community best interest to want these things, they're not going to demand it. See, it's a difference between a community and a neighborhood. It's a difference. See, a neighborhood, there's no value. But a community, they stick together. They make sure, even if I see trash in my neighbor's yard and they might not be there, I'm going to pick it up. If I see something happen in my neighborhood, I'm going to let everybody know. And so it's a difference, but into the community step up as a whole. Not just people who live there, those who have businesses there. Nothing is going to change, but they have to step up.
You're optimistic?
I'm very... listen.
Are you optimistic?
Yes.
I mean, I know you say sometimes I feel like I'm spinning my wheels, and I know how disheartening it could be when you watch the local news and you see another person shot in the community. You have optimism?
Yes. You know what I mean? I believe, and sometimes I don't. You know what I mean? Sometimes I believe that being optimistic is based upon how much faith you have. How much faith do you have in what you do? You know what I mean? It goes to police officers. Did you become sworn in to believe that you can really make a difference or have authority? Which one is it? And so me, sometimes it wavers. You know, I'm human. Yeah. I'm human. Yeah. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be the best person that's going to come in the community And like, I can be honest, I wrote in community, I'm like, I don't think I can do something here. Yes.
Just defeated right out of the gate.
Yeah, and we have that vibe. I don't think it'd be received. I've been in communities where people say good luck with what you're trying to do. Good luck. And sometimes we can take those things and we give it too much life. But I'm very big on that, and so if we really just understand that, how much we have to have faith in what we do, believe in what we do, and just continue to push no matter how much pushback we get.
One thing I know about Arkevious Armstrong, despite all that pushback, the name calling, they could try to vilify him, push him away. He ain't going away.
I'm not going away.
The guy's, resilient, impervious, if nothing else. Dude, I can't tell you how much respect I have for you, working in the areas that you're working, trying to accomplish the work that you're trying to accomplish. It's important work, and I hope everyone in the community recognizes you. Respect the hell out of you.
Listen, I appreciate you for having me, Rod.
An impressive guy, no doubt. I think I want to speak for Tommy One Take, who, by the way, we got Tommy One Take on the back end. You got people who talk the talk, and then you got people who walk the walk, and I think we'd both agree, and maybe we wouldn't, but I think that Arkevious walks the walk. I think he's the epitome of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that talk about change, and then there are those that do the change, and he's working to make that change.
Despite some monumental pushback, the guy's been called everything under the sun.
Black sheep's probably an understatement.
Yeah, and I caught on with that shirt of his, but yeah, he's been called a sellout, that he's too cozy with police, and, why are you speaking up to the extent that you are and calling out the community? Not the easy thing to do for him, can't be the easy thing to do, but it's sure as hell the right thing to do.
Yeah, how many people have demonstrated in the last couple of weeks, and then they went home and it ended there? Yeah,
and I think few would disagree that demonstrations weren't more than appropriate. Some would argue even long overdue when you see something like we saw develop out in Minneapolis. And we've talked about this 1,000 times. How egregious that was and how that had to be examined and even advanced. Even talking more about police reform. Nobody's talking down those demonstrations. I think they served a very important purpose, but no less important is us losing members of our African American community at the clip that we're losing them. More than 40 this year, more than 80 last year. I think where he really gets spun up is he's not seeing the same kind of outrage when we're losing members of our community to this extent.
Yeah, not only are we losing members of the community, but youthful members of the community.
14-year-old kid outside of an arcade.
And that's not the first one. A couple months ago, there was a 15-year-old too. I just recently saw in New York City. Chicago. Since June 20th, there's been 9 under the age of 18 that have been killed. So you're talking less than a month. 9 kids under the age of 18.
Yeah, and so damn senseless. No matter how you unpack every single one of these tragedies, they're just, every single last one of them, the common thread, senseless. I talk to these parents that I've been, for years, as have you. We have, and some of the most heartbreaking stuff that you've ever heard. I'm on the phone the other day with, the mother of, one of the Beatties Ford Road victims. Good kid. Good kid, and to sit here and have a conversation with this mother and try to help her make sense of something that's just so damn senseless, she can't get her head around it. That kid was just out there celebrating.
I think a lot of it is, we talk about the cycle, and so we have to look beyond just the violence and where does this all begin? You could argue for a lot of these guys, while it may not be related to drugs or things like that, there is an addiction to a lifestyle or a comfort zone that they know. And it takes a lot of people, people joke that cops are creature of habits. And I think that goes for a lot of people. You're always going to go back to what you're comfortable to. And so it takes a conscious thought and effort to want to step out of that.
And I think you're right. I think one of the bigger things that struck me with Arkevious is, the community, they set the standards of how they want to be policed and how they want their neighborhood, how safe they want their neighborhoods to be. They can't expect the police to do that on their own. It's got to be the collective. It's got to be a community kind of effort. If you've got 300-400 people out there during that Beatties Ford Road massacre, you can't sit here with a straight face and tell me that somebody out there didn't see something and nobody, here we are weeks into this thing, not one single witness comes forward? Come on.
Well, let's talk about something else he said. Talked about the community. A lot of community members hate the police until they need them.
Do you believe that?
I think there is a lot of cops. I wouldn't say all cops can't across the board. There are times I feel that way.
Maybe some people do believe that. You know, if you're listening closely enough over the last month or so, you've got this abolish the police movement in some corners. They want them to just go away altogether. Think for 1 second, just 1 second, what that Beatties Ford Road massacre would have looked like had there been no police, right? Close to 200 shots fired. You know when those shots stopped? Those shots stopped when those blue lights came rolling in. If those cruisers didn't play, we'd probably still be shooting out there. And to be continued, sadly. But maybe some optimism coming down the line if things start coming together and, cooler heads prevail, people start thinking a little differently and a little bit more critical thinking and compassion and empathy. I know it sounds ambitious. It does. It does. What's the alternative?
Why not now?
What's the alternative? We're going to keep running out to these scenes and having these tragedies develop, witnessing these tragedies. So something's got to give, and I'm convinced something will start to give, and maybe it's going to involve just continuing to advance conversations like this. Maybe that's my naivete.
You've asked in the last couple of guests, are you optimistic? And all of them have said yes.
Yeah.
There's not one that's been, nope, I see no hope. They've all been optimistic about the future.
And that's encouraging. Appreciate you coming on, man.
Hey, anytime, Rob.
Appreciate you coming on. I know how busy you are.
Yep.
I know everybody at home is pretty busy themselves, all of you. Lots of things to do, lots of places to do it. We're just eternally grateful. I could speak for Tom. Tom's eternally grateful. I'm eternally grateful that you'd spend a couple of minutes with us. In the meantime, do yourselves a favor, look out for each other, for heaven's sakes. Stay safe, stay healthy, and
stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Good afternoon, folks. It's a little after 3, so we'll begin our August 17th meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Welcome, everyone, and as usual, we'll begin our meeting with an invocation led by Commissioner Ray.
Given the invocation at a meeting like this, as I serve longer, I realize the importance of this seat and of this board, and I wanted to not to try to copy our chairman, but I thought I've got to start putting more time into it. So I like to watch some of the old Billy Graham sermons, and I learned this past week about a book in the Bible that I didn't even really know existed, Habakkuk. And Billy Graham broke it down so good that he said Habakkuk asked God, what are you doing? And he said, I can't tell you, because if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. And he said, Billy said, that's why he doesn't put his faith in the United Nations. He doesn't put his faith in government. He doesn't put his faith in money. He puts it in God. And when I heard that, it really humbled me down. And so I'll ask if you want to bow your heads in prayer, and I'm going to try to reflect on that. Our Heavenly Father, we come to you today, and I, for one, know that I have been trying to figure things out when I should really be trusting in you. I know that you have the solution to all these problems. We as your people just need to show our faith in you and believe in you. So I ask that you protect this country, protect all the people that are hurting, that are sick, law enforcement officials, EMT, and give us the strength to make the right decisions that would please you. In God's name we pray. Amen. Amen. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Take an opportunity each meeting to recognize those county employees who have provided us tenured service to the county. And I'll do that at this time with 5 years of service. We have Tammy Carpenter in the Health Department, Kyle Haupt in Parks and Recreation, Paul Woods in Public Works, William McWhirter in the Sheriff's Office, Earl Ford in Social Services, James Huntley in Transportation. With 10 years of service, we have Jason Gurian in 911 Communications, Philip Henson in the Board of Elections, and with the Sheriff's Office, Ralph Ford and William Walden. With 15 years of service, the Board of Elections, Brett Vines, and the Sheriff's Office, Dwayne Fitchett. With 20 years service, Tommy Gallus with the Sheriff's Office. 25 years of service, Lori Pierce with the Sheriff's Office. And then we had some June retirements, Anthony Parker with Veteran Services with 12 years service, Thurman Hayden Henson in Transportation, 13 years, Wayne Gagnon in the Sheriff's Office, 22 years, and David Pierce in the Sheriff's Office with 28 years. So we thank you for your service and your contributions to the growth of Union County. Our next item on the agenda is informal comments. Is Mr. Hayden McAteer here? Mr. McAteer, you have signed up that you want to talk about Orchard Park. And according to our rules, the public hearing was held last meeting, and you cannot speak about the subject of the public hearing in informal comments. So those comments are closed. But we appreciate your interest and your desire to be here. Thank you so much. We also have some informal comments that has been provided to the clerk. And so at this time, Lynn, is there one or two? Just the one? I'm going to ask the clerk to read those comments into the public record, and I will go ahead and take responsibility. Typically, we limit speakers to 3 minutes. Lynn has practiced a time or two, and it's a little bit longer than that. But based on the fact that we have no other speakers, we have plenty of time, we're going to let those comments come in their entirety so we get the gist of what the speaker was intending to say. So, Madam Clerk, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I am reading these on behalf of Sanford L. Stillman, Jr. He was unable to be at the meeting today, and he asked that his comments be read into the record. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address the issue of Union County's Confederate Monument. Two of the most precious rights that citizens of our country have are first to be able to address our political leaders as we are doing today. The second is to have disputes resolved by the rule of law and not by rank, barbarism, or uncontrolled riots. After watching the past 6 months unfold, I have to wonder whether our descendants will continue to enjoy these sacred rights. Those who fail to learn the lessons of history are doomed to repeat them. I have asked that each commissioner be given a copy of the remarks made by then North Carolina Attorney General and future Governor Walter Bickett at the time the monument was dedicated on July 4th, 1910. This speech reveals the true motives behind the erection of the monument. It was to honor the men who fought in defense of their homes and families against an invading army from the north. Quote, "For 4 years you presented your bodies a living sacrifice upon the altar of your faith, and under God worked out for your country a deliverance from a body of death, and made your sons and daughters the heirs of hope instead of fear, of peace instead of war, of life instead of death. Here and now, on behalf of those sons and daughters, I make acknowledgement of the debt we can never pay." End quote. There is not one word in this speech of slavery or white supremacy, but only a humble gratitude for the men who defended their homes and families, asking nothing in return. I was puzzled why it took until 1910 for for this monument to be erected 45 years after the end of the war. Bickett alludes to the reason at the beginning of his remarks, stating that Union County was rocked in the cradle of poverty. Union County was never a rich county, and after the war, things got worse. Husbands, fathers, and sons were dead, leaving widows and orphans to scratch out a living from Union County's hard, unforgiving soil. It took until 1910 to come up with enough money to erect the monument. There was no corporate donor to bankroll the project. The men to whom this monument was dedicated gave their lives as an example of courage and duty in the face of overwhelming odds. Their courage was an example to their sons, grandsons, and great-grandsons who fought in every one of our nation's wars in the 20th century. The erection of the monument also represented a moment of healing and reconciliation for the people of Union County. They were now fully a part of the United States, but could still honor those who fought in Confederate gray. My family is from Western North Carolina. I had relatives who fought on both sides during the war, including members of the Starnes family from Union County. I can honor all of them for their valor and conviction for the cause for which they fought. The Confederate monument sits where it should be, in a prominent place before the old Union County Courthouse, as a reminder of the men and their families who suffered through that awful war. Those who would remove the monument have decided that anything to do with the Confederate States of America should be excised from the history of the United States. This cannot be done. The Confederacy is a fundamental part of the history of our county, state, and nation. Those who wish to remove the monument are following in the footsteps of Joseph Stalin, who attempted to rewrite the history of Russia, to comport with Marxist-Leninist teachings, and Adolf Hitler, who attempted to Nazify Germany by burning books and exterminating the Jews. Those who fail to learn the lessons of history are doomed to repeat them. Those who would attempt to alter our history by destroying symbols of events that they do not like are only fooling themselves. One can only learn the lessons of history from true history, not a sanitized, politically correct history. I have watched over the past several years as this Destroy the Monuments craze has swept through North Carolina, Durham, Chapel Hill, Raleigh, Salisbury, Gastonia, and Alamance County. Those attacked in the monuments have done so with violence or threats of violence to achieve their objectives. I was appalled when rioters pulled down the monument in Durham and then no one was prosecuted for that act of vandalism. My heart was broken when cowards under cover of darkness threw paint upon what was the most beautiful monument to the Confederate dead located on Ennis Street in Salisbury. Violence will only beget violence. We cannot live in a civilized society where the rule of law does not prevail. We have a fundamental failure of the political leadership in our major cities. They hope that if they leave the rioters alone, that maybe they will just leave. They do not understand the psychology of the mob. Success will only embolden them. Giving in to them will only increase their demands. One group attacking symbols sacred to another group will in no way address any of the legitimate grievances that the first group may have. Removal of the Union County Confederate Monument will be given in to those who wish to rewrite our history and take us down the path of enforced political correctness. Now is not the time for politicians to lose their nerve, to cower under threats of violence, or to look for compromises to slither away from tough decisions. The time has come to draw a line in the sand and have the courage to enforce it. Thank you for the opportunity to share these thoughts with you.
Thank you, Lynn. That concludes our informal comments. It's now time for additions, deletions, and adoption of the agenda. I would make one note that with regard to the regular agenda, item 25 has been revised, and you all have a copy of that in front of you. We have a motion. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Takes us to consent.
Motion to approve consent.
Have a motion to approve. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, none. Takes us to old business. Orchard Creek. Mr. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board conducted a public hearing on this item at their August 3rd meeting. Board heard a presentation by the applicant where they described the project in detail. In addition, several residents of the surrounding community shared their concerns about the project. Some of those concerns included traffic, stormwater runoff, and the request was not in character with the rural nature of the area. And the developer has provided some agreed to conditions on the project. I'd just like to read those into the record quickly, just in case the project was approved. One, that the development will be subject to the conceptual rezoning plan submitted as part of the conditional rezoning application. Two, the uses allowed on site are single-family detached homes and their accompanying accessory uses, as well as passive and active open space areas. Three, that the development will meet all conditions as set forth by the Union County Environmental Health Department and Union County Building Code. And four, the development is subject to all other applicable requirements of the Union County Development Ordinance, as well as all other local, state, and federal requirements. Those are the developers' agreed to conditions. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have of me.
Can you explain the first comment about zoning? Is it the first item that you read?
The condition?
Yeah.
Okay.
Explain that a little more.
Sure. So that first one was the development would be subject to the conceptual rezoning plan that was submitted as part of the conditional rezoning application. Part of what was in your agenda packets was the copy of the proposed layout of the subdivision. So what that's saying is that if the rezoning was approved, it would have to be developed in accordance with that conceptual level plan. So the general layout of the street, the general layouts of the lots, the setbacks, they would all have to be developed in accordance with that plan.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any board like to offer a motion? Mr. Helms?
I respect the developer's thoroughness trying to prepare, but I'd make a motion that we deny. We've talked during the public hearing, there was a lot of talk about 1.5 miles on Rocky River Road. I don't know that I agree with the concept that road can handle that influx of additional traffic. However, once you hit the roundabout, you either got to come to Monroe or you got to head up toward Charlotte. Heading up toward Charlotte takes you down Potter's Road. Potter's Road is slammed right now. I do not think our infrastructure is at a point that can support this kind of density, especially out in the rural area. The roads weren't built to handle that kind of density, and so therefore I make a motion that we deny.
Would you include in your motion adopting the consistency statement?
Yes, sir, I would. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion discussion. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Takes us to item 24, Confederate Monument. Since I asked for this to be placed on the agenda, Commissioner Ray, could I have a moment? We had several people in informal comments last week and again, our last meeting and again this meeting, speak in reference. This is a topic that has been shared with us from numerous communities throughout the state of North Carolina, our state capital, and across the country. So I felt it important that we listen to the citizens and bring it forward. So that being the agenda item that we have. So Commissioner Wright, didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
That's fine. Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion that we hold a public hearing for the purpose of hearing from the residents of Union County regarding the location of the monument. In order to provide sufficient public notice, I would add to my motion that the public hearing be held on September 21st following our regularly scheduled 3 p.m. board meeting, and that staff should identify the appropriate time and provide notice as soon as possible to the people and the public.
Okay, we have a motion discussion. Commissioner Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't really have anything in opposition to a public hearing, but I don't think anything that I'll hear in a public hearing will change my mind on the topic. When I was young, we used to hear stories about some people in our class going out and kicking over tombstones in the graveyard. They thought it was fun or funny, and I always found that to be completely disrespectful. And just as Mr. Stillman wrote in his letter, this monument doesn't belong to us; it belongs to somebody else, and they put it there for a reason, and that was to memorialize the Confederate dead. There's also another monument or memorial there located beside of it that's not been mentioned. The concerns thrown up about Walter Bickett and the statements that he made, Mr. Stillman contends that he didn't make the statements that we were told last week. So that's something interesting to find out one way or the other, but it seems to be, to me, the more argument was against Walter Bickett rather than the people who died, who may have been forced to go into battle, may have been forced to fight a war that they didn't believe in. They were required to go and do it, just as many of our soldiers in past wars have been drafted to go into service for something they may not have supported, but they went and they did what they thought was right at the time. So again, if the rest of you are in for a public hearing, I'm fine. I think it would further divide the community, if anything, to have a public hearing. I think we'll have people on both sides come in and get up in arms about things. And Union County has been a lot better place to live in my lifetime, a lot less contentious racially. We've become a melting pot. We went from 90,000 people in the 1990s to 240,000 people now, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. And we've been a melting pot from people all over the country. And I think Union County has lived up to its name. We are a union of people from all over. And again, I'm not in the business of kicking over tombstones and monuments, and I'm not going to vote to kick this one over no matter what.
Thank you, Commissioner Rushing. That was well stated. I guess my only comment would be that you get opportunities when you sit on this dais, and there's an old saying that you're danged if you do and danged if you don't. This is one of those, regardless of how you feel, you're probably not going to win with some group or some people. But as chairman and in the interest of transparency and to be able to provide citizens of Union County to have a say, I certainly support the motion. So all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Takes us to item 25 under new business, resolution authorizing condemnation. Is there someone from staff that's going to comment on that?
Commissioners, as you're well aware, the Yadkin River Water Project is moving forward, and in order to put pipe in the ground, we have to acquire easements from these properties. All of these properties have been appraised. Some we have been able to acquire, some others that we have not been able to acquire. In order to move forward with the project under Chapter 40A of the North Carolina General Statutes, authorization to condemn is necessary from the county commissioners to pick up the property. Does not mean that once we authorize condemnation that we will actually condemn. It just puts the property owner on notice that if we cannot resolve it, that the earliest possible date that we will condemn will be 30 days after that letter. You have any questions?
Richard, is my understanding, once you initiate condemnation, does that change the negotiating standards with regard to price on the property or
No, sir.
appraisal or anything?
No, sir. We can always negotiate and always are still negotiating. Some properties we are close on, some properties we are really far apart on. But once we condemn once we file the notice of condemnation, it really just says, look, we got 30 days to fish or cut bait. And thereafter, if we don't do that, even if we do condemn, we can still negotiate, because once the condemnation action is filed, the money is posted at the Clerk of Superior Court's office, and the property owner has 120 days thereafter in which to file any answer to our condemnation claim. So you have that period of time to negotiate further.
Question?
The problem I have with some of this parcels is the engineering drawings as presented in the last day or so are not as they were presented to me the last time I saw them.
Is this on Yadkin or the other project?
It's on the 853.
Okay. I'm only talking about the Yadkin project. I mean, I'm happy to.
I may be on the, pardon me. Is this just on from the raw water intake to the plant?
This is the raw water intake and would be some finished water lines thereafter. Some of those easements are 60-foot easements, some of them are smaller easements. But
is this the finished water lines too?
Some of them are finished water, that's is not part of the project as we speak, but the easements are wide enough so we can put 2 pipes in.
Well, I'm confused now without asking.
These are all the easements inside Union County for the Yadkin project.
Commissioner Akins.
Just to clarify, just because we authorize condemnation does not mean that we will be condemning. This will just open the opportunity to negotiate. Is that correct?
Yes, it will put a deadline down to let's talk now, or we will move forward.
Mr. Chairman, I'll offer a motion that we adopt a resolution authorizing condemnation to acquire certain property or interest in property for a temporary construction easement and permanent utility easement.
Here we have a motion, discussion. Commissioner Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Usually these have been on the consent agenda, and I've asked it to be moved, and thank you and Vice Chairman Rake for putting it on this item. Just to explain why I'm going to vote against the motion, last week we were in a meeting with Public Works where we were explained how the dominoes fall in these projects. One project leads to another, and if we don't do one project, the other is not required or feasible. If we don't do that project, then maybe another one's not required or feasible. And if you work your way back from this, if we don't vote to do the projects that were put in before us, which we haven't voted in support of those projects yet, then, do we need these condemnations at this point, or do we need to determine where this water is going to go? The problem I have with this is taking it to the western side of the county at Rocky River Road and Seacrest Shortcut Road. And if we don't, then we're putting a lot of people through maybe a hassle that we shouldn't. And again, that's why until we get some firm commitments on what we are going to do, and if everybody's clear, I think, there's possibility this board or maybe the next board may vote not to do these projects, and therefore we put people through a lot of unnecessary condemnations. And I think it degrades our how we're looked upon by some of our citizens. So that's why I'm not going to be supporting the motion.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Thank you, Richard. Takes us to item 26, CARES funding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a brief presentation regarding our CARES funding that the county has received and action that you're asked to take to recognize the second portion of those dollars. The state has allocated $8.8 million to Union County to use for COVID funding, COVID-related expenses from mid-March until the end of December of this calendar year. At least 25% of that, or about $2.2 million, is required to be provided to the municipalities in Union County. The county engaged Central Carolina Council of Governments to manage our funding and an application process for the municipalities, and over the last month, we've been working on that process. We received applications from 10 municipalities with requests totaling $8.8 million, and we have approved, as of last Friday, $2.227940 for those municipalities. And this is the list and the dollars associated with those approvals. I won't read those to you. You can see them. I will just highlight that the 4 municipalities that did not ask for any of the COVID funding were Mineral Springs, Hemby Bridge, Unionville, and Marvin. And the large amounts that you see associated with some of the municipalities are really associated with law enforcement or fire payroll costs that they had that are appropriate for COVID funding. And so we applied a methodology that allowed for 22% of the requests that they made for those particular dollars that had been expended to be provided to those localities. We sent those notices out on Friday. I've heard positive feedback from almost all of them. No negative feedback, but I just haven't heard from every town at this point on the amounts that they were provided. The county funding to date, we've had expenses and encumbrances that total $1.48 million. And I've just highlighted here for you some of the things that we have spent those dollars on. Our grant administration, which is with COG, salary and benefits for employees who work specifically on COVID, benefit payments for the additional county COVID benefit that has been provided to staff, communication efforts, our PPE, facilities-related expenses, and technology expenses. And that gives us a remaining a little more than $5 million that we are working on how those dollars will be spent. And as I mentioned, those can be spent through the end of the year, the end of the calendar year. So we are working on a child care expense reimbursement program. As you're all aware, school started back today, and many students and families are dealing with the virtual learning environment and how they manage the child care for their children. So we've been working with staff to understand what their needs are and are working on a reimbursement program that will give them at least some relief on some of those expenses for the remainder of the year. We have some additional technology expenses that will really enhance our operations because of some of the things that we've learned through COVID. We have additional emergency management expenses that we will continue to have. We will have additional PPE for ourselves through emergency management. And as well, we are looking to spend about $250,000 on UCPS and some of the COVID-related expenses that they have for PPE, mask, hand sanitizer, cleaning products that we're working on purchasing on their behalf. And additionally, we're looking at a potential small business grant program that we would be bringing back to the board at a later date. Those are the highlights of our funding. I'm happy to answer any questions. And you also have an action to take to recognize the second half of our money that we just received from the state so that finance has the appropriate action.
Mr. Ray?
Deputy Manager Lancaster, I know you always do a great job on this. I appreciate it. I would assume UCPS has been made aware of the figure I heard you mention.
Yes, we've been working with their staff to identify the needs that they have, particularly around masks, gowns, some of the harder to find things, and have committed to spending some of our own dollars and using our own resources to find those for them after their 2-month allocation runs out with the state.
Well, I appreciate that. I know you have a passion for children, and just keep them posted, and I know you'll get them all you can.
We will. We are working hard at that.
Mr. Akins?
Would you go back on your slides, please, to the municipalities?
I will.
Can you give us an idea, a breakdown of what those municipalities are intending to use those funds for?
I could give you the specifics in detail. I'm happy to send those to you, but the majority are PPE facilities items that they've done in their facilities if they've put in Lexicon or plexiglass. The big dollar amounts really are around payroll for police or fire personnel, if they have fire personnel as part of their jurisdiction, specifically Monroe. Additional technology resources that they've used for doing virtual meetings, those are all appropriate expenditures. And so the COG staff really went through a thorough examination. We did not obviously approve everything that they asked for. They asked for more money than we had in the entire budget. But we did fund the things that were appropriate for COVID-related expenses. And I'm happy to send that additional detail to the board.
All right. And were there any, I noticed in the county, mentioned that there was a look at a small business grant. Were there any of the municipalities utilizing those funds for similar methods?
There were no requests from municipalities for that type of program.
That's disappointing. All right, thank you.
Mhm.
I would like those details, please.
Absolutely.
Mr. Helms?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to ask the $2,227,940. Is that 25? Is that
It's a little
25%?
A little bit more than 25%.
All right. Well, great. The other
Yes.
thing I'd like to ask: this particular type of grant, does it only go to counties, or does it go to school systems, or is there?
So these particular dollars only went to counties, and the second half of the dollars the legislature put in place, the 25%, had to go to municipalities that had not been included earlier. There are dollars, that COVID-related dollars, that aren't in this bucket that did go to schools. Okay. We also have other buckets. I mean, there were some actions you had tonight for transportation dollars, senior nutrition dollars, but these were only for counties.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask a follow-up question, if
Sure.
I might, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
You mentioned that the municipalities are using these funds for police and payroll and things of that nature. Has there been an exorbitant amount of payroll that exceeds what the normal tax rate pays?
So it's not the normal tax rate. What they've essentially done, and we've done some of this too, if we've had personnel who are primarily responding or dealing with COVID-related expenses, that's what the municipalities asked for, and we actually cut that down to only funding 22% of what they asked for in those cases. So, for example, Monroe asked for about $4.4 million. It was all payroll expenses, and we're only funding $800,000 of that because we thought that was appropriate. It's an allowable expense under the COVID guidelines.
Okay.
Commissioner Rush. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there a way to evenly distribute, or is there a formula that we have maybe with either property or sales tax funds that we could evenly distribute it amongst all the municipalities? Or do they have to request a certain amount?
I'm sure we could have come up with a formula. We chose to let them apply because we didn't think that all the municipalities are different. Right. So we had a staff group who met with the folks from the COG and really felt like an application process to give them the opportunity to ask for what they thought was appropriate for their municipality was probably the most fair way. As you can see, we have, ranging from $398, that's exactly what Fairview asked us for. We gave them every dollar that they asked for, to, again, Monroe asked for $4.4 million, and we provided them with $888,000.
So that's already done.
Well, we've made the announcements. There will be, I'm actually glad you said that, there will be contracts for all these dollars because they have to follow all the federal guidelines, and there will be audits of this throughout this process. So any contract over $50,000 will have to come back to the board to approve at a later date. That'll probably be at the next board meeting.
So everything under $50,000 is done?
Oh, yeah, we'll just process those as payments. And these are going to be reimbursement related, so they have to give us the receipts for what they've spent, and then we'll just provide the cash to them on that basis.
I guess out of curiosity, I just wondered if we'd have split it, because even the municipalities didn't apply for it.
I think the problem is, Commissioner Rushing, that, so if we did it percentage-wise, that some of these smaller municipalities would have never been able to spend that amount of money on the reasons that it has to be spent for.
Right.
I mean, that they just would not have been able to do that because it is pretty narrow, the things that you can spend the dollars on. So we wanted to put it in the places that we knew we could spend it.
Right. That'll teach them.
Michelle, to piggyback on what Commissioner Akema said, we were required to give 25% to the municipalities.
At least, yes.
Okay, so, and we're basically the administrator of this, and you tell them what they can spend it on and what they can't spend it on. And in this particular case, Monroe's salaries was one that they could. I understand what Commissioner Akema is saying, and I have the same concern. So they were able to supplant money dedicated for salaries with this money, weren't they?
I'm not going to make, I guess, that judgment here. I mean, it is an allowable cost that they submitted as part of their application. In Monroe's case, they did only ask for salary dollars, which was a little different than some of the other applicants. But that is all they requested. And it is allowable under the rules.
But the bottom line, we were required to do 25% to municipalities.
Yes. Yes, sir.
But just to be clear, there was $0 requested by municipalities for any small business assistance.
That is correct. No, that is correct, yes.
Just to follow up, the rules that she speaks of are federal rules, so these are not rules that staff came up with.
It's one of those, it is what it is.
Further questions? Hearing none, I will move that we recognize, receive, and appropriate $4,655,171 of additional CARES funding in the designated Special Revenue Fund, SRO 44. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Takes us to county manager's comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This evening I have the sad duty to report the death of one of our deputy sheriffs, Christopher Scott Horn, who was killed in an off-duty motorcycle accident Saturday evening. Deputy Sheriff Horn was a valued member of the sheriff's SAFE unit, that's Sheriff's Alcohol Field Enforcement. He served 7 years with the agency and previously had served with Monroe Police Department, Waxhaw Police Department, as well as Stallings Police Department, and they will miss Deputy Horn. The other item that I would like to bring to your attention is the county has received an award. The Behavioral Health Collaborative earned an innovation award through the NCACC, or North Carolina Association of County Commissioners, Local Government Federal Credit Union Excellence in Innovation Award. It was recognizes county employees for developing new and successful programs to improve services to residents, and that was recognized last week as part of the virtual NCACC conference. So congratulations again to all of those in human services. I will tell you that the Behavioral Health Collaborative in large part was the brainchild of Miss Michelle Lancaster, and she deserves every bit of the credit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Helms.
Yes, I'd also like for, say my prayers for Officer Horn. We take for granted for what they do for us, but they are a vital part of our county and make it a great place to live. And I'm just deeply sorry for this loss. Thank you.
Mr. Rafe?
No comments.
Mr. Rushing?
Again, prayers for the family of Officer Horn. Thank you.
Mr. Akins?
I would also offer my condolences to the family. And I want to take this opportunity to encourage those municipalities who applied for these grants or funding to perhaps reconsider. While you can certainly use 100% of those funds to fulfill your bureaucratic needs, I think you need to stop and take a look at the small businesses that are supporting your community, support this county, that live in your communities and live in this county. I think this is an opportunity to perhaps put on your big boy and girl pants and do the right thing by the members of the community that support you day in and day out. So I would just encourage those municipalities to relook at where they're allocating these funds. With that, I wish everyone a good evening.
I have no further comments, although I do entertain a motion. I would like to move that the board go into closed session for the following purposes. In accordance with General Statute 143-318-11A4 to discuss matters relating to the location or expansion of industries or other businesses, including agreement on a tentative list of economic development incentives. And in accordance with General Statute 143-318-11A3 to consult with an attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege and to consider and give instructions concerning the handling of the following judicial action. Union County versus Town of Marshall. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Call this meeting back to order. We have information before us, and to get the ball rolling, I will move that we approve a resolution authorizing condemnation to acquire certain property or interest in property for temporary construction easement and water line easement for the 853 West Transmission Main Project. Preference of the board that we read this, or can you read it yourself, or do you feel the need to read it? Since we have a motion, I'll call for discussion if anyone has questions or concerns. This, Mr. Long, could you come forward and clarify? So I'm sure there'll be questions. Let's make sure we're clear on all the details.
These are the properties that we have not been able to acquire easements for the 853 project.
That wasn't covered in our previous vote?
No.
Commissioner Rushing.
Yeah, I think the confusion may be like the votes, the previous vote tonight was the lines between the plant and Rocky River. That's the other side of this. That's
Other side of 70.
the supply line. Yeah, that's the supply line.
Right.
This is the connection line underneath to connect the Catawba and the Yadkin water line. This is so this will be the part that connects the two systems.
This project will be running water to Stallings and Indian Trail for the elevated tanks to provide the increased pressure in those zones. It'll be a 36-inch line and a 16-inch line.
I'll be honest with you, the hesitation I have is what we just discussed in closed session.
Yes,
I want to see the final drawing before I can, to be honest with you.
That's certainly your call.
Further questions?
So this would be fine.
I'm sorry?
There will be no further discussion on this.
No, sir. I mean, no. Once you approve condemnation, I will negotiate. But if we reach an impasse, I will file, condemnations. They will, as the process is we will certainly try to talk with them about our appraised values. Thereafter, if we're not getting any place on that, and that will be a short window, I'll be honest with you. Thereafter, they'll get the notice of condemnation, which is a 30-day notice. And what it says is that the earliest we will condemn is 30 days after the date of that letter. So if a letter went out tomorrow, for example, the earliest we could ever condemn that property was 30 days thereafter. Okay, and then what we would then file a lawsuit to condemn the property, whatever value that we determined on the property would be posted with the clerk of Superior Court, and thereafter the property owner can still litigate with us over the value of the property, and they have 120 days in which to file their answer to our lawsuit.
So there is still plenty of time, ample time
To negotiate price, not to, right, at the end of the day, not the property.
Mr. Rush. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, just to make sure we all know what we're voting on, if this is voted down, what's the next step?
You'd have to ask Public Works that. I mean,
there's no bringing it back later on, or?
No, you can always reconsider. You can always reconsider your motion at another meeting.
Okay, so this doesn't stop you from bringing it back at a later time for condemnation at that time.
You'd have to follow the proper procedure, but yes, you can always reconsider.
And to, one of the arguments that I've heard made for the Yadkin plant was to make that connection. And if you don't make the connection, that was some of the essential argument was that you could connect the two systems. And if you don't do this, you can't connect the two systems, correct?
You will have a pipe coming from Yadkin going to nowhere.
Okay. So in order for them to connect the systems, they have to have this. They have to have this property, whether it's by condemnation, whatever. But if we vote it down tonight, it can come back later.
Yes.
Could the vote be made with the removal of one parcel until we get the information that we've asked for?
Yes, you can vote to condemn some, all, or none of those properties. We would have to come back. We would be discussing, and it's perfectly proper to discuss in open session a particular property. It's not proper to do so in closed session. So if that's the wish of the board, you can do so.
Ryan?
The schedule, if possible.
Sure.
And John, so the challenge, if the board decides to remove one of the parcels from this, is that the notice of condemnation cannot be given until the board makes that decision. And that requires a 30-day notice period. So if you do not give the authority for all properties, then we have to come back to you for whichever property or more that you have to take action on, and then it takes another 30 days before we can actually take any action on it if we're unable to come to an arrangement with the property owner. So you're pushing the schedule out to where we can't meet the timeline, and we're still going to be tight anyway when it comes to the construction of this project as well as the construction of the Yadkin. Such the reason why we're asking for the board to give us the authority for all the properties, but still will negotiate with the property owners until such a time where we cannot reach an agreement on that one. So while, yes, the board chooses to pull it out, essentially our request, it's not helping us. So.
On that one property?
It's not helping us with the project, period. You're pushing the project another 30 days out. Because all properties we need all the easements in order to finish the property. Yes, sir.
Is it 30 days or 2 weeks we're pushing?
You would push it another 30 days. Why? Because the notice is 30 days. And actually it'd be longer than 30. It would be longer than 30 days.
Take action at the next meeting after the engineering has been reviewed, and not be taken at the September meeting, 1st September.
We can't promise you it's going to take 2 weeks to get this done. We're going to try to do it in 2 weeks. I can't promise you we'll have all of the design work done and ready in 2 weeks. We're going to shoot for that. I can't promise you that. So if we miss that timeline, then we're even farther behind, because I can't promise you it's going to take 2 weeks.
And don't miss it.
Yes, sir.
Our next meeting will be it's 3 weeks off, and so if you look at that, you're talking about a 51-day delay at the smallest.
But if you come back with a drawing.
If we do it today.
That is
So
correct.
it's not 51 days.
No, if you take that off, don't mean to argue with you, Commissioner Ray, but if you take it off of the agenda tonight, your next meeting is 21 days from that. And then if you send out the notice for condemnation the next day, that you're going to be 51 days out. Because the quickest you can take it, you have to give them 30 days notice.
But if the drawing comes back as you're hoping, and they sign then, you're not.
If they certainly, if any of these people tomorrow say, thank you, Jesus, I like what you sent me and let me sign up today, then we're certainly not going to condemn. It's just a question of getting the values up. Understand that what we've done this summer has not been pursuant to appraisals. We just got all of those appraisals in within the last 2 weeks.
Mr. Rusher. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I'd caution the board is that pulling one project out of all these, if this does go to court, and there's a potential to go to court, you're setting a bad
I agree with you,
precedence.
Commissioner Rush.
So it is either a all or nothing. And again, I would just caution other board members not to pick out one parcel out of all these.
I think the heartburn is the fact that in the process of negotiation, we're looking at re-engineering some drawings, and we don't have that answer. Having said that, we do have, or at least I do, and I'll vote to affirm the motion, but I have faith in our staff and in our attorney. He serves at the pleasure of the board, that he will keep us informed, and we will not be moving forward with any condemnation until we have the full facts about the re-engineered drawings and how that's going to work, and the property owner has been fully notified and vetted with regard to those changes.
As all owners would be. Yes.
And so I will make that vote in the trust that I have in staff and our attorney. Further
I
questions?
agree with you, Chairman.
Further questions, concerns? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Any further to come before the board? Mr. Manager?
Not this evening.
Okay.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn. All in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you.
Barry with the Recruiting and Training Division here at the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Academy. Thank you for joining us today for the 185th Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Recruit Class graduation. I would now like to welcome the Deputy Chief of the Administrative Services Bureau, Estella Patterson.
Thank you, Captain Barry. Good morning. My name is Stella Patterson, and I am the Deputy Chief of the Administrative Services Group here at CMPD. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome you to the virtual graduation ceremony of the 185th recruit class. To all the mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, husbands, wives, children, and extended family, and friends of our graduates, we welcome you and thank you for joining for this tremendous event. We also thank you for entrusting your loved ones in our care for these past 6 months. To our many supporters and community partners who are also streaming from afar, we welcome you and thank you for your unwavering support and confidence in CMPD to serve and protect, even in the midst of the most difficult times of our lives and our profession. Today, we honor the journey of 31 men and women as they transition from police recruit to police officer, from student to graduate, from resident to guardian. To our graduating class, your commitment to a career of service speaks loudly to who you are and what is in your heart. A few weeks ago, I talked to you about the calling. Thank you for answering that call. I applaud you and I salute you. At this time, please rise with me for the presentation of colors by our own distinguished CMPD Honor Guard, and please remain standing for the singing of our national anthem by Brittany Curry and the invocation by Chaplain Jerome Bell.
detail. Hope. Hope. Color. Ready, eight. Ready, and fire.
Oh, say, can you sleep by the dawn's early light? What so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Oh, earth. Ready, eight. Outside. Earth. Oh, earth. Ready. Earth. Over. Earth. Oh, earth. Oh, earth. Oh, oh, earth. Oh, earth. Oh, oh, earth.
Let us pray. Our Father, we're grateful for this day and for these recruits whose heart has set them into this service. Father, we ask that you cover them and keep them, God, on this journey. Bless their families, O God, who stand by their side. Father, we pray that this day will live in their hearts and they'll remember this moment that has been set aside in time as their first step on this journey to serve not only a great city, but also you. God, we thank you for your covering, your grace, and your kindness. In your precious name we pray. Amen.
You may be seated. At this time, I'd like to present to you our Chief of Police, my Chief, Chief Johnny Jennings.
Thank you, Chief Patterson. So instead of an auditorium full of people, we're coming to you virtually. I do want to thank everyone who's joined us in this virtual presentation and ceremony today. Thank you to the officers, past and present, who have helped build this foundation to have Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department become one of the finest departments in the country. Before I congratulate the newest CMPD officers, I want to congratulate their families, many of which are watching virtually right now. I welcome each of you to your newly extended CMPD family. I truly believe that once your officers are sworn in, and since the day they've been hired, they have become part of the family, which means you're part of the family also. Just as your family member has sacrificed to join a challenging profession, you too sacrificed to support the decision in their career. Your support of them is very important in a difficult and challenging situation that we're seeing unprecedented times right now. So recruit class 185, congratulations, you made it. I commend and admire each and every one of you for hanging in there when it would be so easy to see the challenges that we face out in the community and the rhetoric that goes along with our profession. It would be so easy to walk away and to say this isn't for me. That tells me even more that you're the right people for this job, the right ones to make this a career, and the right ones to make our agency even better. You should be excited as we look to the forefront of change within our profession. It's an exciting time to see that you get to see it through as you begin your careers. You're going to help us grow and continue to get better. There are 3 things I want to leave you with. Always treat others with respect. I say all the time, the gun and a badge does not give any type of authority to disrespect people. So always treat people in a customer service type way, because our citizens are our customers. Our community is our customers, and you're there to serve them. Look out for one another. This includes holding each other accountable. When you see someone stepping out of line, you may need to be the one to pull them back in, save their career and save yours. It's going to be important that we look out for each other so that we can better serve our community also. And don't forget about life outside of work. It's easy to be caught up in the task at hand and the profession and the things that you might see and do while you're here. But remember to have fun outside of work, have a network outside of work, to be able to decompress and get your mind off of things that you might see and encounter here within our agency. So with that, I want to leave you with another heartfelt congratulations, and may God bless you and see you through. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Jennings. Please welcome the 185th Recruit Class President, David Curtis.
Good morning. My name is David Curtis, and as she said, I'm the president of Class 185, and I'm proud to present our class video. again, good morning. I would first like to thank Chief Jennings, Deputy Chief Voorhees, and Deputy Chief Patterson for being here. Thank you to our Academy staff for all their hard work and dedication on this journey, for driving us to be better, and to teaching us to always give our all. Thank you to our families and to our friends who have supported us through late nights and early mornings, long hours of studying, and putting up with our incessant use of acronyms and 10 codes that they don't understand. February 24th, 2020, 40 strangers joined together in common purpose upstairs in this building, nervous about what was to come. How strict would the instructors be? Would it be hard? Could we rise to the occasion? Since then, we have endured pepper spray, tasers, tear gas, and Officer Embry's workouts. We have struggled, we have learned, and we have grown. We learned effective communication from Officer Purdy. Officer Anderson taught us to drive with due regard to reach the people who would one day call us for help. Officer Embry helped reinforce the importance of fitness and a proper diet to carry us forward in our career. Through determination, we've persevered. And it was that same determination that carried us through on July 17th, the dreaded state exam. The test that determines whether you're to become a police officer or if it's time to pack it up. In the weeks prior to the test, Sergeant Edmonds delivered a challenge to our class. In the history of the Academy, no class had had a perfect 100% pass rate their first time taking the test. On July 22nd, we found out that Class 185 had done just that. Today, 31 of us stand together as brothers and sisters, prepared to join an even larger family. But as we reflect on the struggles we have endured that have brought us to this moment, we must turn our thoughts to the struggles we will endure and the weight we will carry from this day forward. The average police officer carries approximately 20 to 25 pounds of gear every day in snowy winter and blazing summer heat. Over a 30-year career, that adds up to a total of over 156,000 pounds carried. But that weight pales in comparison to the weight of the badge that we wear. It carries with it the weight of our duty to you, the public, and to each other. So thank you to Lieutenant Helton, Sergeant Edmonds, Officers Anderson, Purdy, and Embry, and all of our fantastic staff here for teaching us to carry that weight. You are all truly a cut above. Finally, to the citizens of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County, thank you for giving us the opportunity to carry that weight and to serve you. Thank you for placing your faith and trust in us. Class 185 is ready for duty.
Good morning. My name is Shane Edmonds, and it has been my pleasure to serve as the Recruit Training Sergeant for the 185th Recruit Class. I want to thank the families for all the support you've given your loved ones over the past 6 months. I also want you to know that their training isn't over. After today, they will report to their divisions for their next phase of training. During this time, they will respond to 911 calls with a police training officer to watch and guide their every step. They will have a division of brothers and sisters helping to teach them how to reach their goal of becoming an officer worthy of wearing the badge. But that starts next week. Today, we want to celebrate each one of our recruits and all that they have accomplished. During their time here at the Academy, there were 4 main areas of focus: academics, physical fitness, driving, and firearms. This morning, we would like to recognize the recruits that have excelled in these specific areas of training. Before we begin, I'd like to invite Chief Jennings on stage for the presentation of awards. The Academic Award. This award goes to the recruit with the highest average through all 35 exams. The 185th Academic Award winner with an overall average of 95.46 is recruit Henry Burr. The Physical Fitness Award. After many weeks of strenuous physical fitness training, the recruits must perform the police officer's physical abilities test and the Cooper fitness test. These tests involve weightlifting, vertical jumps, push-ups, sit-ups, and an obstacle course to give an overall fitness level. The 185th Recruit Class Physical Fitness Award goes to recruit Ian Buff. The Firearms Award. The recruits received approximately 80 hours of firearms training. At the completion of this training, the recruits must pass a daytime and nighttime firearms qualification course with a score of 70% or higher. The 185th Recruit Class Firearms Award winners, because we have two, with an average score of 99.2 is recruit David Curtis, and recruit Lucas Spears. The Driving Award. The recruits received approximately 60 hours of driver's training. At the completion of this training, the recruits must successfully navigate 7 driving courses. The 185th Recruit Class Driving Award winner with an average of 98 is recruit Henry Burr. The Chiefs Award for Excellence. In each recruit class, we recognize the one recruit that excelled in all 4 of the instructional areas: academics, physical fitness, driving, and firearms. The 185th Recruit Class Chiefs Award for Excellence goes to recruit Henry Burr. I'd like to take a minute and thank our recruiting and firearms divisions, our academy training staff, and all of the officers of CMPD for your hard work and support with the 185th Recruit Class. To recruit training officers Wayne Embry, Katie Anderson, and Tim Purdy, I'd like to thank you for another outstanding job. To the 185th Recruit Class, as you go throughout your career, I challenge you to remember your reason for becoming an officer and strive to live up to those goals each and every day. At this time, we will now present the basic law enforcement certificates to the 185th Recruit Class. As I call your name, please come forward. I'd like to invite Deputy Chief Patterson and Deputy Chief Voorhees on stage for the presentation of the certificates. Tucker Armstrong. Jatasha Bias. Raquel Prisco. Ian Buff. Henry Burr, Jr. You may now pin your badges. Congratulations, officers. Chol Chi. James Connor. David Curtis. Derek Entwistle. Matthew Flanagan. You may now pin your badges. Congratulations, officers. Lee Gilfillan. Brandon Graham. Yael Grazier Zerbarini. Sean Husk. Nicholas Jones. You may now pin your badges. Congratulations, officers. Kenneth Clutie. Ryan Lewis. Corey Malden. Gabriel Nazco. You may now pin your badges. Congratulations, officers. Hung Fan. Matthew Pills. Lucas Robinson. David Ross. Michael Raballo. You may now pin your badges. Congratulations, officers. Andrew Rudd. Ryan Sellers. Caleb Sherman. You may now pin your badges. Congratulations, officers. Tawan Skeen. Lucas Spears. Ryan Wood. You may now pin your badges. Congratulations, officers.
Recruit Class 185, the badge you have earned and that you now have pinned to your chest carries a tremendous amount of historical significance and stands for the highest qualities that we and our great city expect from our officers every single day. We hope you enjoyed this video presentation, which highlights just some of what the Hornets Nest badge represents.
By itself, it's just a piece of metal. But for you, the one who will wear it over your heart, it means everything. It means duty to uphold the law, integrity to keep you grounded, courage to face your fear. It's passion to find you. Lord Cornwallis may have called Charlotte a hornet's nest of rebellion, but now there is law and order. Wear this hornet's nest proudly on your chest. Never do anything to tarnish it or bring it disgrace. It's your daily reminder you are here to serve and protect. Honor those who came before you. This badge means you belong to a family that understands the days that nearly break you and the days that make you. There's no other badge like this one. Wear it with pride. And to those who see you with it, let them know it's the heartbeat that keeps this city pounding.
Recruit Class 185, congratulations to each of you and welcome to the CMPD family. Ladies and gentlemen, I proudly present to you the officers of the 185th Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Recruit Class. Thank you.
I wanted to become a police officer because I've always wanted to help people. Always knew I was very blessed in my life, and I just want to be out there to help other people and get them through their tough times.
I decided to join the police department to let people like me know that it is okay to stand apart, to do something different. In today's country right now, there's a lot of stereotypes about what a police officer is and isn't, and I just wanted to let people know that it is okay to do something that you feel like you should do. I'm no different from anybody else. I have family, I have friends. I just chose a different job.
Policing gives me that discipline and structure that I need, and it also allows me to help people at the same time. And I think with that, I can also help be a role model with other Asian Americans who are struggling with their identity, what they want to be.
You know, in New York, I struggled for years just to get by. Working 2 jobs, my husband worked 2 jobs. We moved out here, my husband went to 1 job, and he said, you could do whatever you want to do. You don't have to worry about financially supporting us anymore. And for me, it was no question. I was like, okay, I want to be an officer.
I, David Curtis, do solemnly swear. I, Ryan Wood, do solemnly swear. I, Michael Ravello, do solemnly swear. I, Ryan Lewis, do solemnly swear. I, Brian Graham, do solemnly swear. I, Ian Booth, do solemnly swear. I, Hong Fan, do solemnly swear. I, Gabriel Nassau, do solemnly swear. I, Chuck Armstrong, do solemnly swear. I, Lucas Rose, do solemnly swear. I, Kenneth Gloody, do solemnly swear.
I, Jatasha Bias, do solemnly swear.
I, Caleb Sherman, do solemnly swear. I, Andrew Rudd, do solemnly swear. I, Sean Huss, do solemnly swear. I, Matthew Pills, do solemnly swear. I, Jonathan Nugent, do solemnly swear. I, Lucas Spears, do solemnly swear. I, Tom Lunstein, do solemnly swear. I, Nicholas Jones, do solemnly swear. I, Toby Chi, do solemnly swear. I, Derek Twistle, do solemnly swear. I, Henry Bird Jr., do solemnly affirm. I, James Connor, do solemnly swear. I, Matthew Flanagan, do solemnly swear.
I, Yael Frazier Zabrini, do affirm.
I, Marilyn Guilfoyle, do solemnly swear. I, Ryan Sellers, do solemnly swear. I, Corey Monin, do solemnly swear.
I, Miguel Bruno Prisco, do solemnly swear.
I, David Ross, do solemnly swear that I will support and maintain the Constitution and laws of the United States and the Constitution and laws of North Carolina, not inconsistent herewith, that I will be alert and vigilant to enforce the common laws of the state, that I will not be influenced in any manner on account of personal bias or prejudice, that I will faithfully and impartially execute the duties of my office
duties as a law enforcement officer according to the best of my skill, abilities, and judgment. So help me God. 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 So help me God.
Three important items on our agenda. So before we get started, I would like for all the committee members to introduce themselves. So I'm going to start with the lady from District 4.
Good morning. This is Renee Johnson, council member and committee member.
Thank you, Renee, for having your shirt on.
And now, thank you. Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you, Tracy. It was the foundation.
The young lady who represents us at large. Dimple, can you introduce yourself, please?
Dimple, yes, Dimple Ashmira at large.
Thank you, Dimple, for your shirt. Very good. The gentleman who represents District 6.
Todd Fakari, Vice Chair.
All right. Tark, I don't see you don't have your shirt on?
No, I'm driving right now. Apologies.
Oh, okay. Ooh, be careful. Be careful. The gentleman who represents District 5, and we're going to make it an honorary member because he put his shirt on.
So much, Mr. Chair. Matt Newton, District 5. Great to be here.
Thank you, Matt. And those here in room 280, can you introduce yourselves? Start off with the Chief of Staff of the Mayor. We'll come back to her.
I'm Laura Smith. I'm an Executive Vice President with the Foundation for the Carolinas.
Tracy Dodson, Manager's Office. Admittedly did not wear my shirt. I have something else, so I apologize.
I'll let her slide.
Donata Jackson, Office of Constituent Services. My shirt's on the way.
Fran West, City of Charlotte Economic Development. Emily Cantrell, City of Charlotte Economic Development.
And I know we have some other council members on. Mayor Pro Tem?
Good morning, everyone. Julie Eisel, Mayor Pro Tem and serving at large. Happy to listen in this morning.
And we have some special guests we've been working with probably since May, the member of our Small Business Task Force who have joined us. And so I would like for those individuals to introduce themselves, starting with Ms. Diava.
Good morning, everyone.
Vinay.
Good morning, Vinay Patel with Shree Hotels.
Chad.
Good morning, Chad Turner with the Charlotte LGBT Chamber and the Charlotte Small Business Coalition.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Now back to the Mayor's Chief of Staff. Could you introduce yourself, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Kay Cunningham, Office of the Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, and we'll go ahead and get started. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Tracy Dotson to lead us through the agenda. Tracy?
Great. Thanks, Councilmember Mitchell. If we can pull up the presentation, we have three items on the agenda for today. First, the committee referrals. Councilmember Mitchell and I can tag team on that a little bit. Second, open for business. We want to give you updates and potentially some recommendations on access to capital, and then review one last time before we start implementing Thrive initiatives. And then we will start a discussion about our tax increment grant policy. Today will be an overview on that, and then we can come back in September and discuss it more.
Perfect.
All right. So with that, if we can go to the next slide. What I have here is what was referred to the Workforce and Development Committee. The way that my understanding is the mayor had sent them out was the items in green, which you'll see some on the next slide, were the highest priority ones, and then what's in blue were new ones. And just really quick, opportunity zones, I think it continues to be an ongoing conversation about what's happening in opportunity zones. A lot of that work will tie into our corridors. Councilmember Mitchell, just let me know if you have anything to add into that. A workforce development strategy. So there's a couple different prongs in this. Obviously, you will see today a couple of different initiatives that we're proposing in Thrive around workforce development. But also, Emily had presented to the manager and I last week a broader strategy around workforce development strategies. And I think in a future meeting, it would be advantageous to bring that back as well and share with the committee. The tax increment grant, as we know, that'll be a part of our discussion today. A new item, the youth employment policy, which we can have some more discussion about and start to determine how to move that along. Further promoting African American business opportunities. I think this conversation can go in a couple of different directions. We can talk about it, how it relates into our corridor work, but then also other opportunities that we may have or initiatives. Next slide, please. Now for the ones in green that are proposed as new, safe Charlotte focus, workforce development plans to reduce high unemployment. And again, some of this goes into what we're doing under the Thrive strategy. We think it's really important to tie some of the work that we're already doing. Workforce development policy, which is the criteria required when city funding is included. I think we started a little bit of that discussion last week. I think there's more discussion that could be had, or potentially an opportunity for staff to bring back some recommendations around that. And then we also have a workforce plan in corridors of opportunity. we have been talking about doing some talent studies in our corridors, as well as looking at employment opportunities in our corridors. And so it's really easy, just to add on to that a little bit, it's really easy to say we want businesses to locate in corridors, but how much opportunity do we really have? What is the talent and what are the businesses best suited for those corridors? The last one is strengthening workforce development within the diversion program. And again, just more work that we can do around that. So I'll stop there, and Councilman Mitchell, see if you have anything to add.
No, thank you. And I have to applaud the mayor because she called a meeting with all the committee chairs, and she was pretty adamant about important work we need to do in the month of August, particularly around safe Charlotte focus. And then I was very excited that she allowed us to look at how do we increase African American business opportunities, as well as diversion programs. So I will ask Councilman Johnson to get with Emily. Councilmember Johnson works very closely with an organization she introduced me to about 2 months ago. So Councilman Johnson, after the meeting, if you and Emily can touch base with the work you've been doing with that organization, I think it could be a worthwhile conversation as we talk about diversion program. Committee, any comments before we move on? Okay.
Great. So let's go now into the open for business, and we really want to start with a couple things under the Survive strategy. If we can go to the next slide, and give you a couple of updates there. Next slide. One, I want to remind you where the budget was. So this was the budget that you adopted in May. And you can see there how it all broke down. If we go to the next slide, there are three things I want to call your attention to. The intensive career cohorts, if you remember at our last committee meeting, we said that we would come back to council on some opportunities there. And then also workforce partner support. We had spent $500,000 to execute a Renew training cohort. This was around HVAC and the American Climate Challenge. And then we have $250,000 remaining out of that. And then the last thing was the Small Business Accelerator. The selection of a partner to establish this has not yet occurred, so we're essentially suggesting that we roll that over into Thrive initiatives. Not necessarily the same exact initiative, but I'll explain more later. So by the math, that gives you $2.25 million to roll over into Thrive. Okay, so I just want to start with explaining that to everybody that we didn't implement all of our Survive initiatives. So we're just rolling those extra funds over, and I'll explain later. You'll see in the overall budget. So we'll start with the $17.25 million budget. So now let's go to access to capital, and I want Laura to give you an update on where we are with that, but then also make some recommendations for next steps.
Thank you for having me. So just real quickly, the slide before, you want to give you an update on where we are with wrapping up with this phase of the grant program. So when we closed out a week or so ago, we had 5,772 businesses that had submitted or started an application. Actually a pretty exciting number, given that we think the universe of small businesses in Charlotte are around 10,000, a little over 10,000 businesses. So roughly 50% of the businesses in Charlotte, reached out and started an application process. Of those 5,700, 3,400, a little over 3,400 ended up submitting applications. $42 million are represented by that 3,405 applications. So as you'll know, if you look underneath those, you'll see our focus for this round of grants were companies who had not already received funding from PPP or Golden Leaf or city microloans. And so the universe that we had as we considered initially grants were 1,555 companies, and this represented $17 million. The breakdown of those between the micro and the small business, we had lots of conversations about the micro, which are 5 or less employees, and so about 1,400, a little over 1,400 were the micro businesses, and we had about 101 small businesses, so 25 to 6 employees. One of the things that we've kind of talked about along the way is just the error rate that we saw in applications. So just want to address that again, is we continue to see about a 65% error rate, meaning of those who submitted an application, about 65% were unsuccessful in their first attempt to get the information included that we needed. Obviously, you all know that we've been working very diligently to try to bring that number up so that we increase the number of folks that were eligible. Looking at those that applied to the fund that had already received PPP funding, we had about 1,700 who were requesting about $25 million that we have not considered at this part of the game because we were placing a priority on those who had not received funding. So we've had about approximately 1,100 micro businesses in that category and about 579 employers that were in that small business category from 6 to 25. And our error rate in those applications was about 47%. We'll go to the next slide. On this slide, we're going to focus on what happened in this, these initial rounds of grants. And so, as you know, we had 3 grant cycles prior where we awarded 391 grants totaling a little over $4.2 million. The breakdown of those were, the mass majority were micro businesses. So 369 micro businesses received grants and 22 small business grants. We're excited to say in this last round of grants, we have 369 additional awardees in this next round. So those were all processed last week, and I think checks will go out from the city tomorrow for the additional 369 grants, 358 which were micro businesses and 11 were small businesses. So in closing out this phase of the program, we have an additional total of 760 businesses that were supported through this program for a little over $8 million. So a total of 727 micro businesses and 33 small businesses. So we, yes.
If I may.
Yes.
One, this is just great information. And so committee, are there any questions? Because I know there's been a lot of conversation in the community. Who have received the grants, what was the ratio between micro business, small grants, and the total dollar amount? So I want to stop right here and make sure and see if there are any questions from the committee members. None? Okay.
The next slide, I think, is one of my favorite images as part of this program. But this shows you a dot on the map for every grant, the 790 grants that we've made to date. You can see those on this map, so you can see exactly where these businesses are, which were spread throughout the city of Charlotte. So I hope council members and those on the task force can all feel really good about the support that went out to the community and those that it reached. So it's really exciting for us to see where those grants ended up happening. Next slide. This gives you just a breakdown. We wanted to share with you just what our demographics look like from a racial standpoint. So if you look at your pie chart to the left-hand side, you'll see it represents the breakdown of applicants in terms of how they identified themselves in terms of race, in terms of submission. So this is of all those who submitted, approximately 48% identified themselves as Black or African American. We had 9% that identified themselves as Asian. 31% identified themselves as either white or Caucasian. We had, 3.5% of other, and about 8% were Hispanic or Latin American. And then what you look at the pie chart to your right-hand side of the screen is actually what happened in terms of awards. So again, left-hand side is all submissions, and then the right-hand side represents awards. So you'll see that about 59% of the grants went to Black or African American owned businesses, 5% Asian, 24% Caucasian white, 9% Hispanic, and about 2.5% identify themselves as other, and about 0.5% or American Indian, Alaskan American. So that's our breakdown in terms of our racial demographics for the program at this point.
Any questions? Any comments?
Yes, Mr. Mitchell.
Councilmember Ashmere, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what I see here is really the businesses that did not get PPP, because this data only shows businesses that we already distributed grants to, and this is our phase where we have not touched any business that have received PPP. So you can clearly see here, for an example, where we had over 48% African American, 8% Hispanic, but in distribution, we can see clearly 58% African American and 9% Hispanic. So clearly, a lot of those businesses were left out of PPP, and our Access to Capital program is supporting these businesses. So really, it's great to see this equitable distribution. So I've just been pretty pleased, and I wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Ms. Ashmere, because Laura hears a lot of praise from me, but it's good to hear from other people who appreciate the work that the foundation was able to do for our small businesses. Any other comments? Laura?
Kind of moving to our next slide. Your pie chart on the left-hand side just represents the gender breakdown for the program. So of those receiving awards, 47% identified themselves as female owners and 53% male. So that was our breakdown. And then the final pie chart on your right-hand side, it breaks it down in terms of the number of years that we're in business, which I thought was really fascinating. So 43% of your businesses had been in business for over 8 years. You had approximately 25% in the 4 to 7 year range, and you had 32% that were in business 3 or less years. So I thought a nice breakdown of the businesses that applied and received funding. With this next slide is Holly on. I think Holly was going to cover these next slides.
I am on. Thanks. That was a great summary, Laura. Hey, everybody. Holly Eskridge with the Economic Development Department. So we're really pleased with this program. It's been an amazing partnership. Councilmember Ashmere, I completely agree with you. I think that we're hitting exactly who needed this funding for these first 8 weeks that we have this program up and running. We're very, very happy about it. And we're happy with the trend as far as the number of awards that they increased so much this last fourth round of checks. So we want to talk about some recommendations and how we want to move this project forward. And so what we would like to do is we would like to open a new application period, and we'd like to run that from August 11th to the 30th. And during this time, actually, I'll go into bullet 4. So August 11th to the 30th, we're saying for 3 weeks to keep that open where new applications can come in. We would like to, moving forward, include all eligible applications and award selection. One thing that is important to note is that the non-PPPs that submitted in the first 8 weeks will still maintain that level of priority, but moving forward on the PPPs and anything that comes in those 3 weeks, we believe that it's time to include all of those in a selection pool. Then we also really want to do intensive assistance to small businesses that have application errors. As you saw on the slide Laura went over, it's the non-PPP, as we're calling them, and the PPP companies both have error rates. And really, it's important that the focus be shifted to really helping to correct those applications so that the businesses can receive the funding or are eligible to receive the funding. And so what we're saying is that there will be a new community outreach strategy. So we're starting the marketing around the new application cycle and program. The foundation's done some great work around that, actually. Have looked at some of the things they prepared, but we're really trying to push back out that it is open and it is all small businesses that are eligible to apply. The second is we had a really great meeting. Councilmember Newton facilitated this happening with some of our advocates in the community that work with international small businesses. And they really came up with this great solution, which is creating these navigators within their specific demographics that they support in the international small business community. And so Laura and her team's done an awesome job of training these navigators. The navigators, wherever these different advocacy groups feel like is the most appropriate location where our international small businesses can come in, they can apply for funding, it's safe, that's where they'll be located. And then actually with each navigator will be a person who was at one of the YMCA sites. So it's actually the most effective and efficient way, we think, to make sure that the information that's needed, that our international small businesses understand that, what's required, and they have an opportunity to apply. And then we will have one site that will have an in-person clinic like we did at the YMCA's, except it will just be one site over those 3 weeks. So on the right-hand side on the slide, there's the timeline. Again, August 11th to 30th, we would reopen the application. The applications would be due by August 30th at 5 p.m. And then we'll deploy this community outreach strategy that's listed in bullet 4. August 11th through October 2nd, that's when we'll be shifting really towards helping these small businesses with errors in their applications fix those errors. It's going to be a high-touch engagement, which is really great, and we think exactly what our small businesses need. August 21st through October 16th, we'll continue at this point in time for that first 8 weeks. We did every 2 weeks in award cycles, so we're going to continue with that process, and we feel like 100% of the money will be released by October 16th. And then those business surveys that we talked about previously that need to be done to close out the program, we'll start submitting those to our small businesses that receive the grant awards October, November of 2020 to get all of that done and closed out by December 30th, 2020. Councilmember Mitchell, do you want me to stop here for any questions?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Keep
First
moving.
of all, Holly, thank you for wearing your shirt.
On vacation.
Welcome.
While you're on vacation, thank you for your dedication. And I'm going to go to Councilmember Johnson.
Okay, you got it.
And then Mr. Vinay Patel has a question. And I'm going to kind of deviate, but he's part of the Small Business Task Force. So, Councilmember Johnson, your question first.
Okay, thank you. This is a really great program, but I had some questions about the error rate. So there was a 67% error rate. That seems like really high, more so than just user error. So I wanted to know if there was a breakdown on what those errors were, and will these recommendations and next steps, you think, will address some of those errors in the process?
I think as we've been talking about every time I've met the errors that have been occurring, and there's not one particular area. We're seeing errors across the board, and it's everything from people not signing the documents, not having a document notarized. They use a name in the application that's different from what's on their W-9. Their TIN number doesn't match, and so we've been seeing errors in various places. So one of the things that we've been trying to do is tweak our application all the way along to try to correct wording, change our Q&A to try to support as much as we can. But we continue to see, despite how we've changed things and we have morphed along the way, we continue to see the large error rates. One of the reasons that you see the larger number of grants awards this time, 396, is because we are now going back to anybody that hasn't been successful. We have been reaching out to them directly to try to help them with it. So as you know, we had application sites open, eight different YMCAs where they could come in and receive personalized support to help them fill out the application. We have had notaries available to them, so anyone that could not get a notary, they had opportunities to do that. We are now reaching out by telephone and asking if they were unable to come into a Y site, do they want essentially a Zoom meeting with us, and we'll help them fill out their application online. So we are trying every avenue that we possibly can to help alleviate those barriers to get people over the hump. as Holly mentioned, we are continuing, anyone that was successful sending in that application that meets that eligibility criteria, we are still working with them on trying to get them over the hump. But we really, it kind of runs the gamut in terms of the types of errors that we've seen on the application process.
Great. So there will be intentional outreach to those organizations that weren't successful due to errors to walk them through the process next time.
Yeah, and to be perfectly honest, we've been doing that all the way along. So don't want you to think it's just something we're doing now. We have been doing that all the way along. And literally, there are some companies that we have now contacted 2 or 3 times. We have even driven out to locations to get documents signed for people. I mean, we are leaving no stone unturned in terms of our efforts to try to help businesses achieve this objective of getting things correct.
Wow, thank you. And then a question regarding the budget for this. What's the budget that's allotted to this fund or this program, Tracy?
$30 million.
$30 million. And of that, we spent how much?
$8 million, a little over $8 million.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So Councilmember Johnson, you just like me, the remaining fund, I think we need to get the word out that we're talking about dispersing about $22 million worth of grant to our small businesses. Because I think the math is very important. Mr. Vinay Patel, sir.
I think Councilmember Johnson asked exactly what I was going to ask. And the one thing that I would say is, does it make sense to, we had $48 million in requests for $30 million available. Instead of getting new apps in, does it make sense to continue the outreach and get that going? But, my question got answered based on everything that was said by Laura.
Thank you, Vinay.
I want to clarify one thing. Obviously, there's $42.8 million that was requested. A large portion of that, we have not even looked at those applications yet because they had already received PPP funding. So, if the decision of the committee is to open it up to small businesses that receive PPP, we will have more dollars to be able to look at in terms of awarding. The other reason that we really felt it was important to open up and give all businesses a chance to apply that have 25 or less employees is in case someone made a decision not to apply because they had already received PPP funding and thought, I'm not going to apply because I'm not a priority. We didn't want the program for someone not to have applied and now open it up and they say, well, if I had known, I would have put an application in. So we felt it was really important to take some time, not a long period of time, but to give everybody a fair playing field to know it is now open, and even if you receive PP funding, you have the opportunity to come in and apply.
Councilmember Ashmere.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Laura, thank you so much for the great presentation. So, Holly, thank you so much for your work. This process has been so transparent from day one with frequent updates. I do have questions around International Small Business Navigator. So, Mr. Newton, thank you for bringing this idea, because I have received some feedback from international small businesses where there were some instances where there was a language barrier or questions around immigration status and so on. So I think the Navigator model would certainly address some of those concerns. Would this Navigators, are we looking at our business support or the partner support organization to help us with the Navigators? Who are we working with, and would there be any costs associated with it?
There obviously there will be a cost associated, and I think the next slide is going to go over the additional costs with extending the program another 8 weeks. So there will be a cost to us adding that Navigator component. We did reach out to the international community, Councilman Newton as well, and tried and have worked over the last week to try to identify who these navigators would be and what part of the community, different constituents of the international community we need to make sure that we are representing. We've been working on recruiting those folks last week, doing background checks. We're starting to train those folks. And then, as Holly mentioned, we are going to partner them with someone that has been working on the application process for, throughout this process. So hopefully that partnership will enable that when those applications come in, we know that they're 100% correct. So it's not only that navigator that knows how to reach into that community and identify those business owners and help them come to the table, but we're partnering with them, someone who intimately knows the application process and can help make sure that we're hopefully creating error-free applications. And then we're also hiring notaries, that if someone is not able to get access to a notary, that we will have notaries that can go in and meet with a navigator, with this YMC floater, with the business owner, and create, take down any barriers in terms of a notary as well.
But I guess I'm trying to understand, do we have to set aside any budget for navigators?
Yes, it's in the Thrive. You'll see it. One more slide, Councilmember Ashmere.
Next slide.
Next slide.
Next slide.
Okay.
And the man who, well, can we go back one more if we can?
Yeah.
Because I want to give Councilmember Newton a lot of credit for his leadership on the navigators. So, Councilmember Newton, sir.
Mr. Chair, I wanted to thank the staff for all of your hard work on the entirety of this program. This has been a tremendous undertaking that I know is immensely valuable for the city of Charlotte and all of our small businesses. Also, I want to thank staff for being open and welcoming of the immigrant and refugee communities and their concerns. The Navigator program sparked by a number of community leaders, immigrant and refugee community leaders, expressing the cultural and language barriers of the small businesses in their communities and how they experience difficulty through the application process. We can look at, but also bear in mind that even aside from that error rate, there are segments of the community that, due to those hurdles existing, were unable or just did not feel comfortable to explore the possibility of these grants. The Navigator program fills that gap. Now, bear in mind, too, there still are some additional gaps that aren't being filled. Some businesses, I think, would be defined as a small business, but don't fall within our criteria. And I understand, I know that through the conversations we have with community leaders, that they understand as well that this is CARES Act dollars that we're talking about here, and there are restrictions upon that. So we can talk about other ways. I hope that we explore other ways of building partnerships with organizations in the communities to fill those additional gaps. One type of business that comes to mind is the folks that have gardens that they cultivate and then sell to local grocers and provide that locally sourced fresh produce for our communities across all of Charlotte. They unfortunately fall outside the parameters of our grant program here. Maybe there are opportunities for partnerships with local organizations to fill those gaps. But nevertheless, wanted to give a lot of credit to the community leaders that came together to discuss the Navigator program with our city staff, the YMCA, and the city staff as well. We'll see a little bit more information pertaining to the specifics of the program, but thank you all so much for your involvement, your encouragement, and then also thank you for listening and for providing notaries. That has also been one of the challenges experienced by those segments of the community. So thank you all so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Once again, Councilman Newton, thank you, because I think you brought this to our attention. I know I had a meeting with them last Thursday, the same community leaders, so I appreciate you, sir, taking on this initiative. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also just want to say, first of all, thank you to Mr. Newton for his work in really promoting this and his passion for this topic, because I think it really brought to light some fundamental issues with our small businesses in Charlotte. And with that, I want to say thank you to Laura and Holly for making government look good, because it shows that we can pivot and we can be nimble and really adjust to what we're hearing from our constituents and from the community. So I really appreciate the granular level that you got to really figure out why we weren't able to deploy these loans as quickly as possible. So I'm glad that we're moving forward and opening it up, but that we gave the opportunity to small businesses who didn't get PPP first to give them really more of a running start to get this money. I think it's interesting how it sheds a light on businesses and individuals that don't have access to capital traditionally, that they've started businesses in a very organic way, probably borrowing money from friends and family. And so, when we're done with this, I hope that, Laura and Holly, you can provide us with takeaways on what really limits these businesses from growing as you see just simple things like the paperwork, because a lot of that paperwork and the need for it came out of people going to banks and the banks saying, here's what we need. So my last comment then is a question. Are there any documents that we have required that you have found, a lot of businesses just don't have, but there is a good reason to still give them money if we can tweak the program?
We have not really found that. Our list of documents that, is fairly extensive. So it was a long list, and they only had to pick 3 up from that long list. And most businesses have generally been able to do that. Only one of them is required to be from something that they can't self-generate, meaning that we have a document that's from a governmental source or a banking source or a utility, so that we know it's not something that they just self-generated. We've also tried to protect the city and these funds from fraud, and so we need to have something that guarantees that. But we've tried to be incredibly flexible. We also, as we have looked through documents, if we could tell that someone handed in a document that wasn't on that list, but it verifies the information that we needed, we've tried to flex to be able to meet applicants in that way as well. So again, I think we've had a very comprehensive list. It is not that we're asking for 15 documents. We're only asking for 3, and they get to pick and choose. And generally what we've seen is it's been a wide variety. It may be easier for someone to provide a utility bill, someone else a banking statement, someone else their origination letter from the state of North Carolina. So it really has varied what people have handed in. So I can't say that there's one document that nobody had, or generally people have been able to pull 3 of those documents that we had on our list.
Okay. So I think the Navigator thing really will help with that. So I appreciate it. And that's all. Just thanks for the hard work on this. And Mr. Newton, thanks for elevating that segment of the population that needed our help. Appreciate it.
I think, the what we're seeing with the documents or the application, it's more likely to be, for instance, someone hands in a lease, but the lease is not signed. So if it's not a signed lease, we can't verify that they're really an ongoing business. Or they hand in, we had people that handed in a W-9 but didn't fill out the W-9. Well, you got to fill out a W-9, for it to be, or the name on the W-9 is different from the name on the application. And in order for the city to cross-check that, those 2 things have to match. So again, just a lot of different kinds of ways that I think people, moving too quickly, maybe not reading closely and providing, information. So again, those are the types of businesses that it's easy for us to follow back up with and hopefully get those applications corrected.
Ms. D'Alba.
Thank you, Councilman. Laura and Holly, good morning. Thank you for a great update. I was especially pleased to see the mitigation strategies that Holly presented this morning. My question is, I have a couple of questions. Laura, how many applications do we get each week on average? You may have mentioned that, so I apologize if you have already, but can you share that number?
I'm going to give you a rough number, and I want to say we were receiving about 150, 200 in that range per week.
Okay. My concern is based on our run rate, if you will, based on the number of applications, that we still may not spend all this money, even with additional efforts, given the time that we have. So my question was, a couple questions. One is, can we extend the new deadline if we need to, or can we just extend it now? There may be a reason to have it where it is. So and then my other question is, can we go ahead and decision or grant the applications that are in queue that are qualified? Now, I don't think anyone mentioned about what we're doing for those who are sitting in queue. I myself have received 11 calls from people who have submitted applications who were wondering about status or wondering when they were going to get to that point. So whether or not they are PPP, have received PPP or not received PPP, my question is, can we go ahead and issue a grant to those who are qualified before opening the next round? I think we've done a great job in satisfying the diversity measures to this point. I feel like, I don't know, I know we talked about the algorithm that was used for decisioning and the random selection and those types of things. And that's good because certainly has proved out in making sure that the parity is there in terms of distribution. But there are businesses who still need funding that are sitting in queue. So my question is, can we go ahead and grant those before we open up the second one, the second round? And then if we find that at some point in October or November that there's still a significant amount of money remaining, the question is, can we go back and re-grant those who have been issued the $5,000 or the other level? I can't remember the number off the top of my head. Certainly, as we talked before in early conversations, it's still not enough. And so there's still a great need there. So I think, it would be very disappointing to all of us if we had money remaining at the end of the program, even in October at this point, significant amount of money remaining. And given the fact that we've at this point we've issued $8 million, we still have $22 million left, roughly. That's a significant amount. So looking at a greater levels of grants, making sure that we go ahead and decision the ones that are approved that are in queue already, instead of having them wait there and then go and see if this next round of outreach works. I think there's some things that we can do now significant. What I'm saying.
Yeah. Let me, I'm going to answer a lot of different questions you had there. So let me try to hit the ones that I think I've got the authority to answer, and then I'll turn it over to the city for the ones I don't think I have the authority to answer. And Tracy can hit me if I answer something that I'm not supposed to answer. So one, I want to reinforce any business that applied to us that had not received PPP funding or any other source of funding that successfully filled out an application and was eligible has gotten funding now. So there is no one in queue that, again, they filled out the application, they got it correct, they are eligible and hadn't received other funding. They have all now been funded. Now, we still have a group of applications that haven't received funding that we are still working with today as we speak to try to get their application correct. So we're continuing to work on those, and we continue to plan to make all those businesses a priority. So if they haven't gotten funding yet and we can get them to successfully complete an application, they're going to get funding. So I don't want you to think there are any of those that are waiting. The applications that we haven't looked at right now are PPP. And what we've been trying to do is actually review those along the way. So if you all made a decision and you all were ready to consider giving grants to those, that we would be in a position to be able to get those processed fairly quickly. So we don't intend to wait till the very end of the program to distribute the additional money. We have been re-granting every 2 weeks, and we would continue on that same schedule with the city, so that if we open it up to PPP and we've got applicants in that pool that have are eligible and have filled it out correctly, we would start funding those as soon as you give us the green light to do that. And we would do a section of grants every 2 weeks, through the end of this program. One of the questions you asked was, do we think we'll be able to distribute the money? So what we have found is when we begin to work with applicants, we're able to get about a 70% success rate in terms of applicants correctly filling out the application. So if you look at the fact that we've already received $42 million in grant requests, and we think we can get 70% of those to the finish line, and if we receive another 150 over the next 3 weeks, we think that, based on what we've seen so far, that those monies will be distributed. If we got to the end of this and it still wasn't distributed and the city looked at us and said, yes, we want to extend, that would be something we would consider, but it would certainly be a call for the city to make, not the Foundation for the Carolinas. But our goal is to try to get this money out, as quickly as we can. And I think it's important that we continue to process what we've got, but go ahead and open up the application process. So we're doing those things simultaneously so that we are continuing to get the funds out, that we've got the greatest shot. Because the last thing we want is the city to have money left over December 31 and any of those dollars going back. So I think we can do these two things simultaneously, which is, get these processed that we already have in the door, to get other businesses a chance that may have said, I'm going to hold back and not apply because I've already gotten money, the chance to come in and apply.
D'Alva, did you have a follow-up?
No, thank you. Thank you for clarifying. And I did understand that those that are in queue are PPP. I guess my point is, it looks like we need to, and this may be for the city,
Okay.
in this case, and those who are voting, I think we should really look at granting those who are qualified, who have received PPP funds. We should look at granting them now as well, particularly since there's such a significant amount to go around. And we have said many times that the need is there. And certainly if you look at the amount that's in queue, it validates that the need is there.
Thank you. And let me just address the one question you had, and I agree with Laura and other committee members. We are praying that we have no funds remaining, no grant funds remaining by the end of October. It is our goal, our intention to spend all $30 million on this grant program. So I will assure you, if we have any left over, D'Alva, we would find a way to put that back in community and give it to the business owners. Because you're right, we still hear from small businesses loud and clear that they still need assistance. Tracy?
All I was going to add to that, I think there's two asks in this presentation today. Is one, that this committee support the new recommendations that Laura and Holly have laid out as the next steps forward. So I think if we have that, then everything does fall into line to what D'Alva's talking about.
So with that, committee members, can I get a motion on the floor to accept the recommendation for next steps?
Move to approve.
Okay. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. That was Councilman Bakari. Thank you. Motion made by Councilmember Ashmere, second by Councilmember Bakari. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Councilmember, I'm sorry, I have my hand up.
Okay, yeah, because I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Councilmember Johnson?
Okay, yeah. I just want to ask, out of those businesses that have applied, can you go back to the slide with the number of businesses that have applied? I think it's 3,405 businesses that have applied.
Councilman Johnson, while she's doing that, okay, let me finish the motion. So are you in favor of the motion?
Well, yeah, it's up for discussion right now, right?
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
Discussion. Go ahead, Laura.
So what was the question? I'm not sure what the question was.
The slide with the number of applicants.
Okay.
I think it's slide 8.
Go back. Yeah, that one. Okay, yes.
Okay. First of all, we're going to get a copy of this presentation. It's really informative, so thank you for this. But I just want to look at the numbers. And so we've had 3,400 businesses to apply, and the award has been, I think, to 760 businesses. And much of that is because of these large error rates. I don't think we can ignore these error rates before we move forward in changing the process and opening it up to businesses who've already received PPP. It does not seem that we've served effectively all of those who have tried to obtain the funding. So I really think that we need to mitigate the process and make sure that we are serving the ones that need the funding. You know, I specifically, I talked to my hairdresser this morning, and she had not received any funding. So there are still small businesses and those that need it that, due to some error or some miscommunication or lack of understanding, that aren't getting the funding. So I know that we're working to mitigate. So I would just hope that we try the improvement process and then give some window for folks to reapply with the new process in place before we expand it to those that have already received funding. And I know the businesses that have received funding may still need additional funding, but I really think that we're going to utilize more of the funding if people can get through the process. So, and then I would also ask, do we know was there a specific industry that applied more than the other, as far as small or micro businesses, or do you have any data on that? Like, what industry is mostly affected or the most affected right now in our community? Do we know that?
Well, we did ask the question of, there's a question on the application that asked them, were they impacted by the governor's orders? And the governor's orders outlined certain industries that had to close. And so we know all of those businesses that were required to close because of the governor's mandate. And when you look at those, the top company was restaurants in terms of those that received funding. Now, there were the mass majority of the companies, though, that have applied, just so you know, were not considered in the, quote, governor's mandate. So, unfortunately, the way the statistic runs, they had to choose other at that point, and so the other is a mass majority of the companies that did apply. But of those that were in the governor's mandate, restaurants was the number one that applied and was awarded in terms of those. In terms of just, you know, we've tried to leave no stone unturned in terms of this application. We are in this last period trying to intensify our outreach, moving our call center from just accepting calls to kind of reaching out to businesses. So, you know, I would say when we get contacted, because, you know, when we have been contacted about a nail salon or a different business, about 50% of the time they've already received PPP funding. And so they don't, you know, that's a reason. She may have, your salon owner may have a check that's getting ready to come out in the next day, so she may be in this next round. But she also could likely be in a group that is being either called by us or emailed by us, telling her, giving her a sense of what the error was and what the process. So again, the call center and the reviewers that we've had are now very much in a proactive kind of stage, trying to help all those business owners. So there should be a shift in helping us improve that error rate.
Okay, so for me, it just seems it just seems like we really need to address this error rate before we move on to say, okay, next we've helped all those who needed help. I think a 65% error rate really speaks to the process and the need for mitigation before we move on. I think these are vulnerable folks who have not received any funding, and I just think we should look at the mitigation practices and maybe implement those for a couple weeks, see if we can get some more folks through the process before we move on. I think we really need to focus on equity right now. And if there are individuals who are small entrepreneurs who have not received any funding, we know that unemployment, if they're eligible for that, is being cut this week. I just think that's too big of an error rate to ignore for me before we change the process to opening it up for other organizations.
And I just want to clarify again, the 65% error rate is before we've done the mitigation. So that's not the rate that we currently have. That's, going in, before we've assisted them. So, we are bringing that 65% rate up as we do our mitigation strategies.
So you mean for the next process, right? For the next phase?
No, what I am saying is the 65% rate that I'm showing you is the rate, if someone has received no support from us, there's a 65% error rate. And then we move into our support to help them, with that hurdle.
Are you accepting applications in person?
Yeah, if people want to drop off applications in person, they can drop them off. And that's why we had the 8 YMC locations that they could drop off. And literally, they could, they were able to walk into those, to those sites, and we would fill out the application for them. We are moving, we'll continue to have one site where people can drop in. We will have these navigators that will be out in the community. And then the other thing that we are moving into is if someone now wants us to have a Zoom meeting with them and help them fill out their application while we are supporting them in those meetings. So the other thing that's happening right now is our call center is calling folks and saying, are you having trouble with your application? Do you want to have a meeting at 9:30 on Tuesday morning, and let's sit down together and work through that application as well.
Okay. Thank you.
There's a motion on the floor by Councilmember Ashmere, second by Councilmember Bakari. We had a discussion. Are we ready to vote? All those in favor, let me do a roll call. Councilmember Ashmere?
Yes.
Councilmember Bakari?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
I think I'd like to hold off and address this error rate before we moved on to open it up to organizations that have received PPP.
Councilmember?
So no.
Okay, Councilmember Mitchell, yes. So that's 3 and 1. How we record it? Abstain. So 3. The motion carries.
Mr. Mitchell, can I just comment on Ms. Councilmember Johnson's concerns? She does bring up valid concerns around error rate. So what I see when I look at the 65% and 47%, I think that's misleading, because I want to say, what is the error rate after they have gone back and worked with the businesses? I'm pretty sure that error rate is not this high, because I know personally there have been businesses that reached out to me about the application process, and I had connected them with the support staff, and they were able to work with them in terms of documentation. So I would like to see if we can get an updated error rate percentage, and I think that would probably address the concern that Councilmember Johnson is raising. And also another point that I would make here is if there is a business that Councilmember Johnson is referring to, let's have staff look at that to see if we are seeing similar instances with other businesses. I think that would certainly address many of her concerns.
Yeah, the second one I'm a little confused on, Ms. Ashmere. Are you saying that if there is a business that Councilmember Johnson has a question on, that you want the foundation to look at that particular business? Or
yes, I guess what I'm trying to do is if Councilmember Johnson is saying there is a business owner that did not get the grant, and I don't know what is the root cause here. So unless and until staff looks at it, we do not know what the problem is. So what I'm saying is, anytime a business reaches out to us, if they are having issues with getting funding, what we do, we usually reach out to support staff and we say, hey, can you look at this application? why this business has not received any funding. And I think most of the time we are able to address the questions that have been raised. It could be that they got in PPP and that's why they didn't get it, or it could be they didn't sign something. So I think I just want us to look at the concern that's been raised by Councilmember Johnson, because that I think unless and until we look at the problem, we don't even know what the solution is.
And what I would say, Councilman Ashmir, is we have, anytime we've had a council member or a city staff member that has reached out to us and has questioned about a business, we have complete transparency on that, and we are more than glad to provide, that information. What I will tell you is that going back, opening up those applications, reviewing back, getting that information does take time. So if we do that with all 5,700 companies, that's going to be an extraordinary amount of time. But what I would say is if any council member has any, I would say, several businesses that they're concerned about and would like to email me, email Holly, email Tracy, email James, whoever you'd like, we will absolutely track down that information. There's nothing to hide about this process, and we are glad to get that information and have been doing that absolutely along the way.
Yes, I remember I had sent an email about the food truck. They had some questions and they were addressed by staff. So I'm pretty sure we'll be able to address this. I'm not saying let's go back to 5,000 applications. No, we don't need to do that. I'm saying let's just look at this because this has been raised to Councilmember Johnson and see if we can address it. It's a simple solution here.
And I would appreciate that, but I'm not just speaking for one business. I'm speaking for the 65% of businesses that didn't have their application processed for whatever reason. So I would just want to take a more proactive approach.
Yeah.
And
again, it does not mean that their applications were not processed. And it doesn't mean that we haven't already reached out to those 65% to help them get their application correct. So there are businesses within that 65% that absolutely have now been awarded grants because we reached back out to them and we helped them be successful.
Great discussion. Now, Tracy, as we move over to...
Yeah, just really quick, if we can go back to slide 14. This is the last thing on the access to capital. And I'm going to let Holly walk through this page, and I'll cue it up at the end while we're bringing it up, and then we'll move into Thrive. Holly?
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tracy. It was a great discussion. Really appreciate hearing it. And so the original budget here for the work with the foundation, the administrative work, which it says initial, the $2.376 million. We wanted to be able to break that down for you guys just to remind everybody how it was spent and then talk about the additional money that we'll need to provide the foundation to do this extension until October 16th. So when it says program setup and community impact, what we're looking at there is for the 1.2, I would say it is around, there's extensive marketing work that was done. It was working with the YMCAs to have their facilities, to pay people to actually do those in-person clinics, to pay the canvassers. We did a lot of business canvassing as well. And so those are the main, I would say, costs associated with that. And, Laura, if I've missed something, definitely let me know. And then we've got the infrastructure. That's actually just the technology that's needed to be able to build out this program and then administer it itself. So that's the technology side. And then you've got the foundation for the Carolinas management fee. And so when we look at the extension, the $383,000 is all that's being charged. The foundation is not paying or asking us for any additional money for infrastructure costs or their management fee. They are actually absorbing those in-house. So the extension here largely has to do with the Navigator program and then the in-person clinic, the one that we'll have. So we'll pay staff members to or contractors to be there to help our small businesses. And then also just this really intensive marketing effort that we want to do to let people know that it is back open for the 3 weeks and to please apply. Also within that, I would say too, I need to probably say both the initial and the extension in that program set up in community impact is the staff that are helping to review the applications and then also to do, and Laura, if I'm incorrect on this, please correct me, but to be able to just assist the businesses in fixing the applications or answering any questions that they have. And so what we wanted to show here is that 57% of the funding has actually been deployed into the community. So whether that's marketing, whether that's putting furloughed employees to work at the in-person clinics or doing the business canvassing, but 57% of it actually has gone back into the community. Then I've covered that last bullet point. So Tracy, is there anything you want to add?
No, I think the last bullet point you were going to hit, I think, is really important, which is the foundation isn't charging us a management fee to extend this program 8 more weeks. It just shows the kind of partnership that they have, that they've really crafted. And then again, how we have used some of this implementation cost to really put people back to work. And why we wanted to pull this number and show it to you again was not just the additional cost, but you will see it again when we hit the Thrive budget, because that's where it came out of. When you all voted back in May, you wanted the $30 million specific to the grants, not grants plus implementation costs. So you'll see that in just a few minutes at the end of the presentation. If there are no questions.
Laura, can I ask one other thing?
Yeah.
Can you break down a little bit on that 383, what is going towards the Navigator program and how that's set up? I think Councilor Bergmira had a question about that, so I just want to make sure we get that addressed. Did I say that right, Councilor Bergmira?
Yes, ma'am.
So of the 383, about $75,000 is going into the Navigator program. That's hiring the navigators, pairing them with the YMCA employees, also the notaries, the training, the background checks, those kind of things. So to set that up over the next 3 weeks, we've got about $75,000 in that. The remaining 383, really, this is going to the people that we're hiring for the call center and the people that we're hiring to review these applications. And you've got this, we're extending it over an 8-week period. So we've got 8 weeks that we're trying to cover here. Again, these are not existing Foundation for the Carolinas staff members. We've gone out to the community and hired employees that were furloughed from the Y and other businesses and trained them. So again, these are not dollars coming to us, but dollars that we're using to hire other in the community to deliver this program.
Thank you, Holly. Tracy, now we want to transfer to Thrive.
Yes, so if we want to go to the next slide, we can go on to the next one. I'm going to remind you of where we were on the budget that we proposed on July 14th. This is very fluid. We're responding to market conditions as we move forward. Every day is a little bit different than the day before. Also looking closely at what we think we can implement. We're learning a lot of lessons as it comes to implementing certain programs. And so we're shifting on some different things. But I just wanted to remind you the proposal that we had made on July 14th. If we can go to the next slide, please. And what we are doing is just, again, evolving and thinking about really talking about workforce readiness, business innovation, and Thrive business grants, and morphing that into 2 areas, workforce resiliency and business innovation and resiliency. So it's the business part of it and it's the people part of it. And there are certain proposals underneath those that we will walk through here in a second. And we'll go to the next slide, and it's more of that evolution of where we're getting to today. So the last slide was just where we were on the July 14th. And now, again, just further refining under the workforce resiliency and the business resiliency. Again, the 2 aspects in there. And if we want to go down to workforce resiliency, There's three primary areas around workforce resiliency: workforce partner support, Thrive hiring grants, and Open for Business platform. The workforce partner support, if you remember, if we can go down 2 more slides, sorry. Up one. Sorry, there we go. The workforce partner support, if you remember under Survive, where we had the ecosystem partner support, and if you remember what that was intended to do was we have a lot of people in our community that were assisting small businesses. Same thing goes for workforce. We have a lot of people in our community that are assisting, helping people get trained and back to work in different types of jobs. And so we want to stand up a grant program that can our workforce partners can actually apply to either increase capacity for workforce or do something that's more innovative. And so we have 3 different areas where we're looking at this, and it's operational expenses where, again, you're upgrading technologies to deploy virtual training so you can train more people. You're increasing program capacity, again, training more people, or the potential for some kind of partnership with high demand career opportunities. This goes a little bit back to where we were talking 2 weeks ago. We're looking at what those different opportunities are, but we're reversing the way that we do this now and more asking our workforce partners to come to us with investment opportunities, if you will, through more of a grant program. We saw great success when we did this around small business partners and small business support assistance with our eco partners out in the community. And we have a model in which we can do this and do this pretty quickly. If you remember, the grants that Holly's team did were some of the first ones to go out. So same kind of thing here we can do and do quickly. And moving to the next slide, we have the Thrive hiring grant. You all have heard us talk about this many times. This is the push to create more job opportunities to our unemployed residents and ones that have been displaced by COVID. And we'd offset the expense of hiring those who have retooled their careers to take new opportunities, and building off of what we have as the Opportunity Hiring Grant that's not COVID related. This one would be same thing that would be specific to COVID related. And it's a cash grant paid to the companies for hiring each employees with full benefits. And this is the existing and new businesses are eligible for that criteria. One thing that we want to be clear on here is we want to look at this and see where we are mid-October. If money hasn't gone out, then we can look at reallocating the funds.
So I call this the Fran West Amendment. Fran has done an excellent job. Council member, you remember, this was Chime Solution. We took a pilot program and we was able to reward Chime Solution a grant. So Fran, keep up the good work.
If we go to the next slide, the Open for Business Initiative. We've talked about this as a part of Survive. It continues into Thrive. And what's been really interesting with this is the platform that now is launching a lot of these programs and a lot of the grant programs, as well as pushing out a lot of the information, whether it be mentoring series, small business task force updates, or committee updates. We want this to build to a platform that is the convener for resources related to small business and workforce development. We're talking about growing it even more into connecting job opportunities with those in need. If we can go to the next slide. So I mentioned just the job connector for future phases, future grant opportunities with embedded applications, business recruitment information, campaign support for food and beverage, which we'll get to, as well as company relocation campaign opportunity into that. So this has this platform really has the opportunity to do a lot in our community and build on the resources that we have. Let's go to the next slide and move into business innovation. And this is really, again, moving away from focus on the individual employees and workforce and over into the business. We have 3 areas: resilient re-up program, Innovative Business Grants, Food and Beverage Relief Fund, and actually the Arts and Cultural, we are changing that to a hospitality fund. So I'll cover that in a second. The Resilient Re-Up, if everybody remembers us talking about AMP Up, which is a small business training program that we have for our MWSBEs. This is similar. It's going to be offered citywide for small businesses, but it's essentially the same thing with the intent of creating resiliency plans that is critical for small businesses' stabilization and future success. So again, it's building off of that AMP Up. We think that we can serve 40 to 60 small businesses, all with 25 people or less, and it would include knowledge sharing around risk management, business continuity, crisis management. It would be group work that would deploy a resiliency plan approach and refine plans and execute on operationalization. Can't say the word. And a resiliency plan. I'm tongue-tied.
It's not an Emily word. That's like an Emily word.
Operationalize. Thank you. So again, this is really building off the success. I love this program that we've had around AMP Up and creating it around creating resiliency or helping resiliency. The innovative, we can go to the next slide, the Innovative Business Grant. If you all remember earlier in the summer, Center City Partners and Honeywell announced a business innovation fund. Their innovation fund is slightly different, but it really is provided at funds, grants up to $40,000 for companies who have innovative ideas on how to pivot their businesses and make them more resilient in a COVID-19 economy. And we would do the same thing. However, we want to expand our geography to be citywide. The existing fund, the Business Innovation Fund, has a preference to MWSB companies. We want to, again, just make it citywide. We've heard a lot of great stories about how businesses have found ways to pivot and have innovative ideas, whether it's around, changing in technology or really different innovative ideas. I'll talk about some more in just a second.
Tracy, may I?
Yes.
Councilmember Esmir.
Thank you, Mr. Bill. I have a question about the last slide about Re-Up program. Is this in addition to the MPOP program, or would this replace that?
In addition to, I can answer that one.
Okay, great. All right, well, that's great. Thanks.
All right, so we want to complement, I want to be really clear on this. We're trying to work with Center City Partners right now to look at how we don't want to create confusion in the marketplace. We want to build off the model that exists out there today, but we have, again, a different geography and slightly different criteria.
Tracy, let me just add, I don't know if she's still on the line, but Mayor Pro Tem did have that question about the Center City Partners program and the partnership with Honeywell. So at least I'm glad that we're showing there's a difference. We're going to go citywide. What I think theirs was concentrated strictly on the center city boundaries, correct?
They had a 2-mile radius from Center City. And, they have seen some success in their grant program. I think they announced last week the first round of grants. Okay. Again, a lot of innovative ideas with companies who aren't necessarily just looking for that straight access to capital, but ways in which they can pivot or be innovative in this new time. Next slide. If we can go to relief funds, and I think here what we want to talk about is a different strategy that's going to be new around helping. I'm going to call it just I'm going to say this very broadly: the hospitality industry. We've talked about arts and culture, we've talked about accommodate food, hospitality. This is a big sector in our city, and it hasn't come back. Restaurants are really struggling with all the new rules and that are consistently changing. When I have talked to restaurants, they've said that, there was pent-up demand once we all ended our month-long quarantine. But now, with summer and just all the new rules, people aren't going to the restaurants as much. Delivery, people I hear consistently that Grubhub and DoorDash eat a lot of the profits if you're just delivering for a family. And so some of our smaller restaurants, that's just a hard concept for. And they're just having hard times pivoting. Planning is working on a concept that they call streeteries, which is trying to get restaurants a better ability to do outdoor dining as we come into cooler months. And so we recognize that between our restaurant industry as well as our hotel industry, I know that hotels have seen a 75% decline citywide. That equates to about 128 million lost in profits. And, you know, the business travel, we all talk to business leaders, business travel is not coming back the way that it was. And then there's with the RNC changes, there's a shot in the arm that everybody thought perhaps in March might come around a little bit more differently than it is. And so if we go to the next slide, what we are proposing is a food and beverage relief fund. And then I'm going to talk in a second when we go to the budget, which I don't have a slide for, and I apologize, a hospitality fund. What I can tell you is our team, this is all happening real time. We are trying to keep up with this changing world, and real time is could not be more literal.
They're laughing because I gave them a real-time change at 11 o'clock today prior to the meeting, so I apologize, staff.
To be more specific, it was 11:20. And so we're proposing a $5 million food and beverage relief fund. And really, that could be one of two different things. It could be straight access to capital, or we could look at part of that as being innovation grants. I talked about the streeteries. We can roll that into that just to help businesses who have creative ideas how to pivot. Probably the most important slide is the next slide that we have. Yep.
Councilmember Ashmere, I'm sorry.
No worries. I will let Tracy finish this, and then I'll ask questions.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Tracy.
So the one thing I think is important to say before I go into the budget is if we do a food and beverage relief fund, if we do a hospitality relief fund, the idea is not that anybody is double dipping. So if you've gone through the access to capital and you've gotten funds through the traditional access to capital, you can't necessarily double dip. That's not the intent of this. But what we found, and Laura, please keep me honest on this, was that less than 7% of restaurants and food and beverage had applied for the funds. And so we wanted to create something that was unique for our restaurants and bars. This really came about last week when they got another 5-week kind of in phase 2, that we felt like there's a need to do something. Laura, did you have anything?
No,
okay.
I think good.
And so now let's go to the budget. So we're proposing this budget, and the goal would be that we can have some discussion here and the budget go forward tonight for a larger kind of blessing. Then we can start to implement on all of the pieces that we have in front of us. This would be workforce partner support at $2.5 million, Thrive hiring grant at $750,000, the Open for Business platform at $1.25 million. And again, with the Open for Business platform, I want to reiterate, it's supporting all of these other programs in here. The Renew career cohort expansion. So Emily is in the process of launching the first one. We think we can do a second training program by the end of the year. The Resilient Re-Up program we talked about, the Innovative Business Grants at $1.5 million, Food and Beverage Relief Fund at $5 million, and Hospitality Hotel at $3 million. I think we can continue to build out. I know the need for Hospitality Hotel is closer to $10 million, but I think we can continue to try to work to look for ways to build that out. The last one is the access to capital implementation cost that I mentioned earlier. Holly walked through the $2,760,000. I spent in the budget that I'm laying out here. I spent an extra $10,000. So. Real time, my numbers don't add up. I spent an extra $10,000. Yeah.
And I know she's looking at me, so committee, I'm gonna look at you all to make sure we can support staff. And Tracy, thank you, and staff. I mean, this is a very aggressive, but I think we're pivoting to the pain we're feeling in our community. And Laura, thank you for telling us that 7% of our hotel and beverage are applying for our access to capital grant, and we not try to We're not trying to have double dipping. Councilmember Ashmere, and then I would like to get feedback from I'm about to put him on City Council. Mr. Vinay Patel, Councilmember Ashmere.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. So a couple of questions. For innovation grant, that was $1.5 million. So that's in addition to what has already been raised by Center City Partners?
Yes, this would allow what Center City Partners is doing in a 2-mile radius to now go citywide. So it is an addition.
Okay, so $1.5 million, and if we are looking at 40,000 per business, is that correct?
The way that Center City Partners has done theirs is they do up to 40,000. I think as we build this up, we would need to kind of probably work with them, understanding best practices. My understanding from last week was that they had a range of just a couple of thousand in some grants, all the way up to 40,000. And so if everybody is in agreement to move forward with this, I think we would start working with the foundation and Center City Partners to understand best practices on how this program has worked. And again, we would want to do ours citywide. So it's a little bit confusing trying to do it under the same umbrella, but slightly different in that it's going to be citywide, and we may change some criteria in there.
Okay, so this, I understand, would be for storefront throughout the city. What I'm concerned about with this specific Innovate program is $1.5 million for citywide. It's not going to go a long way, and there will be a lot of innovative ideas that would be coming in, and we may not be able to fund many of those. So I know that Access to Capital program has already received over $42 million in requests. So why don't we just go ahead and sort of put it in Access to Capital bucket so everyone can apply, and it will increase our reach. A second question I have is around hospitality and food and beverage. I know that hospitality industry has been hit the hardest, but so is fitness centers because they're still not able to open their facilities. Same thing with bars. Same thing with even salons and barbers are still struggling because the consumer confidence is not there. So if we start creating these buckets for hospitality, food and beverage, then, the next thing you know, we're going to have requests from fitness facilities or we are going to see a request from salons and barbers. So, and then I remember Mr. Winston making this point at our last council meeting, and he mentioned about how folks who work in entertainment industry or sports industry, like stagehand and so on, they were struggling as well. And these are individual contractors, right? And our federal pandemic assistance has ended as of July 30th. So I want to be mindful that if we are going to do this relief for one industry, then we gotta address the need that is so much larger. So I would like to see just having one bucket where everyone can apply for relief if they show that they have been affected by COVID-19. So really, those are the 2 points that I have where we are just making this pool of funds so that we can have more wider impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ashmere. Let me make sure I captured those. I think, say, number one, on the Innovation Business Grant Program, put that $1.5 million back into access to capital. Was one?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the Food and Beverage Relief Fund and Hospitality/Hotel, instead of making those industry specific, just create one pool of $8 million for allow people to apply.
Yeah, so open to all industries that have been affected, such as barbers and salons, to Ms. Councilmember Johnson's point, right, to even Mr. Winston's point around how individual contractors have been affected. Even the industries that do event planning, they have been hit the hardest. You know, there are no weddings or anything. So I guess we are not winning. I mean, we are not choosing winners and losers. We shouldn't do that. I think we should just keep it open for everyone who has been affected. So I don't know how that would work. Maybe access to capital, or maybe just another fund. Clearly, we have a lot of we have a need that is out there, as we can clearly see. We have gotten 42 million plus in requests. So maybe even if we were to put it in access to capital, would open it up to all businesses.
So let me make this recommendation, and then Mr. Vinay, I will go to you, get your input. Let staff take that back and come back to us September.
You want to wait a month?
No, I'm talking about just for those items, move forward, but I don't know if we need to wait for the whole thing for September 14th. I'd like to move forward some, but just come back just for those two and give us option with Councilmember Ajmer.
I don't necessarily disagree with that. However, just think about it in terms of that's a month to wait to do a recommendation and then to put into implementation. So we just need to think about our timing, because
Yeah, because we don't have another council meeting to win. September what? 7th, and we don't meet again September 14th.
Mr. Mitchell, may I suggest something?
Go right ahead.
May I suggest that we put this in access to capital funds, so it's open to hospitality and food and beverage industry? And I would like to hear from Mr. Patel, because he's really an industry expert.
Exactly.
To see if anything would work, if we are able to open it to everyone. And maybe we might have to look at the maximum. I think right now it's 2 million. And I know Mr. Patel had asked that question earlier about why is it 2 million. So I don't know if we were to increase that, would actually open it up to hospitality and food and beverage industry. So I would just really like to hear from him. But really, I would like to see this go out as soon as possible, because there are people that are struggling.
That's right.
But then I also want to make sure that we are making it as wide as possible, including all industries that have been affected.
So we'll go to Mr. Patel. I agree with you, and then Councilmember Bakari and Councilmember Johnson will need to weigh in as well. Mr. Patel.
Thank you very much. A couple of points. One, I mean, I appreciate what Tracy said. You know, 3 million is what's in the bucket, but the need is actually a whole lot better than, greater than that. Two, when Councilmember Ajmera said bars, salons, and gyms, they already have access to this because they're a small business or micro businesses. I'll tell you that the vast majority of hotels and motels do not qualify because they have more than 25 employees. So it did not qualify under the access to capital. I mean, we didn't apply for anything because one was that and two was because of PPP. I'm gonna kind of put that out. The other thing you got to remember is inventory. You know, hotels, restaurants. I mean, restaurants, bars, they can keep their inventory and it does not expire. A hotel room expires every night. I can't resell a room today that I couldn't sell yesterday for last night. But a restaurant that has inventory can freeze it and use it when they can. If you look at it holistically, I think, yes, the hospitality industry collectively has suffered tremendously. Restaurants came back a lot faster. Hotels, I mean, I think Tracy gave the number of 75%. I mean, if you look at industry-wide, it was 90% down in April year over year, 80% down May, you know, 70% in June and 70% in July. So the only travel you're technically getting right now is some destination leisure travel. And restaurants, if you look at it, their numbers are definitely, their year over years are definitely not that much. Yeah, they may have gotten, they improved quite a bit when we went into phase 2. I think the restaurants pivoted very well because they had the opportunity to, right? Going from in-house dining to take-home dining. or delivery dining. So putting everything in one bucket, that's fine. I mean, if you want to give them access, but you're going to have to create a mechanism that allows hotels. I mean, I'll give you a perfect example. The Hilton Center City is closed and remains closed. They would never be able to access this capital because they have too many employees, but they're losing money every day because they got to keep the building operating. They got to pay for their for all the utilities. And a building that size, it's nuts what that could be. They got to still pay their mortgage, so they could be losing a couple of $100,000 a month just on those fixed costs alone. So the holistic approach is what we've got to take a look at over here. I agree with that, but the industries, hospitality, our perishable inventory perishes every night. And yeah, 3 million is great. I mean, I think there's 25,000 hotel rooms in the city of Charlotte, and I think that is from independent motel on Wilkinson Boulevard up to the Westin Center City that were open as of end of July. So if you did something, how do we distribute it? What's the metrics on it, right? And that's something that I think city staff can do, but you can do it very simply. And to make it equitable to everybody, you could just say, your grant is based on the number of rooms you have. You calculate it out and see what the number is divided by the rooms, and this is what you're eligible for. And then whatever we want to do on the restaurant and everything else side. But I think we've got to be cognizant of the fact that the vast majority of hospitality, hotel and motel assets would not qualify under the small business criteria.
Mr. Patel, thank you so much, sir. Councilmember Johnson, Councilmember Bakari, any comments, feedback?
Yeah, I have a question. Thank you, Mr. Patel, for that information. Because one of the things in the earlier presentation that you mentioned that the restaurants were the businesses that were hit significantly. So can we go back to the slide where you proposed this that had restaurants and bars and art and also arts? And then I need clarification. Is this relief fund coming from COVID dollars, or would this be from our hospitality and tourism dollars?
This is all COVID dollars related.
So because these industries would fit into the criteria of receiving assistance from our hospitality and tourism dollars, is that a consideration?
It has not been a consideration at this time because our hospitality and tourism dollars have been hit because it's not generating any new revenue. So we're looking at how we use CARES dollars to help these businesses at this time.
Okay, because I know that those industries are significantly affected, but like Ms. Ajmira says, there are so many small businesses that are affected as well. This is, and we don't want to have winners and losers. So if there's a way that we could leverage the fund that's specific to them, so that it does allow us to utilize CARES dollars across the board, I don't know the answer, but I do know that the restaurants and the hotels have been, and the arts have been affected, but we also need to consider that these public dollars are for public good, and so we have to consider all of our small businesses in the city as well.
Excellent point, Councilmember John.
Yeah,
to follow up, I'm sorry. Okay. Councilmember Bakari?
Yes, I was just going to add, our staff is really good at what they do. We've thrown them a curveball, and this is what they've come back with. And I think it would be wise for us to support what they have put before us as something they can do. We pulled a real rabbit out of a hat in the last 2 weeks. So I'll only support what is on that page.
Okay. Councilmember Ashmere, then I'm going to try to take a stab at a solution. Councilmember Ashmere?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand, as an industry expert, Mr. Patel had mentioned really the inventory where, once the days are gone, the hospitality industry could have a difficult time coming back. So there is a fixed cost expenses such as rents or mortgage. So he mentioned that a lot of them couldn't apply because they have over 25 employees. How about if we were to open up access to capital fund as our second phase, where we allow, let's say if they have over 25 employees, and we have to figure out what should be that number. Maybe Mr. Patel can address that question, but let's say if we were to make it 30 or 40 or 50, would that allow a lot of hospitality businesses to apply? So that's something we gotta hear from our restaurants and hospitality experts. So I think if we were to do that, that will open it up to all businesses that have been affected, like fitness centers. I remember like 3 months ago, we had a gentleman who had reached out to many of us on social media. He operates a boxing facility in Steel Creek area, and he wasn't able to apply for this funding because of, I guess, revenue limitations or maybe the employees. So I think this would, and I know that they haven't had any opportunity to actually start their business because of the restrictions that are in place. So I'm really concerned about our fitness facilities. I'm sure many of us, like myself, haven't gone to a fitness facility because they're all closed still. So that industry have really struggled a lot. So I want to be mindful of them, as well as salons and barbers that may have over 25 employees. So maybe addressing the employee size, the number of employees would address the concerns that's been raised by Mr. Patel, and even increasing from maybe 2 million to maybe 3. I don't know what that number is, but I think if we get those numbers worked out, we can address Mr. Patel's concerns as well as overall concerns around all industries.
So, Ms. Ashmere, Tracy would like to address the one question about the gentleman in Steel Creek. Tracy?
Yeah, so the one thing, the gentleman in Steel Creek, he could not apply because of the geography. That goes back to the micro business grants that we were doing that were specific to our corridor's geography. So he could have actually applied for the access to capital grant. Just want to make that clarification.
Thank you. That's great to hear. But do we know, going back to my questions around the number of employees and revenue, could you address that, Tracy?
So let me take a stab, because one thing, I want to be sensitive to time, but I think, Ms. Ashby, you asked a good question. And I'm trying to say if we can do this without impacting our relationship with Foundations for the Carolinas, because changing the algorithm and changing that program could be an additional cost that I think in a short period of time, I don't know, we have that flexibility to incur. But Councilman Ashmere, and I think we all heard from Mr. Patel, who respecting the industry, how about if we just create a HTA fund? Because 1 out of 9 citizens work in the hospitality industry. And so there is a lot of need out there. As you're talking about restaurants, you're talking about hotels. And so we give staff the flexibility to do a hospitality fund. As Councilman Ashmere, we'll take your recommendation of combining the $3 million and the $5 million and make it collectively and the 1.5. So that's a total of 9.5 million in a HTA fund. And then let the staff, like they did Partners for Support, let staff be responsible in administrating that, because I want to make sure we can continue to get this money out quicker. And I'm afraid if we put this on the foundation, that is a system change need to be made, and time of other essence. So, committee, give me your thoughts by just creating an HTA fund combining what Councilmember Ashmere suggested, those three buckets together?
So, I'm okay with us having this process done in-house. That's fine. I'm fine with that. Though Foundation has done a great job and they have the capacity already, and they have shown us that. So I'm good either way. What I'm concerned about, if we set aside HTA dollars, we are not going to, we are choosing winners, especially the other folks will not be able to apply. So would that fund be only specific to hospitality industry? Does that mean fitness centers like would not be able to apply, like yoga centers, dance studios? Would they be not able to apply to that?
Yeah. Dance, So, Councilman Ashmore, I would say one thing I think I want us to be cautious of. If Governor Cooper and his extending to phase 2 or phase 3, there are certain businesses that right now they cannot be open. And so the question becomes, do we still support those businesses, even though there is a state law that said they cannot be open in probably October, November? I think that's worth us having a conversation, or we continue to help those businesses whose doors are open now and who need still some more assistance. I'm flexible either way, but I do think you're right. And I don't like to say let's choose winners or losers, because I think all our businesses in our community are winners. But I think I hear you loud and clear. How do we help everyone? And I think that's the challenge before us. Is trying to help those who really need our assistance. So I don't have the magic wand for that.
And
I would suggest, Councilmember Johnson brought up a very good point, Mr. Mitchell, that see, there is already a tourism bucket. Maybe we can look at tourism bucket to only help hospitality and tourism because it's already restricted use. So do we know what the balance is? And maybe the COVID funds that we have could be more sort of have broader impact, because that's not going to be that is available to everyone. So maybe if we look at our tourism bucket and see if we can have funds just for HTA.
So,
Councilman Mitchell, can I respond to that since I'm on the CRVA board as well?
Yeah, I was going to take a legal stab at it that I don't
Go
know.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Councilmember Ashmere and Councilmember Johnson, I don't think statutorial. The state has given us the authority. We can use those funds for individual businesses. They only could be used for tourism activity. And Mr. Patel, you want to follow up, sir?
Yes, it can only be used for promotions. It can be used for debt service and functions like that. So right now, those funds cannot be used to pay out individual hotel. That is a change that would have to be made in Raleigh. And I'll be very honest, I would oppose that 100%, and I will drive up to Raleigh and make sure it doesn't happen, because you're going to need this funds when it happens. The one thing we all have to remember here, we're not picking winners and losers. If the governor comes up tomorrow and says we're in phase 3, all these other businesses are going to be open. Hospitality will not come back till 2023 or 2024. So we're talking about thrive at this point in time. So let's keep that in mind. This is about what happens and when and how do we keep the businesses that even when we go to phase 3 are still going to be not able to get where it needs to be profitable.
Thank you, sir. So, Councilmember Johnson, Councilmember Ashmere, I'm going to yield to Tracy. I think Tracy has something she wants us to consider. Tracy?
Well, just to what you were saying, Councilmember Mitchell, you could easily combine the hospitality and do a hospitality relief fund at $8 million. One suggestion that I would make is perhaps not to pivot away from this business innovation or the innovative business grants, because it's an opportunity for gyms or barbers or others, if they come and they say, well, hey, I have a way to make my business more safe, to grow that consumer confidence. Or what we've seen with a lot of gyms is they've been pivoting and doing outdoor classes. So they've gotten tents and they've gotten other things so that they can have do outdoor classes rather than doing indoor. So you're finding a lot of creative ways that these businesses that have been shut down that have found ways to become more mobile. I know Fran sent me one of a gym owner that is now pivoted to doing at home in your driveway training. And so we're seeing a lot of that, but I think that if you talk about it, that's something that's perfect for the innovative business grants.
Councilmember Ashmere, you like that suggestion?
Yes, so the Business Innovation Grant is open to all businesses from what I understand. It's open to fitness facilities, it's open to yoga studios, it's open to hotels, restaurants, everyone. Is that correct, Tracy?
That is the way that we have it proposed now.
Okay, so I think that's fine. It's open to all businesses, so innovation can come out of it. I mean, that's the whole purpose for it. I am not comfortable with us allocating fundings only for one industry. We got so many industries that's been affected, and I don't want us to choose winners and losers, even though this is a thrive phase. So if there are industries that are still around, such as event planners, fitness facilities, yoga studios, dance studios, let's give them an opportunity, because guess what? Just like hospitality industry, they've been affected. They have not been able to get the fees that they collect, because as days are passing by, they're losing revenue every single day. So the PPP and all of those dollars that have come in to keep them in business for next 2 to 3 months, that they survive. So if we want them to continue to go beyond that, we got to put funding behind that. Otherwise, we will become a city that's not going to have a thriving scene when it comes to health facilities, salons, and so on. So I would like to see us setting a fund that's open to all industries.
Okay. Thank you for that input. Council, Laura, you have a suggestion?
Wondered whether the new fund, whether you don't have any income, so there's no income requirement, there's no employment requirement, and maybe you specifically call out all those industries that the governor called out and required, so it's anybody in that bucket that was required to be closed. So you use that as the standard of who's eligible to apply for this new fund. Just another suggestion.
Okay. Committee,
Mr. Mitchell.
Mr. Councilmember Johnson, go ahead.
So do we have anyone else on the call that represents small businesses in general instead of a specific industry advocate?
We had Chad and Diava, Chad Turner and Diava Wilson. Diava runs our Small Business Advisory Council. Diava, are you still on the call? She is not. She dropped off.
Okay.
Chad dropped off as well.
Okay, because I agree with Ms. Ashmere. I just think that there's been so many barriers, and I know that there are industries that are hit, but a 90% cut to businesses, it affects everyone the same. We can't count, the small businesses. We can't count their dollars. So if they've taken a hit, we have to listen to that. I think a general fund for all industries. Would that prohibit the hotels and restaurants from applying for that assistance?
I think Laura came up with the great selection that we would take away the filters, so we will remove the employees. We won't have, if we choose to go phase 3, we would not look if you got 0 to 5 or 5 to 25. We would keep that open. We will also remove the category of your generated sales. Right now it's 30,000 through 2 million. So Laura's suggestion is let's remove those layers, then open it up that anybody could apply in phase 3.
Mr. Mitchell, if I may.
Wait a minute, she's correcting me. Go ahead, Laura.
Yeah, so I think your current access to capital, we need to either close it down and start something brand new, in which will require building a new application process. What I am saying is if you've got an additional pool of funds that you want to create a new fund for, and you want new parameters to it, you could create and not have any employment limitation, any, income limitation, and maybe you use the guidelines as what are those businesses specifically called out by the governor, and use that as your criteria in terms of who would be eligible.
So Laura, I guess the big question, and I'm gonna go to you, Councilman Ashmere. I think the bigger question then, from an infrastructure, how quick could we do something new, just to your point, with no layers whatsoever?
Obviously, if we use our current application process and can morph that, it's going to go much faster.
Okay.
But if we aren't able to take the current application process and morph it, we either need to close it and start something new, or continue it and continue on that path, which I think you should, given the number of applicants that you have. I really think you had. But do we use that application, morph it, and create this new pool for $8 million that would go to, whoever you all determine as a body?
Okay, so I got Councilmember Ashmere and Councilmember Bakari. Councilmember Ashmere?
Yes, so I like what Laura suggested, that we take out filters, so that would open up to businesses that have not been able to apply, to Mr. Patel's point. I think that's a great solution. And I would also like them to continue to see this process to continue to monitor this process. We don't want to change horses in the middle of the race. They've done a great job. So let them continue to process these applications for relief fund. Also, as we take out all these filters, I also want to make sure that we don't include public companies, because they have an access to capital. They can go to market and issue more stocks and whatever. So I want to make sure that if we go ahead and take out those filters,
Bank of America,
we're not going to start seeing public companies apply
mega
for
corporations.
Yes. So I guess if we can somehow incorporate that, I think that would address Mr. Patel's concerns. But then at the same time, I think Ms. Johnson raised a good point. I think we do need diverse industry experts on this. It's great that we have Mr. Patel representing hospitality industry. But moving forward, if we're going to have this kind of discussion, I asked staff that please give us a heads up so that we can reach out to industry experts ahead of time and get their feedback along the way. But I'm on board with Laura's recommendations, and I would like us to move forward. Thank you.
Councilman Bakari.
Thank you. We are really running out of time here, guys. And it was 2 weeks ago that we last pulled the rug out under staff, and then we gave them an impossible task. Over 2 weeks, they worked hard, and they did all their diligence and looked at all the data that informed them of a plan they just presented to us within 2 weeks that normally takes 2 months to build. And they didn't say, well, I'd like this or like that. They said, this is what I think the data informs would be the best use. So if anyone's asking where the experts of small business and what our community needs are on the call, it is, in fact, the staff that has presented us with this exact proposal. So we have two options in front of us at this point. We can trust the experts that we gave an impossible task, and somehow, given the time frame and where we are, brought us back something that is indeed workable in niches of our community that are not getting access and have certain impediments in front of them. Or we can, on the fly, in what they did in 2 weeks, which was a miracle, in 20 minutes with a group of non-experts in this area, come up and create our own solutions, of which they strike me as very similar to the other program we already have that is not even a third of the way subscribed to the small businesses that are applying for it. Now we've got a good update. It's on its path. What that thing needs now is not more money. It needs focus on the rest of the pool that's there. So like I said before, and I'll say again, I won't be supporting anything coming out of this committee that isn't exactly what staff has worked 2 weeks on to prepare And if we do something at this point, I think that that is different from that. I think everyone on this council and this committee needs to take a long, hard look at what exactly we're trying to achieve, because we have experts that we've given tasks. And the last 2 weeks were the time to bring up ideas and different kinds of motivations that they would like to have achieved, not now after they did all their work and they're hearing from you now, because this is the point of no return, in my opinion.
Thank you, Mayor, Council Member. I think we have one solution on the floor, and I just want to make sure, let's make sure everybody on the same page. The recommendation earlier we made was to, let me go back here so I make sure I get it right so I don't confuse anyone. Oh, sorry. Wisdom. Okay. Recommendation of next steps, and that was to start our program August 11th to August 30th. We're still going to do that program with all the layers, everything intact. The discussion then today, discussion is now is, Laura brought up another suggestion, feedback from this committee, to open it up to use about $8 million, and let's don't choose winners or losers, and we will remove the filters from the current program. Is everybody on the same page with me?
The employee filters and the economic filters
Will be removed. The employee filters and the sales figures will be removed.
And I say let us dig into that just a little bit more to make sure that we're serving the broader audience that as we're talking about here.
Councilmember Ashmere, we're on the same page?
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Johnson?
I didn't hear what Tracy said. Are we removing industry filters?
We're moving sales filter, and we're going to move employees filter. So we'll remove the 5 through 25, and we will remove 30,000 through 2 million. So we will remove.
So would this still be for food and beverage industries, or would this be a general fund for all industries?
General fund for all industries.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Bakari has stated his loud and clear. And Councilmember Bakari would say you this, staff has weighed in on this as well, so I don't want you to think you don't hear from them. They have not been sending me notes supporting and giving me suggestions. So staff has been joined at the hip, working with us to find a solution.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
I agree with Laura's recommendations, and I will make a motion shortly.
Perfect.
But I just make sure as we remove those filters, Laura, could you just confirm there would be a filter to not include public companies?
Yeah, I think we'll have to figure out what that criteria in terms of, but I'm assuming you're talking about the Bank of Americas of the world or the large mega corporations. And so we'll have to figure out.
The ones that can issue stocks and bonds, the public companies, yes.
So we'll figure out how we put that layer on, and then we'll work with staff to say what are the filters. So if we are going to look to the governor's orders to who they mandated to close, or what if there are any other filters that become appropriate as part of this program.
Yeah, what I would add is Laura has made some good suggestions here after listening to council member concerns. But at the same time, we got to build this out. I just want to make it really clear with everybody. We're sitting here developing something as we're all just talking, and we really need the opportunity to make sure that it's going to serve parts of our community broadly, that we're talking about, that we're trying to hit, that the access for capital is not hitting, or that there's a greater need.
Thank you, staff. Thank you, Laura. Councilman Ashmere, can you make your motion so we can move forward? We do have one more item left, believe it or not.
Yes, I proceed with moving forward with this.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I made a motion.
Okay, I got it. And I don't know what we're going to call it, but right now it's anybody has a creative word?
I have dubbed it the Filterless Relief Fund.
No, Filter Relief Fund.
Filterless.
Filterless Relief Fund until we come to catch.
It's a broad fund to serve our community.
The Broad Fund.
Yeah, it's the Broad Fund that removes barriers and hurdles that they're running into.
Okay.
We can actually.
That's not.
We'll come up, but you get the intent of Councilman Johnson. Councilman Johnson, did you second the motion?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do roll call. Councilmember Bakari.
No.
Councilmember Ashmere.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Mitchell, yes. 3-1 that passed. That we will come up with a new name for a new program that's filterless. Thank you, staff. Thank you, committee, and thanks for the members of the Small Business Task Force. So let me, committee, I got to make an apology so people won't know the staff did this. Because we was talking about Survive and Thrive, I asked staff to invite the members of the Small Business Task Force. So that's why they were on for today. And part of when we concluded our committee, we asked them to join us with certain topics. So I apologize, committee, not letting you all know, but it was just to keep their expertise and help us work on and continue to serve our small businesses. So I apologize. I'll send some out in the future so people won't think that was a staff initiative. That was mine. That was another 10:20 a.m., not 11:30. It was a 10:20 a.m. this morning. We have one more agenda item, but I think staff is okay if we punt the TIG overview to September 14. Tracy, you okay with that?
Yes.
Yeah, she's smiling. So we do have council meeting tonight. We will give an update under the city manager's portion about our great work we did here today. Anything else, Ms. Dotson?
I don't think so.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, anything else?
Yeah, one of the things we discussed was inviting some folks from the county to our meeting.
Oh, good point. Good point. Oh, God, thank you.
You asked me to work on that. We were working on that
Okay.
staff level between the city and the county.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I submit that request to Tracy last week, and they're working to have a combined meeting between the two committees, hopefully in September. Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Okay, because we have folks listening that were waiting for that announcement, so that we may have it in September or in our September meeting, or
We're pushing hard to make a meeting take place in September between the county and the city workforce/ED committees.
that's awesome. Okay, thank you.
Because I know you won't let me back in the district if I didn't accomplish that. Ms. Ashmere, anything else?
I just want to applaud your leadership and just the effort you have put into this to bring all players together. You don't often, you have been very modest. You don't often take the credit even when you deserve. So I just want to take a moment to thank you, Mr. Mitchell, for your chairmanship.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. But I believe we're all a team, so we do this together. Councilman Bakari.
Yeah, what's up?
Okay. We're about to conclude. I want to make sure we have nothing less on the table. We good?
I'm going to make sure I'm clear on what was just voted on. So did everything staff had proposed that was in industry-specific niches, whether that was hospitality or arts or whatever, that is all now generic access to capital, filterless, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. No more comments.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Remember, council meeting starts at 4 o'clock today. Appreciate it. See you all later on. Thank you.
Thank you.
clock has started. Roger, 0G, I feel fine. Godspeed, John Glenn. Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. New possibilities are opening up for scientific cooperation between countries. 1, 0, 0. Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower. Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery, Roger, go for deploy. Thanks, and to everybody in the shuttle program. The crew is go for launch. Roger, nice to be in orbit. We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
Hello, and welcome to NASA's post-splashdown press conference as we celebrate the conclusion of the historic DM2 mission and as we officially return human spaceflight to American soil. I'm Bettina Inclon and coming to you from NASA's Johnson Space Center. NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley spent 9 weeks aboard the International Space Station, traveling 27.1 million miles and orbiting Earth over 1,024 times. And today, our crew is home, splashing down 45 years and 9 days after the last Americans splashed down on Earth. Moments ago, our two favorite space dads splashed down off the coast of Pensacola and in aboard the SpaceX Crew Dragon, thus concluding our first Launch America mission. This historic landing marked the first return of commercially built and operated American spacecraft from the International Space Station. To discuss this historic mission, talk more about Launch America and what we have in store for NASA, is we have our briefers. Let me introduce them. First, our NASA Administrator, Jim Bridenstine. Gwen Shotwell, President and CEO of SpaceX. Steve Stitch, Commercial Crew Program Manager. Joe Montalbano, International Space Station Program Manager, and the entire crew of SpaceX Crew 1, NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, Shannon Walker, and JAXA astronaut Soichi Noguchi, who are quarantined together and are speaking to us today. So we'll start with opening remarks, and we'll take questions from reporters who have dialed in. As a reminder, please press *1 to ask your questions. We'll also be taking questions from the public who have used the hashtag AskNASA. Let's begin. Jim, opening remarks?
Well, thank you, Bettina. This was a great day for NASA and a great day for the United States of America. I want to thank our SpaceX partners and, of course, the Commercial Crew Program here at NASA. What an amazing day. Today we really made history. We are entering a new era of human spaceflight where NASA is no longer the purchaser, owner, and operator of all the hardware. We are going to be a customer, one customer of many customers in a very robust commercial marketplace for human spaceflight to low Earth orbit. But we also want to have numerous providers that are competing against each other on cost and innovation and safety, driving down costs and increasing access to space in a way that's never been seen before. So this is really an amazing day. But we also need to remember that this is just the beginning. Now is the time to capitalize on all of the great programs that have recently been established, to include going sustainably to the moon under a program we call Artemis, which is on my shirt. When we think about the Artemis program, we're going to the moon sustainably. We're going to go with commercial partners and international partners. We're going to use the resources of the moon to learn how to live and work on another world for long periods of time. We're going to take all of that knowledge and we're going to go to Mars. This is an amazing moment. And the Commercial Crew Program has really just proven the business model for how we go forward, and we do more than we've ever been able to do before. So I just want to say congratulations to SpaceX and Elon Musk. Congratulations to Gwen Shotwell. And certainly congratulations to the entire NASA team, which has worked so diligently on this for so many years. It was really, really a remarkable day. It couldn't have gone any better, and I look forward to getting into the questions.
Thank you, Jim. Next, we'll go to Gwen.
Bob and Doug for the honor that you have given us to be able to be here today and have this great achievement. I also have to do a call out to the SpaceX, the great SpaceX team. They did extraordinary work. This was an incredibly smooth mission. I'm sure we'll go into the little foibles that we did experience over the 62 days here in the Q&A. But I do think it's important to point out that this was an extraordinary mission, an extraordinary day for NASA, for SpaceX, frankly for Americans and anyone interested in space flight. As Jim mentioned, this is really just the beginning. We are starting the journey of bringing people regularly to and from low Earth orbit and onto the moon and then ultimately onto Mars. So today is a great day. We should celebrate what we all accomplished here today, bringing Bob and Doug back. But we should also think about this as a springboard to doing even harder things with the Artemis program and then, of course, moving on to Mars.
Thank you, Gwen. We'll go on to Steve. Steve Stitch.
It really is a great day. I'm almost speechless as to how well things went today with the deorbit and entry and landing and recovery of Bob and Doug. You know, we really came into today, we had three real objectives, the flight objectives, really to execute the deorbit and entry of the Dragon capsule, to demonstrate that we could successfully recover that capsule, and then that we could also bring back cargo from space. There's some valuable science that we brought back in two freezers on board the Dragon vehicle, and I think we demonstrated all three of those things today. It was just an incredible day. I can't thank enough the men and women across the country from SpaceX and NASA who worked so tirelessly over 5 years to make this day happen, to make the whole mission go smoothly. It was just a great effort. I would like to thank the ISS program and the partnership as well. Today we had a perfect day to land. The wind was about 2 miles an hour at landing and a clear day with no waves. And the work that we did with Kenny Todd and the Space Station program, and actually JAXA, who moved a cargo vehicle to allow us to have this day, I'm so thankful for that. You know, the whole part of deorbit and entry went very nominally. The entry was as expected. The parachute performance was great. The drogues deployed as we expected. The mains, we touched down just fine. We did have one slight issue as we were bringing the vehicle back onto the ship. We noticed a slight toxic vapors for oxidizer, and so they were within limits where we could have actually safely got the crew out. We took a little time to do a purge to purge those vapors out and to make sure that Bob and Doug were safe. We actually took a few readings inside the cabin as well. So just an incredible day. When I left the console, the helicopter had landed on the ship and ready to take Bob and Doug back to shore. And Bob and Doug were out of the capsule getting some medical checkout, so things were going very well. So again, incredible day. Thanks to our team and all the hard work to make this happen.
Thank you, Steve. Joel.
Thank you, and welcome again to the post-splashdown press brief. What an outstanding day that we saw today, just incredible. For 60-plus days, Bob and Doug, the SpaceX team, the commercial crew program, the SpaceX vehicle were on board doing critical science for us. Bob and Doug completed over 110 hours of science, utilization, research, technology development, work that will help this great laboratory that we have, help us in low Earth orbit, and allow us to go to the moon and to Mars and with the Artemis program. Just an incredible day. And this is just a small window to what we'll see in the future. This mission had 2 crew members. We'll have 4 crew members, and allowing us to do an incredible amount of science and research and technology development on board. So a huge thanks to the SpaceX team, a congratulations to the SpaceX team, a congratulations to the commercial crew program, and just a congratulations to all involved in human spaceflight. With that, thank you very much, and back to you, Bettina.
Thank you, Joel. And now let's introduce again the Crew One team. Over to you guys.
Thanks, Bettina. Hey, on behalf of Crew One and our families, we want to say congratulations to Bob and Doug and their families. You've heard it already, but today was a big day. It was a big day for our nation. It was a big day for NASA, for human spaceflight, for SpaceX, and for our international partners. We've had an opportunity to witness all of the work and dedication that it's taken to pull off the DM2 mission, and it's been truly impressive and inspiring. As you can imagine, Crew 1, we've got big smiles on our face from what we saw from the DM2 mission. I said this after the launch, and I'm going to say it again after watching Splashdown. It did not seem like this was the first NASA SpaceX mission with astronauts on board. It seemed to go extremely smooth, but we also realized there's a lot of work to go. We need to look at the data. But again, overall, things seem to go very, very, very well. And then just a little bit on Crew 1. We are wrapping up our training earlier this week. We had a chance to see the Crew 1 capsule, and it's a beautiful vehicle, and we can't wait to have an opportunity to take it into space. But again, today is really about DM2 and a successful mission. Bob and Doug and your families, congratulations.
Thank you, Mike. And we are all really excited to celebrate when your crew launches up to the International Space Station. With that, we'll start with questions from the media. Again, press *1 to ask a question. Our first question comes from Lauren Grush.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my question. Obviously, a lot of us took note of all of the boats that were surrounding the Crew Dragon at landing. So I'm very curious how that was allowed to happen and what NASA and SpaceX plan to do to prevent that in the future. I'm assuming that can get quite dangerous if not, treated properly. Thank you.
So I'll talk about it for a second, and then I'll turn it over to Steve. So that was not what we were anticipating. Of course, we wanted to make sure that there was a clearing for them to land. The Coast Guard did an excellent job of ensuring that. And then, of course, after they landed, the boats just came in. And we need to do a better job next time for sure. I will tell you, it's a beautiful sunny day, and a lot of boaters were out there, and they were certainly intrigued. I think all of America was very anxious to see the capsule land in the water. But yeah, it's something that we need to do better next time.
Yeah, and I'll just add a couple things. We do clear that area. We have like a 10 nautical mile area that we clear. We have a couple of Coast Guard cutters out there that were clearing the area, and they did an excellent job. It was totally clear for the actual splashdown event. And then I think, as Jim said, it was just a beautiful day. Lots of people out, maybe boating or fishing, and then saw the capsule and kind of came in. And we have some work to do with SpaceX. We'll work together to do a better job for the next splashdown.
Great. Thank you so much. Our next question comes from Chris Davenport.
Congrats on a great mission. I'm just wondering if you had any updates on Bob and Doug. It looked like they were feeling well, but just any updates on their health and how they're doing. Thanks, and again, congrats, everyone.
I know when I left the control center, Bob and Doug were doing well. We kind of watched them in the capsule. They were moving around and looking at displays. We asked them to take a few readings to make sure the cabin was fine. We had gotten them out, and they were going through medical checks, and all indications were they're doing well. The plan from now, the rest of the day, some helicopters will take them off the ship to Pensacola Naval Air Station, and then they'll return to Houston tonight. And looking forward to seeing them when they get here. It's been a great flight.
Thank you for that question, Chris. I know we're all anxious to see more about Bob and Doug and make sure that they continue to be okay. Our next question comes from Keith Cowing.
Before I ask my question, just to Gwen, I got to tell you, I can remember sitting in a hotel lobby with you and Elon nearly 20 years ago looking at the first drawing. So I got to say, this has just got to be too cool for you guys. And I think everybody had a bit of a tear in their eye. I want to do a follow-up on Lauren's question, though, about the boats. I took all the safety classes at NASA, and nitrogen tent is not something you monkey with. I just am wondering why it is you dropped the space capsule into a location where power boats are likely going to be. I mean, there was a guy in a sailboard, another guy with a big Trump flag, mere feet away, and nobody seemed to be trying to shoo them off. Are you going to sort of maybe try to not be that close to shore next time?
Look at a number of different options, but you're absolutely right. We can do better. Certainly, we had all the clearance that was required at landing. And then as soon as that, I mean, that capsule was in the water for a good period of time, and the boats just made a beeline for it. So it's a big area to have to clear, and to clear all of it is probably going to require more resources. But it's there are things that we're going to look at that we can do better next time for sure.
Everybody understands that the crews that we had deployed there, their focus was to make sure Bob and Doug got on the boat and exited the capsule safely. It was not really their job to police the area. We had the Coast Guard out there for that. The lesson learned here is we probably need more Coast Guard assets, maybe some more SpaceX and NASA assets as well. What's important is that Bob and Doug got safely on the boat. We were able to keep the area clear for landing and then ask people to move back as they came a little bit too close to the Dragon capsule, which they did. So anyhow, this was a demonstration mission. This is the time that you go learn about these things, and we'll certainly be better prepared next time.
Thank you. Our next question will come from Irene Klotz.
Thanks, Bettina, and congratulations, everyone. It was very impressive to watch today. The ISS crews, of course, SpaceX plans to fly paying passengers. After going through this Demo 1 mission, do you still think that you're going to be ready, mature enough, the system for a paying passenger as early as 1 or 2 more flights?
You cut out a little bit in the
Irene,
beginning.
Thanks for the question.
Okay.
Yeah, this mission was incredibly smooth. Not to say that there weren't things that we want to work on and do better next time, but the capsule worked beautifully. The operations worked extremely well. So we certainly feel comfortable that we're on the right path to carry commercial passengers not too long from now. Obviously, our focus is ensuring that we get Crew 1 lifted off in time to do a handoff with Crew 2. Yeah, I think based on the results that we've seen so far, there's more data obviously to go look at. But based on the results so far, I'm very comfortable.
Okay. We're going to get a quick question from Twitter. We have Bulgari ask, how long will it take astronauts to normalize after you leave the capsule? How much to return to normal life on Earth? And if Steve, you want to take that?
Sure, Bettina, I can certainly take that. It really depends. Bob and Doug were in space for a couple of months, and so they'll come back here and they'll start doing some special training. So, sometimes within a matter of a few days or weeks, they're kind of back to normal. So it varies a little bit from crew to crew, but we'll get them back here and they'll start doing some special exercises and special things to get them readapted to Earth's gravity. So far, they look like they're doing really well, so we're looking forward to getting them back here in Houston.
Great. We'll take our next question from Joey Roulette.
Doing this question for Gwen. Based on the results so far, how many missions do you foresee before you guys start flying private crews? And also, since we're planning to reuse Crew 2, reuse this capsule for Crew 2, I was just wondering if you could break down the refurbishment process for this and how, I guess, NASA came to agree to reusing these capsules after they splashed down. And for Jim and Steve Stitch, I'd love to hear your take on that as well. What kind of happened to make this crew capsule reusable for humans? Thanks so much.
Hey, Joey. So appreciate the question. Obviously, we're trying to really change the paradigm of human spaceflight. And in order to do that, you need to make sure that these capsules are rapidly and readily reusable. We've been working on this with our launch customers and with NASA for probably half a decade or so. The Dragon 2 vehicle itself was designed with far greater certainty on ensuring it can be reused. The capsule's designed designed for 5 to 10 missions. We have to see how things worked out after we examine the capsule when it gets back to port and back to the Cape, to our facilities there. But based on the telemetry and any visual indications that we've had so far, the vehicle looks like it's in really good shape. I'll let Steve and Jim talk a little bit about the journey on getting reusability, but it was a part of our original bid for the Commercial Crew Program.
As Gwen said, it was part of their original bid, and the vehicle is designed, as Gwen said, for 5 to 10 flights. We took a look at that data, and we're continuing to look through that. And for us, it looked like it was a reasonable thing to go do. I think part of the question was, how long does it take to refurbish the vehicle? It takes about 4 months or so. So we have a lot of margin getting into the flight in the springtime frame for Crew 2. The vehicle will start actually getting, as soon as it gets back to Area 59 at the Cape, it'll start going through its maintenance. And NASA's a part of that maintenance. We have a presence over in Area 59. And we'll follow along with every step of that maintenance, and also look at all the certification just to make sure that there's nothing untoward. And we'll do that as we get the build up to this Crew 1 launch here in the fall. We really want to make sure we have overlap between Crew 1 and Crew 2 to ensure that we have access to ISS, and we're doing that with Joel and the ISS program.
Yeah, I think that sums it up. Our desire as an agency has been for sustainability, and that means reusability. Not in every case, but in most cases. And SpaceX has proven that they're capable of doing that. So we're looking forward to doing Crew 2 with the capsule that just came home. As Steve said, there's a lot of work to be done between now and then, and a lot of evaluation that needs to be done. But as Gwen said, based on the telemetry and what we see, it looks like we're going to be in pretty good shape.
Great. Our next question comes from Marcia Dunn.
Well, please. I'm wondering if, once the deorbit burn had occurred, was it pretty tense inside flight control there at SpaceX? And you were sitting right next to Elon Musk, and what was it like for him and for you during those final minutes of the flight, and especially right after a successful splashdown? Could you describe those moments, please? Thank you.
So there's no question it was an enormous relief after months of anxiety, making sure we could bring Bob and Doug back home safely. But splashdown was really just the beginning. We wanted to make sure that Bob and Doug exited the vehicle safely and looked good. So a lot of people were cheering after splashdown. I got a lot of congratulations on my cell phone and emails, but we weren't done until we got Bob and Doug out of the capsule. We being kind of Elon and I, he hopped on a flight. He's going to go to Houston and meet up with the astronauts. And I still have a crew here in Mission Control making sure that Bob and Doug got safely on the helicopter and will get safely back to shore. So not everybody's job is done yet, but it was an initial relief for sure. It was a greater relief when I saw Bob and Doug come out of the capsule smiling, thumbs up, looking very cheerful. That was the good moment.
Thank you so much. Our next question comes from Eric Berger.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for doing this. Question for Gwen. It's been 12 years, actually, to this day when Falcon 1 failed on its third flight. That's 12 years. Since then, you've launched 3 different rockets, a couple of spacecraft, and now put 2 people into space and brought them back. 12 years is not that long of a period of time. Can you process some of sort of the transformation of SpaceX has happened during this time frame?
Eric, 12 years seems like a really long time to me. Candidly, it is hard to process. I didn't know that today was the anniversary of the third Falcon 1 flight, but you would know that, so thank you for reminding me of that. I never shy away from our failures. They're incredible opportunities to learn, and this company has learned a lot. But I have to say that we would not be the company that we are today. We would have not achieved this goal without the support, basically the kind of the moral support, the financial support, as well as the technical support that NASA has given us over the years. I think in August of 2006 is when we started working very closely with NASA. Though it seems like a long time, we have done a lot in that time frame. And, you know, what's so great is we've done so much of this in partnership, kind of hand in hand with NASA. So, you know, it's a great day to celebrate not only Bob and Doug's return and their being the heroes that they are, but also to celebrate this extraordinary relationship that we have with NASA.
And it's been a great relationship. We're going to ask some questions from social media. We have a question from Arturo Valdez, asks, for the Crew 1 team, how will data collected alter training for you so close to the launch date, and how does that impact what you do on the ISS?
That's a great question, and thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you all. The data collected is going to help us to move forward to our launch date. But again, we've got to refurbish this vehicle and get it ready for Crew 2 so that we can have some time to hand over. And so we are ready. We're ready to go to the space station. We're very close to ready to fly the Dragon into low Earth orbit. And but it's also important that we take some time to enjoy the accomplishment, celebrating with Bob and Doug's families and the NASA and SpaceX team, and just to be in the moment and appreciate all of the amazing things that have happened here. It's just a great time to be at NASA.
Okay. And Joel, anything else about how the information we learned from DM2 impacts future missions at the ISS?
So good question. You know, we took the opportunity to do some habitability studies while the vehicle was attached to ISS. So this vehicle, as everyone knows, only came up with 2 crew members. We'll have 4 crew members up there for the next vehicle. And so we did some testing on that and learned a few things. We learned testing on where to stow items and how to live in that vehicle. So just a number of items. We took we took advantage of having the vehicle there for 60 days, and that'll help us make a better vehicle in the sense of better operations for Crew 1 and Crew 2 and subsequent vehicles.
Thank you, Joel. We'll go back to our reporters in the queue. We'll go next to Stephen Clark.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. Stephen Clark from Spaceflight Now. Question for Gwen, since you're going to be reusing more and more of these Crew Dragon vehicles. I'm curious, do you plan on building a fleet of vehicles going forward? How many do you think you'll need to have in your rotation for the demand, both from NASA and from private astronauts, private passengers going forward? And a question for Soichi Noguchi on the Crew 1 flight. I think you're going to be the first astronaut since John Young, if I recall correctly, to fly on 3 different launch vehicles with your experience on Soyuz and the Space Shuttle. Curious if you could compare your experiences on those 2 vehicles, riding them into orbit, and how you think Falcon 9 may compare going into it. Thanks.
Okay, I go first. Thanks for the great questions. Yes, I am very honored to fly this mission, and along with my experience with the Space Shuttle and the Russian Soyuz. But the important thing is that I'm rookie to the SpaceX, and I'm learning a lot from my commander and my pilot. They have been in this training for a long time. I just started like last February. So this is like going back to square one. Everything is for my safety, our team safety. So every day is like a rookie. And important thing is that we have a great variety or diversity in this crew. And my small contribution to this great team is experience. So, but we have a different views, different backgrounds, so name it. So the diversity brings up the resilience to this crew. So it should be a great mission. Thank you.
I think his other question was for Gwen.
Great. Thanks, Bettina. Stephen, we are building out a fleet of Dragon 2s, both cargo version and crew version. We want to wait and see how many we have to build before we say we're done building out the fleet. We want to see how this vehicle looks after we get the opportunity to inspect it and such. But we do anticipate building out the fleet.
Thank you. We're going to go back to the lines, and next is Jackie Goddard.
Goddard for the Times of London, and congratulations, everyone. My question is for the Crew One folks, Mike, Shannon, Victor, Soichi. I wondered if you could describe how you watched that splashdown, what you went through emotionally as you watched it, and what it means to you knowing that your flight depended on the success of this one. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the question. We were together in the control center here in Houston watching the splashdown, and it was so exciting. And I would say, I think it's fair to say it was a very emotional event for all of us. To be able to watch our colleagues, our friends come home safely is always an emotional event. And then just to see how smoothly everything went during their splashdown and their reentry. So we're very excited that it went as smoothly as it did, because now that really points to the success of how our mission will be when we get a chance to launch.
Thank you, Shannon. We're going to go to Dave Mosher, Business Insider.
Thank you for taking my question. Gwen, this one's for you. So this is SpaceX's first flight of people, obviously, and you have tons of data to go through. But I'm really curious, what was the most surprising thing your team has learned from the mission so far? And relatedly, is there any one thing you fixed for or changed for Crew One for these guys who are on the call?
I have such an extraordinary team here at SpaceX. I don't want to undermine any of that, but I think probably the greatest surprise is that this mission was as smooth as it is. And I don't want to take anything away from the team, but this was a demonstration mission. This wasn't the first flight of Dragon 2, but this vehicle had a lot of capability on it that was not flown during the demo 1. So I think we're surprised, minorly surprised, but obviously incredibly pleased that this went as smoothly as it did. And there's no question that we learned some things along the way that we will want to roll into the Crew One flight. Some we knew about pre-flight, and I think we had a lot of press on the solar arrays. We're looking to have upgrades there to make sure that the vehicle survives with margin on orbit for the 6-month requirement. By the way, the solar arrays on this particular mission did as better than we anticipated, and we certainly would have been able to complete the mission, the original planned mission duration. We had a couple months of margin to spare there. So pre-flight, we learned some things. We'll make sure we include those in Crew One. As far as things we learned real time today, I think we want, instead of 2 generators like a primary and a backup on the rescue boat or on the recovery boat, I think we'll probably have 3 generators, which is 1 primary and 2 backups. That's just one example, kind of a small thing that we'll want to do going forward.
Next, we have Andrea Leffenzer, and forgive me, I killed that, from the Houston Chronicle.
Hi, thanks for having us. And it was really great watching them. We can't wait to have them back in Houston. So I'd like to know how landing compared to the Apollo capsules. Was there new technology to kind of make it smoother on the astronauts, or was it pretty similar? Thank you.
I can take a crack at this one. So wasn't around during Apollo, but I would say the landing compared to the Apollo spacecraft was very similar. It just turns out the parachute technology and landing a vehicle in the water requires very similar kinds of chutes for the drogues, which deploy up high to stabilize the vehicle. And then the main parachutes are very similar. The one difference, SpaceX has chosen to use 4 main parachutes versus Apollo had 3. But all in all, I would say that the technology is very similar. The vehicle itself compared to Apollo, you compare this Dragon, what an incredible spacecraft, very much automated spacecraft. The crew from the deorbit burn all the way to splashdown and landing doesn't really have to take very many actions on their own. The vehicle does that all by itself. It's very autonomous. So all in all, it's a very similar kind of landing.
We're going to go next to Jeff Faust of Space News.
Good afternoon, and congratulations to everybody. Question probably for Steve Sitch. You talked about this a little bit earlier, but maybe a little bit more details on what's involved with going over the Demo 2 spacecraft now that it's back, and the process that will lead up to certification so you can launch the Crew 1 mission. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to talk about that. We'll do a few things to get ready for certification in a few different areas. One, we'll review all the telemetry, all the data from the Dragon. We've done that for the whole flight to date. We'll do it now for undocking all the way through splashdown and recovery. So we'll have engineers. We do it jointly with SpaceX. We have our NASA team and SpaceX team work together and go through all the data for each of the various systems, life support, propulsion, and so forth. So we'll go through all that data to make sure there's nothing that is anomalous there. Secondly, we'll look at the parachutes. Parachutes is a very important system on the vehicle. SpaceX was doing a great job of recovering those chutes today, so we'll take those back and analyze those and look at it just to see that they're performed well. And then thirdly, SpaceX is going to take the vehicle apart. One of the benefits of reuse, I would say, is the fact that we'll take some of the vehicle apart. Some of the nose cone will come off, the heat shield comes off. We'll start to inspect part of the spacecraft, and sometimes we can learn things from that. And so we'll do that inspection, and then we'll put all that data together and head into the certification review. Probably toward the end of this month or early next month.
We're going to go to Michael Sheets from CNBC.